Hello and welcome. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep. Before you drift off, I'd love to know where you're listening from. If you enjoy it, don't forget to like and subscribe. Chapter 1. The Reopening of the Restaurant. Lucas stood at the imposing doors of La Ultima Cena, feeling a mix of anticipation and unease as he gazed at the building. The restaurant, once the most renowned in the city, had been closed for 30 years. Today, it was reopening, and Lucas had been fortunate, or perhaps cursed enough, to secure a position as a kitchen apprentice. The grandeur of the place was undeniable. Even now, its ancient walls whispered of a bygone era, of illustrious meals served to the elite, of secrets that were never meant to be unearthed. There was something about the place that unsettled him. The restaurant's exterior was imposing, a structure of faded stonework, with ivy creeping up its sides, like the fingers of time itself. The heavy wooden doors, adorned with intricate carvings, looked as if they hadn't been touched in decades. When Lucas had entered earlier in the day for his orientation, a shiver ran down his spine. The dim light filtering through the high windows gave everything a shadowy, almost spectral quality, as if the place had been abandoned by the world for too long. The air smelled old, stale, yet somehow rich with the fragrance of what had once been. As the clock struck 12, the doors finally swung open, and the first customers of the night began to file in. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and eager excitement, though Lucas noticed there was something strange in their eyes, an almost feverish gleam that sent a cold chill down his spine. They were all drawn to the same thing, the special dish. "Lucas," a voice called behind him, pulling him from his thoughts. It was Chef Aldo, the head chef, his voice commanding as he motioned toward the kitchen. "We need to get ready. Tonight is important." Lucas nodded, his heart quickening. Chef Aldo was an imposing figure, his tall frame and sharp features reminiscent of a man who had seen far more than anyone should. His cold blue eyes scanned Lucas with an intensity that made the young apprentice feel like he was already being judged. Still, there was something about Aldo's professionalism that calmed him. Aldo had been working at La Ultima Cena for years, long before its closure, and he was revered in the culinary world for his skill, although Lucas had never quite gotten over the unsettling aura that seemed to surround him. "Have you heard the rumors?" Lucas asked hesitantly as he followed Aldo to the kitchen. Aldo didn't respond at first, merely gesturing for Lucas to prepare the counter. When Lucas pressed further, Aldo finally spoke, his voice low and almost reverent. "The restaurant has a legacy. It's not just about the food, it's about the history and the special dish." He paused, his eyes hardening. "You'll see soon enough. Just focus on the food. Everything else is irrelevant." Lucas didn't press the matter further. As the night progressed, he became absorbed in the frenzy of preparing plates, helping with the garnishing, watching as Aldo meticulously directed the staff. Every movement in the kitchen was precise, choreographed, as if they were part of a grand performance. Yet, there was an undeniable tension in the air, a nervous energy that hung like a fog over everything. The waitstaff moved quickly, their faces tense. The diners, too, seemed oddly eager, some even whispering excitedly about the special dish. They spoke of it as if it were more than just a meal. It was an event, a culmination of years of anticipation. But what made this dish so special? Lucas couldn't stop wondering, even as his hands worked tirelessly, preparing ingredients and sauces under Chef Aldo's watchful eye. Then it came time for the first order of the special dish. "Table 4, the head waiter called out. his voice a mixture of excitement and fear. The words seemed to echo throughout the room as the waitstaff moved to serve. Lucas watched as the delicate plates, gleaming with unfamiliar ingredients, were placed in front of the eagerly awaiting guests. He noticed how the diners' expressions changed the moment the first bite was taken. Their eyes widened, pupils dilating, as if they were experiencing something far beyond mere sustenance. There was an almost reverent silence that filled the room, broken only by the soft clinking of silverware against porcelain. The smell that permeated the room was intoxicating. Something rich, something metallic. Lucas couldn't quite place it, but it lingered in his nostrils, a sharp, almost nauseating scent. It wasn't long before one of the diners, an older man dressed in an expensive suit, stood up abruptly, clutching his chest, his face contorted in a strange mixture of pleasure and pain, and before anyone could react, he collapsed onto the floor, lifeless. The room fell into a stunned silence. Lucas froze, unable to process what he had just witnessed, but no one else seemed to react. The other diners continued eating, their faces masked with that same feverish excitement. The waitstaff, unfazed, continued to serve the special dish. "Clear the body," Aldo muttered under his breath, not even looking up from his work. "Get it out of here. No one saw anything. Just keep working." It was as if nothing had happened. The body was quickly and efficiently removed, and the meal continued as if it were an ordinary night, the strange metallic scent lingering in the air like a warning. But it wasn't just the bizarre event that unsettled Lucas. There was something else, a sense of wrongness, an undeniable undercurrent to the evening. The special dish, whatever it was, seemed to have an effect on the diners, as if it were manipulating their senses, controlling their reactions. Lucas, unsettled and confused, glanced at the kitchen. Chef Aldo's eyes were still cold, distant. He had witnessed everything with the calm demeanor of someone who had seen it all before. Lucas's hands trembled slightly as he continued to prepare ingredients, trying to push away the rising feeling in his gut. The night wore on, and as more special dishes were served, more guests disappeared, vanishing into thin air, without a word or even a scream. The others seemed to take no notice, as if they were expecting it. As the final orders came in, Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that the restaurant was more than just a place for food. It was a stage, and they were all part of a performance that was far beyond their control. It was nearly midnight when Lucas caught Chef Aldo staring at him, his expression unreadable. "You'll get used to it," Aldo said flatly, his voice quiet but unmistakable. "Everyone does. But remember, the special dish isn't for everyone. Some people, they don't come back." A cold chill ran through Lucas as he looked around at the tables, all empty now, except for the ones who had ordered the dish. "What happens to them?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Aldo simply shook his head. "Don't ask questions you don't want answers to, Lucas. Trust me. Just do your job. That's all you need to know." As Lucas wiped down the counter, his mind raced. Something dark and sinister was unfolding before him, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could ignore it. But one thing was certain. The special dish was not just a meal. It was a mystery, one that seemed to tie everything together, and Lucas was already entangled in its deadly web. The night ended, and the doors were locked. Lucas stared at the building from the outside, the towering structure seeming to loom over him like a silent sentinel, guarding its secrets. Whatever the truth was, he was now a part of it, and there was no turning back. Chapter 2. The Special Dish. The night was already thick with anticipation, when the first whispers about the special dish began circulating through the restaurant. It wasn't just another menu item. This was the Play-Doh Especial, the legendary dish that no one had dared request in decades. Lucas had heard the rumors, of course, how the dish was tied to the restaurant's dark history, how it held a mystery no one could quite unravel. Yet, despite the tension in the air, Lucas couldn't help but feel a strange fascination with it. This was his chance to prove himself, the opportunity to participate in something greater than an ordinary meal. The moment the clock struck 8, the select group of guests entered the restaurant. They were a carefully chosen party, dressed in lavish attire, each bearing a look of expectation that bordered on reverence. There was something in their eyes, a gleam of eagerness that struck Lucas as strange. These weren't the regular patrons of La Ultima Cena. They were different. Their quiet, almost solemn excitement made the atmosphere heavier than usual. Chef Aldo stood at the head of the kitchen, watching them as they were seated at the most prominent table, their conversation barely audible above the hum of the restaurant. They didn't need menus. Without a word, they ordered the special dish, and the room seemed to hold its breath. "Lucas," Aldo called, his voice low and steady. "It's time. Prepare the dish." Lucas felt his stomach tighten. This was it. He had been trained for months, learning the intricacies of fine dining, the art of plating, the precision required in every step. But this was something else. The special dish wasn't just food. It was an event, a rite, and tonight, he was to be a part of it. As he moved to the prep counter, Lucas noticed the air growing heavy, thick with an odd mixture of spices, herbs, and something metallic. The smell wasn't unpleasant, but it was unlike anything he had encountered before. It clung to his nostrils, sharp and penetrating, as though the very atmosphere was charged with some unseen force. He shook his head, trying to focus, but the scent lingered, growing stronger with each passing minute. "What's in this dish, chef?" Lucas asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Aldo's eyes flicked toward him, cold and unblinking. "Focus on your task, Lucas. You don't need to know everything. Just prepare it as instructed." Lucas nodded, swallowing the lump forming in his throat. He had learned by now not to question the peculiarities of this place, but the unease was creeping up on him again. He turned back to the counter, where the ingredients for the dish lay before him. They were rare, almost exotic, a blend of fresh herbs, delicate meats, and an assortment of spices that seemed to shimmer with a strange intensity. Among them was something that looked like a delicate cut of veal, but it was darker than anything he had ever seen. Almost too dark. He couldn't place the exact color, rich brown with veins of crimson running through it. The texture felt wrong to the touch, slick and almost unnaturally smooth. With each step, Lucas tried to ignore the prickling sensation at the back of his neck. The dish called for precision, and he needed to focus. As he prepared the meat, he couldn't help but glance up occasionally, his gaze drawn back to the diners. They were talking in hushed tones, exchanging glances that made Lucas feel even more like an outsider in their strange ritual. Something about them seemed to be waiting, as if they expected something beyond just a meal. The special dish required a special sauce, one that Lucas had never worked with before. It was made from a reduction of herbs and something else, something elusive, something that tasted faintly metallic. When he added the final touch to the sauce, the kitchen seemed to hum with a strange energy, as if the very air had thickened, become more tangible. The scent was overpowering now, making his stomach churn, yet he continued working. Finally, the dish was ready, As he placed the final touches on the plates, he could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Chef Aldo gave a small, approving nod. "It's time," Aldo said, his voice barely a whisper. The plates were carried out into the dining room by the waitstaff, each one placed in front of the guests with quiet ceremony. Lucas watched from the kitchen, his hands still trembling slightly, his heart racing as the diners picked up their forks. They took their first bites, and the room seemed to fall silent. At first, the guests were reserved, as if savoring every bite, their eyes narrowing as the flavors took hold. But soon, a subtle shift occurred. Their faces changed, expressions morphing from enjoyment to something more intense, something feverish. The metallic scent that had been wafting through the air seemed to settle in the room, becoming almost suffocating. Lucas could see it now. The diners' hands trembled slightly, their pupils dilated. It was as if they were experiencing something more than just food, something beyond the physical. The tension in the room thickened. "What's happening to them?" Lucas murmured, unable to tear his gaze away. Chef Aldo's face remained impassive as he watched the diners. "They're just enjoying the dish, Lucas. Nothing more," Aldo said, his voice cold. But Lucas knew better. There was something wrong. He couldn't explain it, but the air seemed charged, the energy in the room heavy, with something that shouldn't be there. His heart pounded in his chest as he watched, almost in slow motion, as one of the diners, a middle-aged man with a well-groomed beard, suddenly stood up. His hand shot to his throat, his face contorting in a strange mixture of pleasure and agony. Before anyone could react, he collapsed, his body hitting the floor with a sickening thud. The room was deathly still. The other diners barely blinked, as if the scene had been expected. They continued eating, speaking quietly among themselves, as though this had happened before. The waitstaff moved with mechanical precision, quickly clearing the body away, never missing a beat. No one seemed fazed. The man was gone, and the special dish was still being served. Lucas stood frozen, his mind reeling. What had just happened? The man had eaten the food and vanished. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, nothing but an empty space at the table. "Don't make a scene," Chef Aldo said quietly from behind him, startling Lucas out of his thoughts. "This is how it works. Now get back to work." Lucas didn't question him. He couldn't. The room was swirling around him, the sounds of clinking silverware and murmured conversations seeming to fade into the background as a cold realization settled in his gut. There was something far more sinister at play here than he had ever imagined. As the night wore on, more diners ordered the special dish, and as they ate, Lucas watched, horrified, as one by one, they too began to falter, their expressions becoming more and more vacant, until they too disappeared, as if swallowed by the night. By the end of the evening, there were only a handful of guests left, none of them speaking, all of them strangely still, their eyes distant. The room, once filled with chatter and clinking glasses, now seemed eerily quiet, the only sound being the soft scrape of cutlery on porcelain. Lucas stood in the kitchen, his hands shaking. The special dish had claimed its victims again, and he had been part of it. He wanted to scream, to run, but something deep inside told him that the restaurant would never let him go. Not now. Not after what he had seen. The doors were locked, the lights dimmed, and the night had claimed another soul. And as the last of the guests vanished, La Ultima Cena remained, waiting for the next group to come, the next special dish to be served. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Ingredient. The morning after the strange events of the night before, Lucas could hardly shake the images from his mind. The diners, the special dish, the sudden disappearances. It all felt like a waking nightmare. His body ached from the tension, his mind spinning with questions he didn't dare ask. As he stood in the dimly lit kitchen, scrubbing down the counters and trying to push the horrific memories to the back of his mind, there was one thing he couldn't ignore: the smell. The kitchen, still dim from the early morning light that barely filtered through the windows, seemed strangely quiet. The usual hustle of the prep crew was missing, replaced by a quiet, unsettling stillness that clung to the room like a heavy fog. Lucas could still smell the metallic tang in the air, as though it had soaked into the very fabric of the restaurant overnight. He had hoped it would fade, but it hadn't. In fact, it felt stronger this morning, more pungent, more persistent. As he opened the pantry to grab some herbs for the day's preparations, something caught his eye. A large, dark piece of meat sat on one of the shelves. The cut was unfamiliar, strange even, and it looked out of place among the neatly stacked cuts of lamb, pork, and beef. Its color was unlike anything Lucas had ever seen. It was deep brown, almost black, and there were veins of crimson running through it like threads of dried blood. Lucas stared at it for a long moment, his heart skipping a beat. He was sure this wasn't something that had been there yesterday, at least not in that form. He had checked the pantry the night before, just after closing, and everything had seemed normal. But now, this piece of meat was there, occupying a space it shouldn't have. He reached for it, and as his fingers brushed the surface, the metallic scent grew stronger, almost overwhelming. The meat felt slick, unnaturally so, and it seemed to throb with a pulse that made his skin crawl. He pulled his hand back as though it had been burned, but the feeling lingered. "This isn't right," he whispered to himself, glancing around the kitchen as if expecting someone to walk in and explain the strange addition to the pantry. But there was no one. The kitchen was still silent. Curiosity gnawed at him, but a part of him also recoiled. He had been warned repeatedly, especially by Chef Aldo, not to ask too many questions. Yet, Lucas couldn't help himself. He grabbed the meat and placed it on the prep counter, his eyes scanning the surrounding area for any clue as to where it had come from. It was then that Chef Aldo entered the kitchen, his tall figure casting a long shadow across the room. He surveyed the space with his usual detached air, as if he were assessing an ingredient, rather than the men and women who worked there. When his eyes landed on the piece of meat, a flicker of something, unease, passed across his face, but it was gone in an instant. "Aldo," Lucas said, trying to keep his voice steady, "where did this come from? I don't remember ordering it, and I'm sure it wasn't here last night." Aldo walked over, his steps deliberate, and stared at the cut of meat. He didn't touch it, but his gaze was sharp, calculating, as if he were deciding how much to reveal. "It wasn't ordered," Aldo said finally, his voice low and steady. "I don't know how it got here." He paused, his gaze never leaving the meat. "But it's part of the recipe." Lucas blinked. "What recipe?" "The recipe," Aldo repeated, his voice thick with finality. "The one for the special dish." A cold shiver ran down Lucas's spine. He could feel his stomach knotting, his nerves tingling with a sense of impending dread. This cut of meat was part of the special dish. That was impossible. The dish was already disturbing enough, with its odd flavors and that peculiar metallic aftertaste. But this was something else entirely. "Are you sure?" Lucas asked, trying to sound confident. I've never seen anything like this before. Aldo turned toward him slowly, his face unreadable. It's an old recipe, he said, his voice low and almost reverent. One that hasn't been used in many years. But it's necessary. It's always been part of the dish. Always. Lucas felt his pulse quicken as his mind raced. He had never seen this kind of meat before, and he had been working at La Ultima Cena long enough to recognize every ingredient used in their cuisine. But this was different. It felt wrong, and it wasn't just the strange color or the odd metallic scent that clung to it like a ghost. There was something about it that felt alive, as though it had a presence beyond its mere physical form. I don't understand, Lucas said, unable to keep the confusion from his voice. Why now? Why was it never used before? Aldo didn't respond right away. He stood there, as still as the walls themselves, staring at the meat. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. Because it was waiting for the right time. The words sent a chill down Lucas's spine. Waiting for the right time? Aldo's eyes finally shifted to meet Lucas's, and in that moment, the chef's gaze seemed almost knowing, as if Aldo had seen something Lucas had yet to comprehend. I've been here long enough to know the truth, Lucas, Aldo continued, his voice low, his eyes hard. This restaurant has its own rhythm, its own cycle. It doesn't open without a purpose. It doesn't serve without reason. And this dish, it's not just food. It's a ritual, one that goes back long before anyone here was born. Lucas felt his breath catch in his throat. There was something in Aldo's voice, something that sounded like a warning. But it wasn't just that. It was the implication that this wasn't just a restaurant. This place, this kitchen, was part of something far darker than he could have ever imagined. What do you mean? Lucas asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What happens when we serve the dish? Aldo turned away, his back to Lucas now as he moved toward the other side of the kitchen. You'll find out soon enough, he muttered, as though the question had already been answered. Lucas stood frozen, his mind reeling with the implications of Aldo's words. A ritual? A cycle? He couldn't wrap his head around it. The meat on the counter, the piece that had appeared out of nowhere, felt like a key to something far beyond a simple culinary recipe. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending around it, preparing for something unknown. Suddenly, the metallic scent became almost unbearable. Lucas looked back at the meat, and his stomach churned. There was no mistaking it now. The piece of flesh seemed to throb, to pulse with an energy that didn't belong. As he watched, the veins in the meat began to shift, subtly, as if they were alive. With a sense of growing panic, Lucas stepped back. This wasn't just an ingredient. It was part of something much darker, something that would soon be unleashed, and he was caught in the middle of it. As the kitchen doors swung open and the rest of the crew began to trickle in for the day's shift, Lucas realized he had only scratched the surface of the nightmare that La Ultima Cena truly was. What had begun as curiosity had now become a sinking feeling of dread. He had walked into a trap, and there was no way out. He had to know more. He had to understand what the restaurant was truly serving. But as he stood there, staring at the strange meat on the counter, he couldn't help but wonder if he already knew the answer, and if it was too late. Chapter 4. Disappearances without explanation. The days blended together in a haze of confusion and mounting dread. Lucas had worked at La Ultima Cena for nearly a week now, and with each passing day, the mysteries surrounding the restaurant grew darker. The special dish had claimed more victims, more diners who vanished without a trace. Yet, it was the lack of reaction from the staff that unsettled him the most. The first time a customer disappeared, Lucas had hoped it was some strange accident. Perhaps the man had slipped out unnoticed, or maybe he had simply left early. But then, it happened again, and again. Each night, diners who ordered the special dish would vanish, as if swallowed by the very walls of the restaurant. And yet, no one seemed to care. The waitstaff carried on as though nothing had happened, clearing the empty plates and bringing in new customers without a flicker of concern. Lucas couldn't ignore it any longer. Every time a customer disappeared, the empty table would be swiftly refilled, the chairs set, the silverware polished and placed, as if it were all part of the regular routine. It was as though the disappearing diners were nothing more than a fleeting inconvenience. No one asked questions. No one seemed alarmed. Even Chef Aldo remained eerily calm, his focus entirely on preparing the next round of special dishes. As Lucas moved through the days, a sinking feeling settled in his gut. It was like living in a dream, a nightmare really, where nothing made sense, and yet everything felt oddly inevitable. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was standing on the edge of something vast, something terrifying, and that if he took just one step forward, he would be pulled into its depths. But with each night that passed, the disappearances became harder to ignore. The first man who vanished was an older gentleman with a distinguished beard and a calm, composed demeanor. He had been seated with a group of colleagues, all of them wealthy-looking, well-dressed. They had all ordered the special dish together. Lucas had watched them eat, watched as their faces shifted from delight to something more unexplainable. The older man had paused after his first bite, his eyes widening with a strange mixture of fear and awe. He had clutched his chest for a moment, a spasm of pain crossing his features before collapsing to the floor. The others didn't react immediately. In fact, they barely even acknowledged his fall. The staff rushed in, but no one seemed concerned. Within moments, the man's body was gone, swept away like a forgotten detail. Lucas had stood frozen, his hands shaking as the waitstaff swiftly cleared the table and set it for new guests, as though nothing had happened. The others at the table, his colleagues, his friends, had simply resumed eating as if the death of one of their own hadn't even disturbed their appetite. It was surreal, chilling. But that wasn't the most disturbing part. What made his blood run cold was the fact that no one said a word about the incident. No one mentioned it. The evening proceeded as if everything had unfolded according to some unspoken plan. The next disappearance was no different. A woman, elegant and poised, had ordered the special dish with an air of confidence. She had been seated alone, savoring each bite with a look of rapture on her face. But then, halfway through her meal, she had stopped, her fork trembling in her hand. A faint, almost imperceptible cough had escaped her lips, and then she had slumped forward, her face frozen in an expression of horror. As before, the staff swooped in, clearing her body without a word. Her place was quickly filled with new patrons, their faces blank with expectation. The waitstaff moved like automatons, serving the next round of special dishes as though it was all part of the evening's routine. Lucas had tried to speak up that night, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Chef Aldo had silenced him with a single glance. The unspoken rule was clear. Don't question what you see. Don't ask about the disappearances. It was simply the way things were. "Focus on the food, Lucas," Aldo had said with a cold, measured tone. "That's your job. Let the rest take care of itself." But Lucas couldn't let go of the questions swirling in his mind. He needed to know what was happening. Something wasn't right, and every fiber of his being screamed that he was being swept along in something far darker than a mere coincidence. It was on the fourth night of these strange occurrences that Lucas decided to take matters into his own hands. He had been working in the kitchen when he saw a familiar face in the dining room. The waiter, who had been working at La Ultima Cena for years, a man named Marco. Marco was one of the few employees who had been there when the restaurant closed all those years ago, and Lucas had always sensed that he knew more than he let on. When Marco passed by the kitchen door, Lucas called out to him. "Hey Marco," he said, trying to keep his voice casual. "Do you ever notice that customers keep disappearing after they order the special dish?" Marco's expression didn't change. His eyes flickered toward Lucas, his face briefly betraying a hint of emotion, something close to fear, but it was gone in a flash. "I don't know what you're talking about," Marco replied flatly. "You're just imagining things. Focus on your work." But Lucas wasn't convinced. He watched Marco walk away, his footsteps unusually heavy, as though he was carrying a burden no one else could see. Something about his reaction felt wrong, too rehearsed, too practiced. That night, after his shift ended, Lucas couldn't resist the urge to investigate further. He made his way down the narrow hallways of the restaurant, the dark corners of the building, whispering of things long buried. As he reached the back storage area, the same strange metallic scent filled his nostrils, stronger now, almost suffocating. He pushed open the door to the pantry, half expecting to find the strange cuts of meat from the special dish. But instead, his gaze was drawn to a small stack of records. Old menus, ledgers, and handwritten notes filled the shelves, dusty and forgotten. Lucas rummaged through the papers, his hands trembling as he searched for something, anything, that might explain the disappearances. Then he found it. Tucked behind a pile of menus, Lucas discovered a thick ledger, its pages yellowed with age. The entries were in the same delicate handwriting, dated back to the original days of La Ultima Cena. As he flipped through the pages, his eyes landed on an entry that sent a chill down his spine. "The banquet must continue. The guests will be the feast. It is the only way." The words were chilling in their simplicity, but what unsettled Lucas the most was the date next to them. The date was recent. It was from only a few days ago. The weight of the truth crashed down on him. The disappearances were not accidents. They were part of something larger, something older. And the staff, Marco, Aldo, the rest, knew. They were part of the ritual. Suddenly, Lucas understood. The special dish wasn't just food. It was a sacrifice. And those who ate it became the next offering. As he stood in the pantry, surrounded by the silence of the restaurant, the air thick with secrets, Lucas realized one terrible truth. There was no escape. The special dish would claim him too, just as it had claimed all the others. Chapter 5. The History of the Restaurant. The days blurred into one another, each one more suffocating than the last. The disappearances continued, and with each one, Lucas felt himself being pulled deeper into the restaurant's ominous grip. La Ultima Cena was not just a place for fine dining. It was a prison, and the guests weren't simply customers. They were victims. And now, Lucas feared he might be the next one to disappear, swallowed up by the same dark force that had consumed so many before him. One evening, while the kitchen buzzed with preparations for the night's service, Lucas couldn't shake the nagging sense that there was more to the restaurant's past than he had been told. The strange occurrences, the mysterious special dish, and the eerie silence surrounding the disappearances all seemed to be connected to something far more sinister. He needed to understand what had happened here, what had happened to the original owner, the staff, and everyone else who had worked at La Ultima Cena. The opportunity came when Lucas found an old, forgotten newspaper tucked away in a dusty corner of the staff room. It was an antique, yellowed with age, the ink faded, but still legible. The headline caught his eye immediately. Owner and staff of La Ultima Cena vanish without a trace. The article described a mysterious event that occurred 30 years ago. The restaurant, once renowned for its lavish meals and exclusive clientele, had suddenly closed its doors one fateful night. And when the doors reopened weeks later, the entire staff, including the owner, Mr. Veron, had disappeared. There was no sign of struggle, no indication of foul play. It was as if they had simply vanished, leaving the restaurant eerily empty. The only trace of their presence was a strange smell, an unidentifiable odor that lingered in the air for days after their disappearance. The building had been locked and sealed, its windows shut tight, and no one knew what had happened to the beloved establishment or its workers. Lucas's heart pounded as he read through the article. According to the piece, there were countless rumors, most of which had been dismissed as baseless gossip. Some claimed that the restaurant had been cursed, while others believed it was a matter of financial ruin, a slow descent into bankruptcy. But there was one theory that stood out above the rest, a theory that made Lucas's skin crawl. The article referenced an old legend, one that had been passed down among the locals. According to the story, La Ultima Cena had been cursed long before the mysterious disappearance of its owner and staff. An anonymous, wealthy patron had once dined at the restaurant, and after enjoying a sumptuous meal, had made an unusual request: a banquet eternal. He demanded that the restaurant provide him with a feast unlike any other, a banquet that would never end. No one knew exactly what the patron had meant, but the legend claimed that the curse had been cast that very night, as the owner, Mr. Veron, had agreed to the request. The patron, however, was never seen again after that evening, and soon after, the staff and owner of the restaurant disappeared without explanation. The article continued with an unsettling detail. The restaurant was said to have a hidden room, one that had never been seen by any of the regular patrons. The room, it was rumored, was where the special dish was prepared. The dish itself was not just a meal, but a ritual, an offering that fed an ancient hunger. And the true horror was that the special dish didn't just require rare and exotic ingredients. It required the souls of those who consumed it. Lucas's hands trembled as he turned the pages, absorbing the grim history of the restaurant. The article spoke of a final banquet held in secret, one in which the guests were never heard from again. Some claimed that the missing guests were consumed by the dish, their bodies becoming part of the meal, their essences trapped in the restaurant forever. It was as though the banquet was a never-ending cycle, one that consumed both the staff and the guests in a twisted loop of death and rebirth. By the time Lucas reached the final paragraph, he was nearly out of breath. His mind raced with the horrifying implications of what he had just read. The special dish, the disappearances, the unsettling calm of the staff. It all made sense now. This wasn't just a restaurant, it was a trap. The special dish wasn't a dish at all. It was a ritual, a macabre feast that required the souls of those who partook in it. The patrons weren't just dining, they were being consumed. The restaurant had been cursed from the very beginning, and every time it reopened, the same horrific cycle repeated itself. Lucas's pulse quickened as he realized the truth. La Ultima Cena wasn't just a place for fine dining, it was a place for sacrifice. He slammed the newspaper down on the table, his thoughts swirling in panic. How had he not seen it before? How had he been so blind to the truth? The disappearances weren't accidents, and the special dish wasn't a culinary masterpiece. It was a trap, a means of feeding the curse that had taken hold of the restaurant. And now that he had uncovered the truth, Lucas feared that he was already too deep into the web to escape. He needed to confront Chef Aldo. He needed answers. But even as he made his way toward the kitchen, his mind raced with dread. What would Aldo say? What would he do? Would he try to stop him from uncovering the truth? Or would he admit to the horror that lay beneath the surface of La Ultima Cena? The kitchen door swung open, and there was Aldo, standing at the stove, his back turned, as if nothing had changed. But the air was thick with tension. Aldo knew. Lucas could see it in his eyes. Aldo knew what was happening, and he knew that Lucas had uncovered the dark history of the restaurant. "I've read it," Lucas said, his voice trembling. "I know what's happening here. I know what happened to the original staff, to Mr. Veron. This place is cursed, and it's feeding on us." Aldo turned slowly, his eyes narrowing. There was no surprise in his gaze, only resignation. "You should have left it alone, Lucas," he said quietly. "You've learned too much." A cold sweat broke out on Lucas's skin. "What do you mean?" "The special dish, the guests. They're part of the curse, aren't they? The cycle never ends, does it?" Aldo's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. "The banquet must continue," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the sound of the cooking flames. "And now, it's your turn." Lucas took a step back, his heart pounding in his chest. He had hoped for answers, but now it seemed as though the truth was even worse than he had imagined. La Ultima Cena was not just a cursed restaurant. It was a living nightmare, one that would never stop consuming. And Lucas was about to become the next course. The door behind him creaked open, and the metallic scent of the kitchen grew stronger. It was too late to escape now. The banquet was already set, and there was no way out. Chapter 6. A Banquet of Blood. The night air in La Ultima Cena had taken on an eerie chill, despite the warmth from the kitchen's flickering flames. Lucas felt a growing sense of dread in the pit of his stomach as he moved through the dimly lit corridors. He had learned too much over the past few days, and now, every sound, every shadow, felt like a harbinger of something terrible. It was on this night, however, that everything would change. That night, Lucas would see firsthand the full extent of the curse that gripped the restaurant, and whether he liked it or not, he would become part of its horrifying ritual. The evening started like any other. The usual patrons, wealthy, well-dressed individuals, filled the dining room, their faces flushed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They didn't know what awaited them, nor did they need to. They were drawn to the place, to the allure of the special dish. It was a dark and twisted pull that none could resist, no matter how much they tried to tell themselves otherwise. Lucas stood at the far end of the kitchen, his hands trembling as he worked on the night's orders. He knew what was coming. He had seen it happen before. The way the diners ordered the special dish, how they eagerly devoured it with that disturbing, feverish enthusiasm, and then how they vanished. disappearing without a trace, their chairs empty and cold. The staff carried on, moving in a rehearsed dance, as if nothing unusual had happened. And now, as he watched Chef Aldo prepare the dish, he felt his heart pounding in his chest. This was the night he would witness it all, the full unmasked horror of the special dish. The metallic scent was thick in the air as Aldo placed the final touches on the plate. The dark meat glistened under the harsh overhead lights, a deep crimson hue that seemed almost unnatural. It wasn't like any meat Lucas had ever seen before. Its texture was slick, its color too dark, more akin to something that didn't belong on a plate at all. Chef Aldo's hands worked with a steady precision, arranging the meat in a perfect macabre display. Lucas couldn't tear his eyes away from it. Something about the sight made his stomach churn. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, but at the same time, a strange curiosity pulled him closer. What would happen next? Would this be the night it all ended? The diners were seated at their table, their eyes alight with excitement. As the plates of special dish were set in front of them, a hush fell over the room. No one spoke. Everyone simply stared at the dish with awe, as if it were something sacred, something they had been waiting for their entire lives. Lucas felt his breath catch in his throat as the first bite was taken. The guests were silent at first, savoring the first mouthful with exaggerated pleasure. Then, one by one, their faces shifted, subtle at first, then unmistakable. It was as though the very act of consuming the dish was altering their expressions, twisting their features into something darker. A sickly pallor washed over their skin, and their eyes widened unnaturally, pupils dilating in an almost predatory way. It was a transformation that seemed to happen all at once, as if the food had unlocked something deep inside them. The metallic scent grew more intense, overwhelming the room, thickening the air until it felt like it was pressing in from all sides. Lucas could feel it in his throat, an acrid taste that burned at the back of his mouth. He swallowed, but the taste lingered, heavy and foul. Then, as if on cue, one of the guests, a man in an expensive suit, his fingers trembling as he lifted his glass, collapsed forward onto the table. His plate fell with a clatter, the contents spilling onto the tablecloth. The other guests didn't flinch. They didn't speak. They simply continued eating, as though nothing had happened, as if this was part of the meal, part of the ritual. Lucas's heart raced. The man's body was swiftly removed, but there was no sign of struggle, no blood. He had simply vanished. It was as if he had dissolved into the very air itself. One by one, the rest of the diners began to disappear. It wasn't sudden. It was a gradual thing. They took another bite, and then nothing. Their bodies grew still, their eyes glazed over, and they slid out of their chairs, their forms empty and lifeless, like marionettes whose strings had been cut. Their chairs remained, though the guests themselves had faded into nothingness. The silence in the room was deafening. Lucas stood frozen in place. His hands were shaking, his pulse racing in his ears. He couldn't breathe. He had seen this happen before, but now, standing in the middle of it, he realized how truly helpless he was. The special dish wasn't just food, it was a death sentence. But then, as the last of the guests disappeared, something inside Lucas shifted. He couldn't explain it. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was something deeper, something primal. He had to know. He had to understand what had just happened, what he had just witnessed. With trembling hands, Lucas turned toward the special dish sitting on the counter. It was still there, the dark meat glistening under the harsh kitchen lights. A part of him screamed to leave, to run far away and never look back. But another part, something darker, more insistent, urged him to do the unthinkable. He picked up a fork, his hand shaking as he scooped up a small piece of the meat. The scent, sharp, metallic, almost intoxicating, filled his nostrils as he brought it closer to his lips. He hesitated, just for a moment. But then the hunger inside him, that gnawing curiosity, took over. He took the bite. The moment the meat touched his tongue, it was as though time stopped. The taste was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a blend of savory, metallic, and something indescribably rich. It was almost heavenly, but at the same time, it was wrong. It burned as it slid down his throat, its richness overwhelming every other sensation. His body tensed, his senses reeling as he chewed, and for a fleeting moment, he felt something, an almost euphoric wave, flooding through him. And then, just as quickly, it vanished. The sensation was gone, leaving behind only emptiness, a void that gnawed at him from the inside. His body felt heavy, as though it were sinking, drowning in the very act of consuming the dish. Something deep inside him screamed in terror, but he couldn't move. His limbs were frozen, his breath shallow. The kitchen around him seemed to warp, the walls pressing in on him as the metallic scent became overwhelming. His vision blurred, and for a brief, horrifying moment, he felt himself fading, as though he were becoming part of the dish itself, as though the curse had claimed him too. The voice in his head whispered desperately, "What have I done?" With a surge of panic, Lucas stumbled back from the counter, his legs shaky as he fought to regain control of his body. His breath came in sharp, desperate gasps, his mind spinning as the dark truth crashed down upon him. He had tasted the dish. He had allowed himself to become part of the cycle. And now, there was no turning back. As the silence in the restaurant deepened, Lucas understood the terrible truth. La Ultima Cena had claimed him, just as it had claimed the others. He was now part of the banquet, an offering to something older and darker than he could ever imagine. The special dish wasn't just a meal, it was a sacrifice, and he had become the next course. Chapter 7. The Conspiracy of the Staff. The days that followed Lucas's chilling encounter with the special dish were a blur, his mind reeling from the horrors he had witnessed and the monstrous truth he had uncovered. Each night, he served the cursed meal with a heavy heart, feeling more like a prisoner than a chef in the kitchen. The faces of the diners, their eager eyes, the twisted satisfaction as they devoured the special dish, haunted him, each disappearance echoing louder than the last. But there was something deeper gnawing at him, something he could no longer ignore. The disappearances, the strange indifference of the staff, the unsettling calm in the dining room. They weren't just coincidences. They weren't just a part of the restaurant's routine. The staff knew. They had to know. Lucas had spent enough time working in the shadows of La Ultima Cena to understand the unspoken rules of the place. But now, he needed answers. He needed to know why no one was talking, why no one seemed to care that diners were vanishing night after night. It was time to confront the truth head on. That evening, as the restaurant began to fill with guests, Lucas steeled himself. He couldn't keep running from the questions any longer. He made his way through the kitchen, his heart pounding in his chest. He found Chef Aldo at the stove, his back turned as he prepared the next round of special dishes. "Aldo," Lucas said, his voice firm but shaky. "I need to know what's really going on here. I can't keep pretending that everything is normal. People are disappearing. There's no way you don't know what's happening." Aldo didn't respond at first. He continued stirring the pot in front of him, as if Lucas hadn't spoken at all. The kitchen was filled with the clatter of knives, the hiss of pans, and the metallic scent that clung to the air. But despite the busy atmosphere, Lucas could feel the weight of the silence between them. He waited, watching the chef's every move, until Aldo finally spoke, his voice low and without emotion. "You should have kept your curiosity to yourself," Aldo said, his eyes flicking up to meet Lucas's. "You're asking questions that no one should ask." The words hit Lucas like a slap in the face, but he refused to back down. He was no longer afraid of the truth. "Why does this keep happening?" Lucas pressed. "Why does the special dish cause people to disappear? Why does no one care?" Aldo sighed, his gaze flicking away from Lucas, as if he were weighing his words. For a moment, he looked weary, tired, as though the weight of the curse had finally taken its toll on him. But then, he straightened his back, and a cold, almost mechanical expression settled on his face. "The special dish isn't just a recipe, Lucas," Aldo said quietly. "It's an invocation, a ritual, a curse that keeps the restaurant alive. It's what sustains La Ultima Cena." Lucas's stomach twisted in disbelief. He had known the dish was wrong, but this was something he hadn't even considered. "What do you mean, invocation?" Lucas asked, his voice tight with anxiety. "What kind of curse are you talking about?" Before Aldo could answer, a soft voice came from behind them. It was Marco, the veteran waiter who had been working at the restaurant for years. He stood in the doorway of the kitchen, his eyes shadowed, his face pale. There was a resigned look in his eyes, one that made Lucas feel as if the last thread of hope he had been holding on to was unraveling. "Maybe it's time you knew the truth, kid," Marco said, his voice low, almost reverent. "I've been here longer than you, and I've seen what happens when you ask too many questions. But you've already gone too far. It's time someone told you." Marco's words sent a chill down Lucas's spine, but he nodded, urging the man to continue. "La Ultima Cena is no ordinary restaurant," Marco began. "It was never meant to be. It was cursed from the beginning. It was built on a foundation of blood and greed, and the curse is what keeps it running. The special dish, the one you've been serving, is the key. It's not food. It's a ritual, a sacrifice." Lucas's heart skipped a beat. "A sacrifice?" Marco nodded gravely. "The patrons who order the special dish are part of the curse. They're not just customers. They're the ingredients. The special dish isn't made from rare cuts of meat or exotic spices. It's made from the souls of the people who eat it. Every diner who orders that meal is part of a cycle that the restaurant needs to survive. Without the sacrifice, the restaurant dies." Lucas felt as though the ground had been ripped out from under him. "You mean, the people who disappear, they don't just vanish. They become part of the meal?" Marco's face tightened, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed his features. "Exactly. They become the next course. The special dish is the vehicle that feeds the curse, that keeps the restaurant open. Every time someone eats it, they're offering themselves up to the restaurant. Their essence is consumed, and in turn, the restaurant sustains itself for another night." Aldo spoke up, his voice colder than before. "The restaurant cannot close. It cannot die. Not while the curse is in place. And the only way to perpetuate the cycle is through the special dish. It's the only way it survives. Lucas felt his chest tighten, his breath shallow. He had suspected something was wrong, but this was beyond anything he had ever imagined. The restaurant wasn't just feeding its patrons, it was feeding on them. It was an endless cycle, a perpetual banquet of death. But why? Lucas whispered. Why keep it going? Why do any of you stay? Why serve this monstrous meal? Marco's face softened, but there was no pity in his gaze. We don't have a choice, Lucas. Once you become a part of the restaurant, once you serve the special dish, you're in it for life. There's no leaving. Not unless the curse is broken, and no one's ever been able to break it. The original owner, Veron, made a deal with something dark, something ancient, and the deal was simple. The restaurant would never close. It would never die, but at a cost. Aldo stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. The cost is the souls of those who dine here. The cost is the lives of those who are foolish enough to sit at that table and ask for the special dish. We feed it, and it feeds us, but only for so long. Lucas recoiled, his mind spinning. So, we're all just trapped here? You're all part of this? And I? You've already been a part of it, Lucas. Aldo interrupted, his voice hard. You've already tasted the dish. You've already accepted the cycle. You just didn't know it until now. The words hit Lucas like a blow to the chest. He had been part of it all along, and there was no escape. The curse had already claimed him, just as it had claimed the others. He was no longer just an observer. He was part of the Last Supper, a banquet that could never end. As the weight of the truth settled over him, Lucas realized there was only one way out. But it was a path far darker than he had ever imagined. The restaurant was not just cursed, it was alive. And the special dish was its heartbeat. And now, Lucas was a part of it. Forever. Chapter 8. The Revelation of the Owner. The weight of what Lucas had learned hung heavily on his mind as he made his way through the dimly lit hallways of La Ultima Cena. Every corner, every flicker of shadow seemed to whisper the same terrifying truth. The restaurant was alive, and its hunger was insatiable. Each night, he watched as more patrons ordered the special dish. More guests disappeared into the void, leaving behind only silence and vacant chairs. He had learned that the special dish wasn't just food. It was a sacrificial ritual that fed the curse, perpetuating the nightmare cycle of the restaurant. But there were still so many unanswered questions. Why had the restaurant become cursed in the first place? What was its ultimate purpose? And why, after all these years, did the cycle continue? Lucas knew the answers were buried somewhere within the restaurant itself. It was time to dig deeper. He had been in the staff room before, but never with the intent of investigating its hidden secrets. The room was quiet now, deserted after the last service, and Lucas moved with a sense of urgency. The walls were lined with old filing cabinets, stacked with papers, menus, and records that had been untouched for decades. Dust covered everything, making it clear that no one had ventured into this room for a long time. But Lucas wasn't interested in the mundane. He was looking for something more. His fingers shook as he opened the first drawer, rifling through the documents inside. Old receipts, training manuals, employee records. Nothing seemed to stand out, but as he pulled out the next drawer, something caught his eye. An old leather-bound folder that seemed out of place amidst the sea of mundane paperwork. It was thick, its pages yellowed with age. On the front, there was a single word embossed in faded gold: Veron. His heart skipped a beat. Veron. The name of the original owner. The name that had haunted the legends and rumors he had heard in passing during his time at the restaurant. The man who had vanished with his entire staff. The man whose legacy had cursed this place. Lucas opened the folder, his breath catching in his throat as he found the first document, a photograph. It was a black and white image, worn with age, but the details were clear enough. A man stood at the center of the photograph, his dark eyes staring directly into the camera. His face was sharp, his features defined, with a stern and commanding expression that matched the aura of authority he must have carried. The man was dressed in a suit, his hair slicked back, but what truly caught Lucas's attention was the group of people surrounding him. They were all staff members, standing in neat rows behind him. Each one of them looked formal, their faces stoic. The atmosphere in the picture felt oppressive, as if something dark hung over them all. This was the original staff of La Última Cena, and the man in the center, Mr. Veron, was the one who had made the pact that had bound them all to this place. Lucas scanned the photo, his fingers trembling as he read the small caption at the bottom. The staff of La Última Cena, 1952. A chill ran down his spine as he turned the page. The next document was a handwritten letter, the ink faded but still legible. The words were strange, formal, and almost ritualistic in their tone. Lucas leaned in closer, his eyes scanning the page. To my honored guests, the letter began. This night, we will partake in a feast unlike any other. It is not just a meal, but a covenant, an offering to keep the doors of La Última Cena open for all eternity. In exchange for the restaurant's continued existence, we, the staff, offer ourselves to the restaurant's cause. The souls of those who dine with us will never leave. They will become part of the banquet, ensuring that the cycle is never broken. This is the price we must pay for immortality. Lucas's breath caught in his throat. This was it. This was the dark pact that had bound the staff to the cursed restaurant. Mr. Veron, in his desperation to keep La Última Cena open, had made a deal with something far more sinister than he could have imagined. The patrons who dined at the restaurant would become part of the meal, their very essence consumed, ensuring that the restaurant would never close. And as the years passed, the curse had only grown stronger, feeding on the souls of the guests who ordered the special dish. But there was something else that bothered Lucas. The letter continued. Tonight, the banquet will serve as a reminder that we are not just serving food. We are serving a purpose greater than ourselves. The flesh of those who dine will become the sustenance of La Última Cena, and in return, we will live on. We are bound to the restaurant, and the restaurant to us, forever. The words hit Lucas like a wave of realization. The guests didn't just disappear. Their flesh became the ingredient for the special dish. They weren't just sacrifices. They were the key to the restaurant's continued existence. The restaurant fed on their essence, their souls, ensuring that it would never close, that it would remain forever open, its doors never shutting. But why? Why did the restaurant need these sacrifices? Why did it continue to demand them, year after year? As Lucas flipped through the pages, he found a journal entry written by Mr. Veron himself. It was dated the night before the staff had disappeared, the night the pact was sealed. "We have done it," the entry began. "The deal is made. The restaurant will never close. But there is a cost. I have seen the truth. The special dish is not just a meal. It is an invocation, a binding ritual that fuels the hunger of something much older than this place. It is a dark force, a ravenous entity that feeds on the souls of the guests and the staff alike. We are all part of it now. I do not know how much longer we can endure." Lucas's hands trembled as he read the final lines. "Tomorrow, we will disappear. The cycle will begin again. La Ultima Cena will continue, and the banquet will never end. The cost of immortality is eternal, and I have become its servant." The page fell from Lucas's hands, his head spinning. The truth was more horrifying than he had ever imagined. Mr. Veron and his staff had vanished, not because of some ordinary fate, but because they had become part of the cycle themselves. They had fed the entity that demanded the banquet, and in doing so, they had become trapped within the restaurant, bound to it for eternity. And now, Lucas realized, it was his turn. The revelation hit him like a physical blow. He was next. The special dish had claimed him, just as it had claimed all the others. The restaurant had fed on him, and now it would take his soul, transforming him into the very ingredient that would sustain the cycle. But even as the terror gripped his heart, another thought surfaced. The question that had plagued him from the beginning. Why? Why did the restaurant need these sacrifices? Why did it continue to demand them? The answer was simple, yet utterly horrifying. The restaurant was a living thing. It was not just a place for food and drink. It was an entity, a being that required sustenance, human souls, so that it could continue existing. The special dish was not a meal, but a ritual, a way to keep the restaurant alive, to ensure that it would never close. It fed on the guests, the staff, and the very essence of those who dined within its walls. It was a parasite, feeding on the living and the dead alike, consuming them to maintain its existence. Lucas had become part of that existence, and now there was no turning back. As the last page of the journal fluttered to the ground, Lucas knew that he was not just a part of La Ultima Cena. He had become its next victim, its next meal, and its next offering. The banquet would continue, and he would never escape. Not as long as the restaurant hungered. Chapter 9. The Last Banquet. The air in La Ultima Cena was thick with tension, the kind of suffocating stillness that precedes an inevitable storm. Lucas could feel the walls closing in on him, the terrible truth he had uncovered. The curse that bound the restaurant was now a part of him, irrevocably. The cycles of disappearances, the ritual of the special dish, had become his own curse. He was no longer a mere witness to the horrors that took place behind the restaurant's walls. He was a participant, a player in a deadly game, where the stakes were his very soul. It was on this fateful night that everything would reach its horrific climax. The last banquet was to take place, a final unholy gathering designed to complete the cycle, to bind the newest souls to the restaurant forever. As Lucas worked in the kitchen, the clock ticking down to the evening service, an overwhelming sense of dread settled over him. He had seen it before, the way the guests arrived, eager for the special dish, unaware of the fate that awaited them. But tonight was different. Tonight, there was a palpable energy in the air, a sense of finality that he could not ignore. There was no longer any pretending. The restaurant's insatiable hunger was about to claim more lives, and Lucas had no idea how long he had before it came for him as well. The waitstaff was unusually quiet, moving in a synchronized, almost mechanical fashion, as if they were anticipating the ceremony that was about to unfold. They had all become so numb to the horror of the restaurant, so conditioned to the ritual, that nothing seemed to faze them anymore. But Lucas wasn't numb. His heart pounded with fear and rage as he prepared the ingredients for the special dish, his mind racing. He had to do something. The evening began with the arrival of the newest group of patrons. They were a mixture of elites, all dressed in expensive clothes, their faces flushed with the anticipation of the meal they were about to enjoy. Lucas watched as they were seated, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they looked over the menu. The special dish, the forbidden meal, was already being prepared in the kitchen. As the first plates were carried to the dining room, Lucas couldn't help but feel the weight of the situation. The special dish wasn't just a meal, it was a ritual. The guests were part of the ceremony. The cycle would continue, feeding the curse that had kept the restaurant alive for decades. Then, just as the first bite was taken, something changed. The air grew thicker, heavier, as if the very building was holding its breath. Lucas watched in horror as the diners began to react, their faces twisted in confusion, then in terror, as their bodies stiffened, their eyes glazed over. One by one, they began to collapse into their seats, their bodies convulsing, their limbs jerking unnaturally. But as they fell silent, their forms did not vanish as they had before. No, this time, something far worse happened. Their souls were trapped. Lucas felt it before he saw it. An overwhelming presence in the room, an unnatural force that made the hair on his arms stand on end. The spirits of the previous diners, the ones who had disappeared over the years, were here. They were trapped within the walls of the restaurant, their souls bound to the cycle, condemned to linger as part of the special dish. Their ghostly forms drifted through the kitchen, their faces twisted in eternal agony, their whispers filling the air with an otherworldly hum. The kitchen, once a place of bustling activity, had become a nightmare. The spirits of the vanished patrons hovered around the counters, their eyes pleading, their voices echoing in the silence. They were no longer human. They had become part of the ingredients, their very essence mixed into the meal that Lucas was forced to prepare. The once familiar kitchen had transformed into a hellish landscape, the walls pulsating with a dark energy, as if the building itself were alive. The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood, and the floor was slick with a dark substance that Lucas knew was not just spilled wine. Desperately, Lucas tried to focus on his task, but he couldn't. The spirits were all around him, their ethereal forms drifting past him, their voices rising in a chorus of anguish. Each. One of them was a former guest, a soul that had been devoured by the restaurant, their essence now fused with the dish that would feed the curse. The cycle was complete. But Lucas wasn't going to let it end this way. He couldn't. He had to get out. He had to escape before he became part of the meal. His hands were shaking as he grabbed his knife and began to cut the meat. But the sounds of the spirits, their cries, their whispers, distracted him. His vision blurred, the room spinning as the weight of the horror pressed in on him. Then, the doors slammed shut. The sound was deafening. The kitchen, once a place of organized chaos, had become a trap. The walls seemed to close in around him, the doors locking with a finality that chilled him to the bone. There was no way out. The restaurant had claimed him, just as it had claimed the others. The very building itself seemed to breathe, its walls twisting and contorting like something alive. In the distance, Lucas heard the faint sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate. He turned, his heart pounding, as he saw Chef Aldo standing in the doorway. His expression was cold, emotionless. It was as if the man had already given himself to the curse, his soul lost to the restaurant long ago. "The banquet is ready," Aldo said, his voice flat and mechanical. "You're part of it now. You always were." Lucas backed away, his hands trembling. "No," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I don't want this. I won't be a part of this curse." But Aldo didn't respond. He didn't need to. The truth had already been sealed. Lucas was trapped. The last banquet had begun, and there was no escaping the fate that awaited him. As the lights flickered, the room seemed to pulse with life. The walls creaked and groaned, as though the restaurant itself was feeding, drawing sustenance from the souls it had consumed. The spirits of the vanished patrons circled around Lucas, their faces twisted in eternal torment. Their eyes met his, and for a moment, he felt a sense of overwhelming despair, as though they were all part of the same horrific cycle. The doors slammed shut once again, and Lucas knew that there was no way out. The special dish would be served, and he would be the next ingredient, the next soul, to feed the curse that had consumed so many before him. The last banquet had begun, and there was no escape. The restaurant would continue. It would never close. The cycle would feed itself, and La Ultima Cena would remain open for eternity. Lucas had become part of it now, just like the others. Forever. Chapter 10. The Eternal Cycle. The last banquet had been nothing but an elaborate trap, a final act in a dark play that Lucas could never have fully understood. His heart was heavy, his hands trembling as the reality of his situation pressed in on him, like the walls of the cursed restaurant. He had fought to escape, but there was no escape. The restaurant was alive, its hunger insatiable, its walls closing in on him as the spirits of the lost diners, the souls trapped in the special dish, circled like vultures, ever watchful, ever hungry. As the spirits whispered their agonies, Lucas realized that this place wasn't merely cursed. It was a living, breathing entity. It fed not just on the souls of its patrons, but on something older, something far more ancient and terrifying than he had ever imagined. The restaurant had always been this way, its hunger stretching back through time. And Lucas, despite his best efforts, had become an integral part of that insatiable appetite. There was a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. The spirits, the fading cries of the lost, the oppressive weight of the restaurant's presence. He understood it all now. He understood why the restaurant had never closed, why it needed the sacrifices, why it had drawn him in and consumed him like so many before him. It wasn't just about feeding the curse. It was about feeding the entity that had claimed La Ultima Cena. The restaurant was not merely a place. It was a doorway, a gateway to something darker, something older, that needed to be fed for it to remain anchored in the world. With that realization came a new sense of dread. He could feel the presence of the dark force in the very bones of the building. He had read about the ancient rituals, the pacts, the sacrifices, but it wasn't until now that he understood the full scope of what had happened here and what had happened to him. As Lucas stumbled through the kitchen, the spirits of the disappeared diners hovered around him, their ghostly forms flickering in and out of focus. They reached out to him, their silent pleas begging for release. But there was no release. Not for them, and not for him. It was then that Lucas saw the recipe book, the book of the banquet, the cursed tome that had started it all. It lay on the counter, its pages yellowed with age, its leather cover cracked and worn. This was the key. He had to destroy it. If he could destroy the recipe, destroy the very source of the curse, then maybe, just maybe, he could break the cycle and stop the restaurant's hunger from consuming anyone else. His fingers trembled as he reached for the book. He could feel the weight of the centuries pressing down on him. Every page he turned seemed to resist, as though the book itself was fighting him, trying to keep its dark secret hidden. The ingredients listed were not of this world, far from it. They were otherworldly, ancient, and terrifying. But there, at the very end of the book, was the most horrifying revelation. The final ingredient, the one that completed the special dish, was not meat, not herbs or spices, but the soul of the one who prepared it. Lucas's heart sank as the truth became clear. He had been the last ingredient. The restaurant had drawn him in, fed on his soul, and now it was ready to complete the cycle. He was part of the dish now, part of the banquet that would keep the restaurant alive for another generation. Desperation flooded through him. He tried to rip the pages out, to destroy the book, but it was as though the restaurant itself was holding him back. The walls shook, and the spirits around him began to howl, their wails growing louder and louder, the sound like a chorus of tortured souls. They had become part of the meal, their souls twisted into the very fabric of the special dish that would feed the curse. They too were bound to the restaurant, trapped in an eternal loop of sacrifice and consumption. The air grew thick with the smell of burning meat, the metallic tang of blood, as the kitchen seemed to come alive around him. The walls pulsated, and the floor beneath his feet began to shift, as if the entire building were a living organism. It was breathing. It was hungry. In that moment, Lucas realized the full horror of the restaurant's power. It wasn't just a building. It wasn't just a cursed place. It was a living, breathing entity, connected to something far older, far darker than anything he could comprehend. The sacrifices had fed it, kept it alive, but the truth was far worse. The sacrifices were not just necessary to keep the restaurant open. They were necessary to keep the entity alive, anchored in the physical world. La Última Cena was the vessel, the doorway to something far more terrifying, something that fed on the souls of the living. Lucas stumbled backward, his mind reeling. He tried to run, but the kitchen had changed. The doors were gone, replaced by walls that shifted and warped, closing in on him like the jaws of a beast. The restaurant was feeding, and it would never let him leave. There was no escape. There had never been any escape. The restaurant had claimed him long before he ever set foot inside. He was part of it now. Just as the others before him had become part of the banquet, so too would he. With a scream of despair, Lucas realized that the cycle had been going on for centuries. It would never end. No matter how many lives the restaurant consumed, no matter how many souls it trapped, the cycle would continue, feeding its insatiable hunger until there was no one left to sacrifice. And once the cycle was complete, it would begin again, with a new generation of diners, new victims, drawn into the trap of La Última Cena. The spirits of the lost souls swirled around him, their mournful faces gazing at him with hollow eyes. They had all been part of the meal, part of the banquet that had kept the curse alive. And now, Lucas would join them, his soul consumed, his essence forever trapped in the cycle. The doors of the restaurant were locked tight. The special dish had been served, and there was no turning back. The last banquet had been completed, and as the night faded into eternity, Lucas became just another ingredient in the feast, another soul lost to the hunger of La Última Cena. The cycle was eternal. The restaurant would never close, and the banquet would continue forever. Chapter 1. The Discovery. Sarah had always loved the smell of old books, the musty scent of leather and yellowed pages. the faintly oppressive atmosphere of cramped aisles, packed with forgotten treasures. It was a comfort to her, something she could lose herself in for hours. Today, though, she was there for a reason. Finals were fast approaching, and she needed books for her thesis on the influence of folklore in modern horror literature. The university library was crowded and uninspiring, so she decided to visit one of the city's hidden gems, a dusty second-hand bookstore tucked away in an alley on the edge of town. It was a small shop, wedged between a rundown cafe and a florist that seemed to have seen better days. The bell above the door jingled as Sarah entered, and the musty warmth enveloped her instantly. The faint glow of sunlight barely penetrated through the grimy windows, casting long shadows across the room, filled with row upon row of neglected books. The wooden shelves creaked under the weight of countless volumes, each one seeming to tell a story of its own. The place was quiet, save for the soft rustling of pages as a solitary elderly man in the corner of the shop gently flipped through a book with thick, cracked pages. Sarah ignored him for now, instead focusing on the stacks of books around her. She wandered through the aisles, running her fingers along the spines, pulling a few out to examine. None seemed to fit her needs. Too academic, too outdated, or simply not relevant. Her eyes began to drift toward the back of the store, where the shelves seemed older, the air heavier. There was something about that corner that drew her in, like an invisible pull. As she moved closer, the rows of books grew thinner, the shelves more erratically arranged. That's when she saw it. It was a thick, leather-bound journal resting at the very back of the shelf, wedged between a pair of dusty encyclopedias. At first glance, it seemed like any other book in the shop, old, worn, with the edges of the pages darkened by age. But something about it was off. The cover was a deep, weathered brown, the kind of leather that only age could impart. But the texture felt unnaturally smooth, almost like it had been treated or oiled repeatedly. There was no title, no author, no markings of any kind on the cover. Just the faint outline of something barely visible under the grime, almost as if someone had tried to erase it. She reached for the book, pulling it gently from the shelf. As she held it in her hands, she noticed the edges of the pages, which were not the usual yellowed hue of old books. They were tinted red. At first, Sarah thought it was just a trick of the light, the reflection of a nearby lamp perhaps. But no. The edges of every page were stained with a deep crimson color, as if they had been dipped in blood. A shiver ran down her spine. It wasn't a feeling of disgust exactly, but more of unease, an instinctive awareness that there was something strange about this book. She flipped through the pages, each one brittle, creaking under her touch. The text inside was a strange script, not immediately recognizable. The ink was faded, as if it had been written long ago, but in some places, it seemed to pulse with an odd intensity, the words seeming to rearrange themselves just at the edge of her vision. She quickly closed the journal and exhaled, trying to shake off the unease that had crept into her chest. It was just an old book, she reasoned, probably something someone had left behind years ago. It was not unusual for second-hand stores to carry oddities, things that didn't fit anywhere else. She could feel the weight of the book in her hands, though, heavier than it should have been. It wasn't just its physical mass. It was as though the book carried something with it, some sort of energy or presence that couldn't be shaken off. For a moment, she considered putting it back, but something kept her rooted to the spot. Curiosity gnawed at her, that insatiable feeling that often led her into trouble. What was it about this book? Why did it feel significant? "Excuse me," she called out to the elderly man, who hadn't noticed her standing there. He looked up from his book, blinking as if waking from a dream. "Is this book for sale?" she asked. He stared at the journal for a long moment, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, gravelly, as if he hadn't spoken in years. "Ah," he muttered. "That one. It's been here for a long time. Not many are brave enough to take it." Sarah frowned, unsure if he was simply being eccentric or if there was more to his words than she realized. "Brave enough? What do you mean?" The old man's eyes shifted uneasily toward the journal, as though the very sight of it unsettled him. "It's not a book like the others, miss. Not something you just read and forget. If you take it, be careful. Some books are better left unread." Sarah's heart skipped a beat. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled. She had come across strange things in her time as a student, but this felt different. The man seemed genuinely scared. "I'm just looking for something for my research," Sarah replied with a forced smile. "I'll be fine." The old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gave her a long, hard look, as if weighing something invisible in the air between them. Finally, he sighed, as though resigning himself to something unspoken. "All right, but remember my words, miss. The book will not let you go once you take it. It has a will of its own." Sarah nodded, a sense of unease beginning to settle in the pit of her stomach. She knew better than to take an old man's warnings too seriously, but she couldn't deny the strange feeling that had taken root in her mind. With a sense of finality, she handed over the money and left the store with the journal tucked under her arm. As she stepped out into the chilly air, the door jingling behind her, she felt the weight of the book pressing against her side, as though it were already beginning to claim her. What had she just brought into her life? Unaware of the events that were about to unfold, Sarah walked away from the bookstore, her mind still racing with the strange encounter. Little did she know, the discovery of that peculiar red-bound journal would be the beginning of a nightmare she couldn't escape. Chapter 2. The First Message. Sarah sat at her desk, staring at the journal in front of her. The previous evening, after her encounter with the eccentric bookseller, she had placed it on her desk, unsure of what to do with it. The strange feeling she had about the book hadn't dissipated. In fact, it had only grown stronger as the night wore on. It seemed to stare back at her, its red-tipped pages practically glowing under the dim light of her desk lamp. She had tried to push the thought of it away, but she couldn't. The words of the old man still echoed in her mind. Some books are better left unread. But here it was, sitting innocuously on her desk. After a long day filled with tedious research and pointless assignments, she was finally home, alone in the silence of her room, and the weight of her thoughts felt unbearable. It had been a stressful few weeks at university, filled with late-night study sessions and unrelenting deadlines. On top of that, a conflict with one of her classmates had only added to her stress. Emily, a fellow student from her literature class, had gone out of her way to undermine her thesis during a recent seminar. Sarah had worked hard on her paper, and Emily's comments, sarcastic, belittling, and unjust, had felt like a direct attack on her academic integrity. There was no reason for Emily to be so cruel, and it infuriated her. So, as she stared at the journal, an impulse gripped her. She grabbed a pen, the tip of it trembling slightly in her hand, and opened to a fresh page. Her mind was a blur of frustration, and she needed an outlet. She began to write. Emily O'Hara, with her smug smile and arrogant attitude, will meet an unfortunate end. Perhaps a car accident, Maybe she'll be in the wrong place at the wrong time, or just too careless to see it coming. A fatal crash, like something straight out of one of those dark thrillers we read for class. It's the kind of thing that could happen to someone like her, someone who thinks they know it all. The words flowed out in a rush, cathartic and sharp. Sarah wasn't sure why she had chosen Emily. Maybe it was the anger she felt from their last interaction, or the fact that Emily's dismissive attitude had been gnawing at her for days. Either way, writing it down in the journal made her feel oddly liberated, as if she were putting the final nail in the coffin of a toxic relationship. When she finished, she closed the journal and set it aside. It was a ridiculous thing to do, she thought, but it had felt good. The tension in her chest eased for the first time in days. She turned off the light and settled into bed, the journal still on her desk, forgotten in the calm of the night. The next morning, the usual sounds of the city filtered through the cracks of her window. Car horns, distant voices, the rustling of leaves in the early spring breeze. Sarah awoke with a groggy start, momentarily disoriented. She had a long day ahead of her, but the exhaustion from the night before made it difficult to find the energy to move. It was around 9 o'clock when she finally rolled out of bed and trudged to the kitchen to make coffee. As she waited for the brew to finish, she checked her phone, scrolling through the various notifications that had piled up overnight. Emails, texts, social media updates, the usual. But then, something caught her eye. A news alert, a local headline. Fatal car accident claims the life of university student. Sarah froze. Her heart skipped a beat as she read the article. It was Emily. The headline went on to describe the details of the accident. Emily O'Hara had been involved in a collision on a busy intersection, her car having swerved out of control before crashing into a tree. The article described how she had been declared dead at the scene, the impact so severe that it left little hope for survival. Sarah felt her breath catch in her throat. She reread the details of the crash over and over again, but the words didn't change. There it was, exactly what she had written in the journal the night before. The accident, the timing, the details. Everything was spot on, down to the last word. Her mind raced, her thoughts swirling like a whirlwind. No, it couldn't be. This had to be some kind of horrible coincidence, a bizarre twist of fate, a random convergence of details. But deep down, she knew better. The words had been too precise, too eerily accurate. How could she have known? She didn't even know where Emily lived, let alone the exact route she took to class. The idea that the very same thing she had written, a ridiculous offhand fantasy born from frustration, had actually come to pass was too much to comprehend. Her hand shook as she set the phone down on the counter. She felt a cold sweat creeping over her skin, the blood draining from her face. This wasn't normal. Nothing about this was normal. Instinctively, she grabbed her coat and keys, determined to clear her head. She needed to get out. She needed to understand what had just happened. As she rushed out the door, the journal sat silently on her desk, its red pages waiting, as if aware of the fear that was beginning to take root inside her. The day dragged on in a blur of confusion. Sarah tried to focus on her classes, but her mind kept drifting back to the journal, to the words she had written, and to the chilling reality that they had come true. By the time she returned home that evening, she was a shell of this person who had left in the morning. Her stomach churned with dread, and every time her phone buzzed, her heart leapt into her throat. The worst part was that no one else seemed to know what had happened. The campus was buzzing with the news of Emily's death, but no one seemed to understand the implications of it. People whispered about the tragedy, about how it was so sudden and inexplicable. But Sarah knew the truth. She knew that her words had somehow caused it. When she stepped into her room, her gaze fell on the journal, still sitting there on her desk. She approached it slowly, hesitating. Something told her she should just leave it alone, throw it away, get rid of it. But curiosity, that insidious, dangerous force, pulled her closer. She opened the journal again, her hands trembling. The red ink on the pages seemed to pulse, almost as if alive. As she skimmed through the entries, she noticed something that made her stomach twist in knots. The next page was blank, but not for long. The ink began to form words before her eyes, slow and deliberate, as though the journal was dictating its own future. "The next one is coming for you." Sarah's breath hitched. She slammed the journal shut, her heart pounding in her chest. This wasn't just a book. It was something else entirely, and it wasn't finished with her yet. The horror of what had just transpired set in fully now. Sarah was no longer just worried. She was terrified. She had no idea how or why the journal had this power. But one thing was painfully clear. It wasn't done with her yet. The message had been written, and it wasn't just a warning. It was a promise. Chapter 3. Deadly Tests. The following days were a blur of dread and disbelief. Sarah couldn't shake the memory of Emily's death. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of the car crash appeared in her mind, vivid and haunting. The news of her classmate's tragic end had spread across campus like wildfire, and people whispered about the strange, untimely accident. But no one knew what Sarah knew. No one except her. The journal had predicted it, and with that knowledge came an insidious question. Could it do it again? Sarah had tried to push the thought out of her head, tried to convince herself that the coincidence was just that, a coincidence, a random confluence of details that had somehow aligned in an eerie way. After all, how could something so absurd, so impossible be real? The journal wasn't some dark relic. It was just a book with no real magic, no supernatural power, right? But the nagging thought wouldn't leave her. What if it wasn't a coincidence? What if the journal really had some kind of power? Could it have predicted Emily's death because it was responsible for it? It was then that the idea struck her. What if she could test it? Just once, to see if the journal was indeed the cause of Emily's demise. If she wrote about something, anything, and it came true, then she would know for sure that the book was no ordinary object. At first, the idea felt ridiculous. She didn't believe in curses, supernatural forces, or anything that seemed beyond the realm of reason. But after the events of the last few days, reason didn't feel very reliable anymore. There was too much evidence pointing to the journal's unnatural influence. She decided to test it, to write something about a random event, something disconnected from her life, something that wouldn't be deeply personal. Maybe it was a way to prove to herself that there was an explanation for it all. Maybe she just wanted to see the impossible unfold before her eyes. She sat down at her desk again, the journal in front of her, the same red-tipped pages glaring up at her, as if they were waiting for her to make the next move. She hesitated for a long moment, her fingers hovering over the pen. She wasn't sure what exactly to write, but her mind was racing with possibilities. Should she describe an accident? A tragedy? A strange coincidence? After several moments of indecision, she wrote, "A man will be walking down the street near the campus, carrying a heavy bag. As he crosses the street, a taxi will swerve and hit him. He will be severely injured, but will survive, though the incident will cause a stir in the neighborhood. The man's bag will contain a broken laptop. It wasn't anything personal, just a random scenario. A man she had never met, a simple accident. She didn't even think it through entirely. She just wrote it down quickly, almost mechanically, as though trying to rid herself of the unsettling thoughts that had occupied her mind for days. Once she finished, she closed the journal, slid it into her bag, and tried to carry on with her day. But no matter what she did, her thoughts kept returning to the journal. What if it worked? What if it didn't? The day passed in an uneasy haze, and by evening, she had almost forgotten about the experiment. Almost. As dusk fell, and she prepared to meet some friends for dinner, she noticed her phone vibrating. A text, then another, and another. She opened the first message. It was from a classmate, someone she had barely spoken to. "Hey, did you hear? A guy got hit by a taxi near the campus today. It's crazy. He was just crossing the street, and bam, the taxi came out of nowhere. Apparently, he had a bag with him too, and it's all over the news. The guy's in the hospital now. They're saying his laptop was wrecked." Sarah's pulse quickened. Her breath caught in her throat. She read the message again. It was exactly what she had written. The man, the bag, the taxi, the laptop, everything. It had all happened, just as she had described it. The words she had written, words that she thought were meaningless, had manifested in the real world. Panic surged within her. She felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. She had to know more. She had to understand what was happening. This wasn't just a coincidence. She could no longer deny it. She grabbed her coat and ran out of her apartment, her mind in turmoil. The campus was buzzing with the news of the accident. Students gathered in groups, talking in hushed tones about the strange event. Sarah overheard snippets of conversation as she passed by. "Did you see that guy get hit? It was like something out of a movie." "Yeah, the laptop. The guy said it was totally destroyed. Weird." Sarah couldn't keep still. She had to find out more. She needed to see the man who had been hit, needed to see the details for herself. She pushed her way through the crowd and found the scene, now cordoned off by police. A few onlookers stood around, their faces marked by curiosity and shock. In the distance, she could see the man being loaded into an ambulance, his face pale and twisted in pain, his arm wrapped in a bandage. And beside him, on the pavement, a large black bag. Her stomach churned. She looked down at her phone again. Another message. This one from her best friend, Lisa. "I can't believe this is happening. They said the guy had a laptop in his bag, and it's destroyed. They're calling it a freak accident, but something feels off about it." Sarah's heart raced. She had written about the man's bag, his broken laptop, and the accident. But there was more. She had written it without knowing any details, without understanding the truth behind the scenario. And yet, it had all come to life. Her thoughts were spinning. This wasn't just coincidence anymore. This was something far more sinister. The journal wasn't a harmless object. It had power. It could shape reality. And if it could do this, if it could make her words come true, then what else could it do? What else would it do? In a frenzy, Sarah rushed back to her apartment, slamming the door behind her. She needed to know where this had come from. What kind of dark force was behind it? With trembling hands, she flipped through the pages of the journal, desperately searching for any clues. She found nothing, just more strange words, cryptic phrases that made little sense. But as she reached the last page, she found something different. The ink was still fresh. The writing was no longer in the neat, deliberate script she had seen before. It was messy, rushed, almost frantic. You will learn the truth soon. There is no escape. The journal will demand its due. Sarah's blood ran cold. She realized that she had just begun to uncover a terrible secret, one that would change everything. The journal wasn't just a tool. It was a force, a malevolent presence that had been waiting for someone to write its story. And now, it had found her. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. There was no turning back now. The journal had chosen her, and she was trapped. Chapter 4. Indestructible. Sarah couldn't breathe. Every time she thought about the journal, every time she closed her eyes, the images of the accidents, of the words she had written coming to life, flashed before her. The power it had was real, and it was growing stronger. She had tried to deny it, to rationalize it, but there was no ignoring the truth now. It wasn't just some book. It was a malevolent force, an entity that fed on the lives of those it touched, bending reality to its will. The weight of her situation bore down on her, suffocating her. She felt trapped. The journal was like a shadow that followed her every move, always present, always watching. She couldn't escape it. And worse, it wasn't just happening to random strangers. It was happening to her. The more she wrote, the more the journal seemed to pull her into its dark web, one tangled thread at a time. The only thing that made sense, the only way she could think to free herself from this nightmare, was to destroy it. If the journal was really causing these events, then surely, if she could get rid of it, the curse would end. It was the only logical conclusion. She had to destroy it, by any means necessary. Her first attempt was the simplest: fire. She grabbed the journal off her desk, her hands trembling as she held it in her grip. She had no idea how a simple book could hold so much weight, physical and emotional. Her heart raced as she set the journal on the small coffee table in the middle of her room and lit a match. The flame flickered, casting shadows on the walls as she held it to the edge of the journal. For a moment, nothing happened. The paper caught the flame, crackling softly. She leaned in closer, desperate, watching as the fire licked at the pages. She felt a strange sense of satisfaction, the heat from the flames washing over her face. But then, in an instant, the fire went out. The match died. The flames sputtered and faded, leaving the journal completely untouched. The edges of the pages were charred, but the book itself was still there, whole, unscathed, as if the fire had never happened. Sarah's heart sank. She stared at the journal, unable to believe what she was seeing. No, this couldn't be. She grabbed the book again, shaking it as if trying to force it to comply with her will. It was as if the journal was mocking her, daring her to try again. The panic inside her was rising. There was no way this could be happening. She needed to be free. She needed it gone. And so, her next plan was simple: the river. If fire couldn't destroy it, water surely would. She didn't care how far she had to walk, or how long it would take to find a place where the water was deep enough. She just needed to rid herself of the book, once and for all. The next day, she found herself standing at the edge of the river, the water flowing swiftly beneath the bridge. The wind was cold, the scent of damp earth and decay heavy in the air. Her hands shook as she held the journal in front of her, her breath coming in shallow gasps. It was her last chance. With a swift motion, she tossed the journal into the water, watching as it disappeared beneath the surface, swallowed up by the current. For a moment, she stood there, waiting for the satisfaction to come, waiting for the feeling of relief. But it never did. She stood there for hours, waiting, until the cold began to seep into her bones and the sun dipped low on the horizon. Finally, she left the riverbank, her mind reeling. She walked back to her apartment, the weight of the situation heavy on her chest, but still, no sense of peace. She had done it. She had rid herself of the journal. It was gone, or so she thought. When she returned home, the first thing she saw was the book, sitting innocuously on her desk, as if it had never left. The same journal, same red-tinged pages, same ominous presence. She stood frozen in the doorway, unable to comprehend what she was seeing. She hadn't even heard it return. Had she been imagining it? Was it some sort of cruel trick her mind was playing on her? The journal was there, and it had come back. Sarah felt the world crumble around her. She dropped to her knees, her mind a swirl of confusion and dread. What was this thing? What kind of power did it possess? She had tried everything: fire, water, even distance. But it didn't matter. The journal was indestructible. It could not be destroyed. Her hands gripped the edge of the desk as she fought to keep her composure. She felt like she was losing control, losing herself. The weight of the realization crushed her. There was no escape. No matter what she did, no matter how hard she tried, the journal would always come back. It was a relentless force, an unyielding power that would not let go. She turned the journal over in her hands, her mind spinning with fear. She was terrified, but more than that, she was desperate. She couldn't keep living like this, under the shadow of the book's influence. The terror, the unease, it was suffocating. She needed to end it. She had to find a way. That's when she saw it. The message. It was written on the last page of the journal, in ink that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. The words were clear, and yet they seemed to tremble on the page, as though the journal itself was alive, whispering its command. You cannot escape. Sarah's blood ran cold. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her as the words etched themselves into her mind. The journal wasn't just indestructible, it was omnipotent. It could not be escaped. It had chosen her. It had claimed her. For a moment, Sarah wanted to scream, to rip the journal apart, to run as far away as she could. But deep down, she knew it was futile. She had no control. The book had power over her now, and she was its unwilling servant. With shaking hands, she placed the journal back on her desk, not out of choice, but out of sheer, paralyzing fear. There was no point in fighting anymore. The journal was part of her life now, a part of her future, whether she liked it or not. She sat in the dim room, the journal resting before her like a quiet, malevolent beast, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. And Sarah realized that she was not the one who would be writing it. The journal had its own story to tell, and she was just the character it had chosen to destroy. Chapter 5. The Man from the Bookstore. Sarah's mind raced with fear and frustration. The journal had returned once again, and no matter what she did, she couldn't escape its grip. Every time she tried to rid herself of it, it seemed to come back stronger. She could feel the weight of its presence in her life, like an oppressive force that hung over her every waking moment. The terror had consumed her. What had once been a curiosity, a bizarre accident of fate, had now become her prison. She couldn't bear the thought of going on like this, trapped in a nightmare that she couldn't wake up from. But there was one place left to go, One person who might hold the answers she so desperately needed. The old man from the bookstore. Sarah didn't know why she hadn't gone to him sooner. The strange man had seemed to know something important, when he had warned her about the book. But she hadn't taken him seriously, hadn't listened to the implications of his words. Now, as she felt the suffocating grip of the journal tightening around her, she knew that she had no choice but to return to him. She grabbed her coat, her breath shallow with anxiety, and hurried out the door. The bookstore was a short walk away, but each step felt like it was taking her deeper into the unknown. The air was thick with the scent of rain, and dark clouds loomed overhead, as if the very sky reflected her sense of dread. When she arrived, the bell above the door jingled as she entered the familiar, dimly lit space. The shelves seemed to close in on her, as they always did, their contents a silent testament to forgotten knowledge. There was something inherently unsettling about the place, as though it existed outside the boundaries of time. The elderly man was there, sitting in the same corner of the shop, his gnarled hands leafing through a book. His gaze flickered up when she entered, and for the briefest moment, his expression seemed to soften in recognition. "You've returned," he said, his voice raspy and low. "I had a feeling you would." Sarah's heart thudded painfully in her chest. She took a step forward, her voice shaky but determined. "I need to know more about the journal," she said. Her words rushed. "What is it? Why does it keep coming back? Why is it doing this?" The old man didn't reply immediately. His eyes narrowed, studying her with an unsettling intensity. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, the weight of his gaze pressing on her. Finally, he closed the book he had been reading and sighed deeply. "You don't understand what you've stumbled upon, do you?" His voice was quieter now, almost a whisper, as though the very words were dangerous. "That journal, it's not like any other book. It's something far worse than you could imagine." Sarah clenched her fists, trying to steady her breath. "I don't care about how bad it is. I just need to know how to get rid of it, how to stop it from controlling my life." The man stared at her for a long moment, his eyes searching hers as though weighing her resolve. He seemed to debate something internally, as if he were considering whether or not to share the truth with her. At last, he leaned forward, his voice dropping to an even lower whisper. "The journal has passed through many hands," he said slowly, "and every single person who has come into possession of it has met a grisly end. You can try to burn it, drown it, bury it, but it won't matter. The journal is indestructible. It cannot be destroyed by any earthly means." Sarah felt her stomach twist. Why? Why can't it be destroyed? What is it? The old man closed his eyes, as if the memory of what he was about to tell her was painful. His voice was trembling now, a mix of fear and resignation. Because it was never meant to be destroyed. The journal is part of something older, something much darker than any of us can understand. It was created by someone who sought power, power beyond the realms of life and death. The ink, the pages, the words, they're not ordinary. They carry a curse that binds anyone who writes in it. That's why it comes back, no matter what you do to it. It's tied to you now, and there's nothing you can do to break free. Sarah shook her head, disbelief clouding her mind. But why me? Why did it choose me? The old man paused, his eyes shadowed with something Sarah couldn't quite place. It doesn't choose people randomly. It chooses those who are vulnerable, those who have something to lose. It feeds on your emotions, your fears, your anger, your desires. And the more you write in it, the more it takes from you. It's not just predicting death, it's causing it. But you won't see it until it's too late. Sarah staggered back, the weight of his words sinking in. She felt the blood drain from her face, her head spinning. "You're saying I'm the one causing the deaths?" The old man nodded grimly. "Yes. The journal amplifies the dark thoughts inside you, the ones you'd rather not confront. It turns them into reality, and the more you write, the more it takes from you. You can try to stop it, but as long as you're still connected to the book, the cycle will continue." Sarah's mind raced as the pieces fell into place. She had felt it, the journal's power, the way it seemed to pull her into its grip every time she wrote. The deaths, the accidents, they were all connected to her. She had been feeding it with her anger and frustration, unknowingly becoming a pawn in its twisted game. "But there has to be a way to break it," she said, her voice desperate. "You must know something. How do I stop it?" The old man's expression darkened. "I wish I could tell you that there's a way out, but there's no simple solution. You can't escape it. The journal will always find its way back to you, no matter what you do. The only thing I can tell you is this. The journal has been passed from hand to hand for centuries, and every single person who owned it has died under mysterious circumstances. It's always the same: an accident, a heart attack, a fatal illness, something violent, something sudden. But each death feeds the curse." Sarah's legs wobbled beneath her, and she stumbled to a nearby chair. Her world was crumbling around her. There was no escape, no way out. The journal had her now, and nothing she did would change that. The old man stood, walking slowly toward her. His hands were trembling, his face pale as he looked down at her. "If you want to survive," he said softly, "you'll need to find the source. Find out who created it and why. But be warned, what you discover may be worse than the curse itself." Sarah's breath caught in her throat. "Where do I even start?" The old man hesitated, then pointed toward the back of the store. "There are more books, old books hidden away. Some of them may have answers, but be careful. Once you start digging into the past, there's no turning back." Sarah stood up slowly, her mind racing. She had to find those books. She had to know everything. There had to be something, anything, that could help her break the hold the journal had on her. But as she moved toward the back of the store, the weight of the old man's warning settled over her like a cold shroud. There were answers to be found, yes. But would those answers give her the strength to survive the truth? And what if, in the end, the truth was worse than the curse itself? Chapter 6. The Pattern. Sarah sat in her apartment, staring at the journal once again. The heavy weight of the book felt like a curse itself, a dark shadow looming over her every thought. She had hoped to find answers when she returned to the bookstore, to learn more about the journal and its twisted history. But the truth had only deepened the nightmare. The old man's words echoed in her mind. The journal was indestructible. It was a curse, and she could not escape it. The sense of hopelessness that had started as a whisper now screamed in her mind. How could she go on like this? Every time she tried to rid herself of the journal, it came back. Every time she tried to run from it, it found its way back into her life. And each time, the death toll grew, the consequences of her involvement more profound. The idea of confronting the curse head-on was terrifying, but somewhere, deep down, a part of Sarah still held on to a faint hope that there was a way to break free from the journal's hold. There had to be some way to escape the cycle, some way to stop the inevitable from happening. She opened the journal, the pages now familiar, yet still foreign to her, each one like a ticking clock. She had scoured it several times already, looking for any clue, any hint of a solution, but nothing had come up. The words on the pages had always been enigmatic, cryptic, or nonsensical. But there was something about the book now, a strange pull that urged her to look deeper, to search between the lines, to look beyond what was written. Her fingers traced the edges of the pages, and as she flipped through, something caught her eye. There, at the very back of the journal, was a folded scrap of paper, wedged between two of the pages. Sarah's pulse quickened as she carefully pulled it out, her hands trembling with anticipation. It was a yellowed note, the ink faded but still legible. The handwriting was jagged, rushed, as if written in a frenzy. If you're reading this, then you've made the same mistake I did. You've taken the journal. Don't make the same mistake I did. Sarah's heart raced as she read the note. It seemed to be written by someone who had been in her exact situation, someone who had owned the journal before her. The note went on. The journal has a pattern, a cycle. Every new owner must go through it. At first, it seems like a series of random events, coincidences. But soon, you'll realize it's not. Every new owner must fulfill the cycle of death before they are claimed. Every death feeds the journal. The more you write, the more the curse strengthens. It will feed off your emotions, your fear, your guilt, your anger. It will turn everything you feel into something real. And once you've written enough, the journal will come for you. There's no escape from it. You will be claimed. Sarah felt her blood run cold. The words seemed to echo in her mind, reverberating through her skull like a warning, a pattern. The journal was not random. It had a purpose. It was feeding on her emotions, on her fears. She had already contributed to the cycle by writing about Emily and the accident, but that was just the beginning. The key, the note continued, is to break the cycle. But it's not easy. To break the journal's hold, you must understand its pattern. Each new owner must write the deaths of at least 3 people. That's the price. Once you write enough, the journal will become a part of you. The cycle will complete, and the journal will claim its due. Sarah felt her breath catch in her throat. 3 deaths. She had already caused one. And now, the journal was claiming the lives of those around her. What had started as a mere coincidence, her anger, her frustration, her writing, was now an undeniable pattern. She had unwittingly become a part of it. The note continued with more cryptic instructions, but Sarah could barely focus. Her mind was reeling from what she had just read. The idea that the journal had a cycle, a purpose, made her feel even more powerless. She wasn't just an unwilling participant in a game of chance. She was caught in a web of fate, and the threads were tightening around her. There is one way, the note said, to break free, but it's not without consequences. You must destroy the journal completely, not by fire, not by water, not by burying it. You must destroy it through the source, the origin. Only by breaking the journal's creation will the curse be lifted. But beware. The journal is old, and the source is not something you can easily find. If you search for it, you will awaken the darkness that created it. Sarah closed her eyes, trying to take in the full weight of the words. She was trapped in this cycle, caught in a pattern of death, and the journal was using her own emotions to fuel its power. It wasn't just about writing the deaths. It was about living the deaths, feeling the terror, the grief, the guilt, until it consumed her. She had unwittingly become a part of the curse, and now she had to find a way to destroy it completely. But the note also spoke of consequences. Finding the source, breaking the journal's origin, would come with its own price. The journal had been created by something dark, something ancient. Could she really face whatever lay at the heart of it? Would she even survive the encounter? Sarah's hands shook as she placed the note back inside the journal. Her mind swirled with fear and confusion, but one thing was clear now. The journal had a pattern. She wasn't the first to fall prey to it, and she wouldn't be the last unless she could find a way to break the cycle. Her thoughts turned to the old man in the bookstore. He had warned her about the journal, but he had also hinted at something deeper, something that connected all of the previous owners. She needed to know more about the origins of the journal, about the dark history that had led to its creation. There was a source, a place, a way to end it all. But as Sarah sat there, alone in her room, she knew one thing for certain. Finding the source would be the most dangerous thing she would ever do, and it might be the last thing she ever did. The cycle was closing in on her. The pattern was complete, and if she didn't act soon, the journal would claim her as its next victim. The question was, could she survive long enough to break free? Chapter 7. The circle closes. The days that followed were a blur of terror and dread, each moment a slow crawl towards something Sarah couldn't escape. She had known deep down that her actions, her involvement with the journal, had consequences. But now, the reality of those consequences was suffocating her. The journal had become a constant presence in her life, its weight pressing against her every waking hour, its dark influence creeping into every corner of her existence. It was in the dead of night, when the world outside her apartment was still and silent, that the journal began to change. Sarah had been sitting at her desk, trying to piece together the fragments of what she had learned. The cryptic note, the pattern, the cycle of death. It was all too much for her to process. She had to act, but the fear of what would come next held her frozen. Could she really face the origin of the journal? Could she truly break the curse? Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed something strange, something subtle, yet profoundly unsettling. The pages of the journal, which she had closed hours earlier, were open once again. The book lay on her desk, as if someone had been flipping through it, as if it had a life of its own. Sarah's heart raced. No, this couldn't be happening. She stood up slowly, her body stiff with anxiety, and walked over to the desk. As she leaned in, she felt the air grow colder, as though the very room had become charged with an ominous energy. The journal was open to a page she hadn't written on, a page that hadn't existed before. Her hands shook as she reached for it, her breath shallow. The words on the page were written in a flowing, almost hypnotic script. It was not her handwriting. It was as if the journal had taken control, writing on its own, as if it had a mind of its own. Sarah read the words aloud, her voice trembling as she spoke. Tonight, Sarah will receive a call, a phone call from someone she once called a friend. That person will be found dead in their apartment by morning, a victim of a violent, mysterious attack. The cause of death will be unclear, but it will be sudden and brutal. Sarah's blood ran cold. The words were too precise, too personal. She knew exactly who it was referring to. Lisa, her best friend. Lisa had been her confidant, her rock, through everything. And now, The journal had just predicted her death. The sense of dread that had been building inside Sarah surged like a tidal wave, consuming her in an instant. But it didn't stop there. The next page turned on its own, the ink continuing to spill across the paper. The following day, Sarah's neighbor, a woman she barely knows, will be found dead. Her body will show signs of strangulation, but there will be no witnesses. Sarah will feel the weight of her guilt as she begins to realize the journal's true purpose. It is not merely predicting death, it is dictating it. Sarah's vision blurred. She had no control. This was no longer a series of random events. The journal had become a harbinger of death, a force that fed off her emotions, her fears, her very soul. Each new prediction brought her closer to her own doom, and the worst part was that she could do nothing to stop it, nothing to change it. With trembling hands, she slammed the book shut, the finality of the action echoing through the room. She couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't stand by and let the journal claim more lives, especially not those she cared about. It had already taken Emily, and now it was targeting Lisa and others close to her. How many more would it take before the journal came for her? For the first time since this nightmare had begun, Sarah made a decision. She would confront the journal. She would face the force that had been controlling her life, and she would find a way to break free, no matter the cost. She stood up, the journal still gripped in her hands. Her mind was made up. She would not be its victim. Not anymore. The room seemed to close in on her as she paced back and forth, trying to steady her breathing. The journal, though silent, seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, its pages rustling as if calling to her. She needed to understand how to destroy it, how to sever its hold on her, once and for all. Her mind raced as she recalled the cryptic note she had found in the journal. To break the journal's hold, you must find its source, its origin, and destroy it. The note had warned her of the dangers, of the darkness that awaited those who sought to uncover the truth behind the journal. But what other choice did she have? The answers lay beyond the pages, beyond the death and destruction. She needed to know where the journal had come from, who had created it, and why it had chosen her. She had to uncover the truth before it was too late. But as she stood there, on the edge of making a decision that could change everything, the phone on her desk suddenly rang. The shrill sound pierced the silence of the room, making her jump in shock. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. She didn't need to look at the caller ID to know who it was. Her hand trembled as she picked up the phone. It was Lisa's number on the screen, but Lisa was supposed to be fine. She had just spoken to her the day before. Sarah's throat went dry as she pressed the phone to her ear. "Lisa?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. There was a pause on the other end, followed by the faint sound of breathing. But it wasn't Lisa's voice. It was distorted, as though the person on the other end was struggling to speak. And then, the voice that answered was cold, emotionless, and unmistakable. "Help me," the voice rasped, sending chills down Sarah's spine. Before she could respond, the line went dead. Sarah stood frozen, her heart hammering in her chest. Her fingers trembled as she lowered the phone, the weight of the moment crashing over her like a wave. The journal had been right. The first prediction had come true. Lisa was in danger, and it was only a matter of time before the next death came to pass. The cycle had begun to close. The journal was moving closer to its ultimate goal, Sarah herself. And now, more than ever, she had to face the truth. If she didn't act quickly, if she didn't confront the journal's source, it would take everything from her. She glanced at the journal on her desk, its pages now impossibly still. She could feel its presence, its gaze fixed upon her, waiting for her next move. It was no longer a question of whether or not she could escape. It was a question of whether she had the strength to face it. Sarah knew what she had to do. The circle was closing, and it was time to break it. Chapter 8. The Truth of Red. Sarah felt the weight of the journal in her hands as she walked through the darkened streets of the city, her heart heavy with dread. The cycle was closing in on her, each moment drawing her closer to the inevitable. She had tried everything, burning it, drowning it, even burying it, and yet the journal always returned, its grip tightening with each passing day. The predictions, the deaths, they were no longer coincidences. They were the journal's design, and Sarah was powerless to stop it. But now, she had a new sense of purpose, a new resolve. The old man from the bookstore had given her the key, the origin, the source of the journal. If she could uncover its dark history, if she could find out how it had come to be, then maybe, just maybe, she could break the curse that had bound her to it. Her mind raced as she made her way to the library, the same one she had visited for years, where she had once pored over books and research. But tonight, it wasn't the usual assignments that filled her thoughts. It was the journal, the terrible, cursed object that had become the center of her life. The library was quiet when she arrived, the doors creaking slightly as she pushed them open. The stale, musty air of the place seemed oddly comforting, a brief reprieve from the chaos that had consumed her world. But Sarah wasn't here to browse casually through the shelves. She knew exactly what she was looking for. She made her way to the back of the library, where the oldest, most obscure books were kept, hidden away in dusty corners and locked shelves. Her heart pounded as she scanned the titles, her eyes searching for anything that could explain the journal's existence. And then she found it. A book, bound in cracked leather, sitting on a high shelf, almost as if waiting for her. The title was faded, almost unreadable, but Sarah could just make it out. The Immortal Word, the Rituals of Eternal Life. Her breath caught in her throat. This was it. This was what she had been searching for. With trembling hands, she pulled the book from the shelf and flipped through its pages. She barely noticed the weight of the book, too consumed by the discovery she had just made. The pages were yellowed with age, the words written in a script that felt both foreign and familiar. But as she read, it all began to make sense. The journal, the curse, the deaths. It was all connected to one man, one dark and twisted mind. The book told the story of a writer named Elias Corbin, a brilliant but disturbed man who had lived centuries ago. Corbin was obsessed with the idea of immortality, not through the usual means of science or medicine, but through the written word. He believed that the act of writing could capture the essence of a person's soul, preserving it forever within the pages. But that wasn't enough for him. He wanted more. He wanted power. He wanted to control life itself. Driven by madness, Corbin had turned to forbidden rituals, the dark arts of necromancy and blood magic. He began to experiment with ways to bind a soul to a book, to create something that could transcend time, something that would endure long after its creator had passed. The ritual required a powerful, ancient incantation, but it didn't just require words, it required blood. Specifically, the blood of the writer's victims. Corbin had murdered countless people, using their blood to stain the pages of his book. As the blood soaked into the pages, it became infused with dark magic, binding the souls of the victims to the journal itself. With every death, Corbin's power grew, and the journal became more than just an object. It became a vessel for evil, a receptacle that could sustain itself by feeding on the lives of others. The red pages were not merely a symbol. They were the result of the blood of the innocent, their life force absorbed into the very fabric of the journal. The color of the pages, the truth of red, was a testament to the blood that had been spilled, the lives that had been taken to ensure the journal's immortality. Sarah's hand shook as she read the final pages of the book, her mind reeling with the horrific implications of what she was learning. The journal was a parasite, feeding off the lives of those who touched it, growing stronger with every death. It had been passed down through the ages, finding new victims to feed its insatiable hunger. And now, it had found her. Corbin had never stopped. Even after his death, the ritual continued, with each new owner of the journal becoming a part of its curse, contributing to its twisted legacy. The journal was no longer just a book. It was a force, a living entity that could never be destroyed, only passed on, from one victim to the next. Sarah closed the book with a sharp snap, her heart pounding in her chest. The truth was worse than she had imagined. The journal wasn't just an object of evil. It was the embodiment of evil itself, a vessel for the souls of its victims, a creature that had lived for centuries, sustained by death and darkness. Her mind raced. She couldn't let this continue. She couldn't let the journal claim any more lives. But now, with the truth of its origin in her hands, she understood the full extent of the curse. Breaking it wasn't as simple as destroying the journal. It wasn't enough to burn it or drown it. The journal was a part of something much larger, something that stretched back centuries, and its roots ran deep into the dark corners of the world. But there was still a glimmer of hope. The book had mentioned a way to end the curse, a way to sever the journal's connection to its creator. Sarah had to find the ritual, the incantation, the one thing that could destroy the source of the journal's power. She had to find a way to stop it from consuming her, from destroying everything she loved. The library felt colder now, the air thick with the weight of what she had learned. The truth of red was a truth too terrible to ignore, too dark to accept. The journal had been feeding off the lives of its owners for centuries, and now it had claimed her. She was its next victim, the next in the long line of deaths that the journal had caused. But Sarah wasn't going to let it take her. She wasn't going to let it consume her soul, as it had done to so many before her. With a new sense of purpose, Sarah slammed the book shut and stood up. The ritual, the key to breaking the curse, was out there somewhere, hidden in the darkest corners of the world, waiting for her to find it. She would stop at nothing to uncover it. She would face the darkness head-on, confront the source of the journal's power, and break the cycle once and for all. But as she made her way out of the library, her mind filled with determination. One thing was clear. The road ahead would not be easy. The journal was powerful, and the forces that had created it were ancient and unforgiving. But Sarah was ready. The truth of red had been revealed, and now she would do whatever it took to destroy the journal and break its curse, before it was too late. Chapter 9. The Last Entry. Sarah had barely returned to her apartment before the journal began its next phase of terror. The truth she had uncovered, the history of the journal, the blood that soaked its pages, the endless cycle of death, was only the beginning. Now, with the journal's curse threatening to consume her, she knew the time had come for her to act. But what could she do? How could she fight a force that had existed for centuries, one that thrived on death, destruction, and manipulation? The clock on her wall ticked relentlessly as she sat at her desk, staring down at the journal. The journal, which had been nothing more than an oddity when she first found it, was now the central figure in her life. A dark, omnipotent presence that seemed to control her every move. She had read its predictions. She had seen the trail of death it had left behind, and she knew that it had one final move left to make. Sarah was going to be its next victim. She was the next name on the list, and the journal would stop at nothing to claim her life. It had been less than a day since she uncovered the truth, and now, with the weight of everything she had learned pressing down on her, Sarah had no choice but to confront the journal head-on. She had to act fast. She had less than 24 hours before it would claim her, just as it had claimed those before her. With trembling hands, she opened the journal, and as expected, the ink was already spreading across the page, as though anticipating her every move. The words that appeared on the page sent a chill down her spine. They were written in the same eerie, flowing script, as though the journal itself had been waiting for her to take the next step. In less than 24 hours, Sarah will become the final victim. The cycle will be complete. She will join the long line of souls trapped within the pages, and the journal will continue its eternal hunger. There is no escape. There is no turning back. Sarah's heart raced as she read the words, the finality of them sinking into her bones. She could feel the cold grip of inevitability tightening around her throat. She wasn't just a part of the cycle anymore. She was the final chapter, the one who would complete the journal's long history of death. But Sarah wasn't about to give up. Not yet. She had found the notes in the library, those cryptic instructions, the hidden truth about the ritual that could break the curse. She had learned that there was a way to sever the journal's power, to destroy its hold over her. But the ritual was dangerous. It was a desperate measure, one that might not work. And even if it did, there was no telling what kind of price she would have to pay. The ritual required certain elements: a circle of salt to ward off the journal's influence, a single drop of her own blood to sever the bond between her soul and the book, and an incantation to destroy the journal's source, its creator, Elias Corbin. If she performed the ritual correctly, she could end the curse, but there was no guarantee that it would work. She could very well be putting herself in even greater danger. Sarah stood up, her legs unsteady, and began gathering the materials: the salt, the candles, the knife to draw her blood. The very thought of cutting herself made her stomach churn, but she knew that if she wanted to survive, she had no choice. The journal had already predicted her death. It had already sealed her fate. She set the journal on the floor, positioning it at the center of the salt circle she had drawn. The candles flickered dimly in the room, casting long shadows across the walls. Sarah felt a cold sweat break out across her skin. Everything had to be perfect. There was no room for error. As she knelt down beside the journal, she felt its presence, its pull. The book seemed to hum with a dark energy, like a beast waiting for its prey. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and steadied her hands. I am the master of my fate. I will not be your prey. Her voice was barely a whisper, but it felt like the words had power. She took the knife and pressed the blade to her palm, drawing a small, sharp cut. The blood that welled up seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. She held her hand over the journal, letting the blood drip onto its pages, the liquid seeping into the paper like a sacrificial offering. At first, nothing happened. But then, the journal began to react. The pages flipped open violently, the ink spreading across the paper, the words forming faster than Sarah could read. It was as though the journal was feeding on her blood, the power of the ritual energizing it. The words on the page twisted and writhed, forming a new prediction, one that made Sarah's stomach turn with fear. The ritual will fail. You cannot escape. Your blood has already been claimed. The circle will not protect you. The journal knows your every move. It has already seen your attempt to break the cycle, and it will not allow it. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as the words burned into her mind. She had underestimated the journal's power. It knew what she was doing. It anticipated every move, every step she took. There was no escaping it, no hiding from it. As the journal continued to write, Sarah realized with horror that it wasn't just predicting her actions, it was controlling them. Every time she moved, every time she thought she was one step ahead, the journal was already a step further. It was an invisible enemy, an omniscient force that knew her every thought, her every fear. The room seemed to close in on her as the journal continued to churn out words, its predictions coming to life in real time. She could feel the weight of its malevolent presence pressing down on her, suffocating her. The salt circle, the blood, the ritual. It was all for nothing. The journal had already anticipated her every move, and she was powerless to stop it. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the temperature in the room dropped. Sarah's breath came out in visible puffs of cold air. The journal slammed shut, as though it had completed its final task. The last entry had been written. It was done. But Sarah didn't stop. She refused to accept defeat. She had to find a way to break free, to destroy the journal once and for all. She would not let it claim her, not after everything she had learned. She wouldn't be the final victim. She reached for the journal, her hands shaking, and felt its power surging through her once more. But this time, something was different. The journal was not as strong as it had been before. The words seemed to blur and fade, as if the power was beginning to wane. She didn't know how or why, but she knew this was her last chance. She had to destroy it now, before it could claim her once and for all. Sarah took the journal in her hands, and with a final desperate cry, hurled it into the fire. She watched, breathless, as the flames consumed it, the book burning with an unnatural intensity, the ink sizzling and hissing as it melted away. The heat of the fire was unbearable, but Sarah stood her ground, watching as the journal was finally destroyed. And as the last embers burned out, she felt a strange calm wash over her. It was over. The curse had been broken. She had survived. But as Sarah walked away from the smoldering ashes of the journal, a chilling thought crossed her mind. Had she truly destroyed it? Or had she merely sealed her fate, once again, in the pages of a new book? The cycle, it seemed, was never truly over. Chapter 10. The Cursed Legacy. Sarah's breath was ragged as she stood over the smoldering remains of the journal, her hands trembling from the intensity of what had just occurred. The flames had finally consumed it. After everything she had gone through, after everything the journal had made her endure, it was gone. The journal, that cursed omnipotent object, was no more. The truth had been revealed, the ritual had been performed, and she had destroyed the source of the curse. It was over, or so she thought. The heat of the fire still lingered in the room, But as Sarah stared at the charred remains of the book, a sickening sense of dread began to creep over her once again. The fire had burned bright and fierce, consuming every page, every ounce of ink that had once carried the journal's malignant power. There was no way it could have survived. There was no way it could come back. And yet, as the final embers sputtered out, the oppressive silence that followed felt wrong. The air felt heavier than before, thick with an energy that Sarah couldn't place. It wasn't the warm, comforting silence of peace. It was the cold, suffocating stillness of something waiting to happen. Her pulse quickened as she scanned the room. The shadows seemed to grow longer, more defined, as if the very walls were closing in on her. She wanted to believe it was over. She wanted to believe she had won. But something deep inside her, something primal, told her otherwise. Sarah turned her gaze back to the remains of the journal. She took a cautious step forward, then another, her heart pounding in her chest. The flames had reduced the book to nothing but ash, but as she peered closer, something caught her eye. A small, tattered corner of what looked like a page, barely visible beneath the charred remains. A chill ran down her spine. She reached down, her fingers trembling as she pulled at the scrap of paper. The moment her fingers touched it, a strange sensation flooded through her, like an electric current pulsing from the very core of the scrap. Her breath hitched, and she jerked her hand back, as though burned. But it wasn't the scrap that had burned her. It was the sensation itself. That feeling of being connected to something much larger, much darker than herself. And then, as if it had been waiting for her to notice, the scrap of paper began to writhe in her hand. Slowly, as though alive, the ash dissolved from it, and the page began to unfurl itself, revealing words written in dark, flowing ink. You thought you could break the cycle. You thought the journal was gone. But the curse never ends. It is passed on, from one victim to the next. And now, it is your turn to deliver the legacy. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. The words were too familiar, too much like the predictions that had come before. The journal, somehow, was speaking to her once again, its dark influence seeping back into her life. She stumbled backward, her legs weak beneath her, as a terrible realization began to sink in. The journal had not been destroyed. No, it had been reborn, its power now transferred into something else. It had become more than just a book. It had become a legacy, a curse that was passed down, destined to find new victims, just as it had found her. And now, as the words continued to form before her, she understood the true horror of what she had done. She hadn't broken the cycle. She had only sealed her own fate, ensuring that someone else would take her place. Someone else would now become the next owner of the journal, the next victim of its insidious power. Her mind spun as the implications of the message hit her all at once. The journal hadn't been destroyed. It had merely been waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. And now, in its final act, it was reaching out to her, just as it had reached out to all the others before her. The words on the page continued. You will search for it, just as they all did. You will seek the answers, but in the end, you will find only darkness. The journal's legacy is never ending, and it will continue its hunger for eternity. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she scanned the words, each one etching itself into her soul, a reminder of the never-ending cycle she was now bound to. The curse had passed through countless hands before hers, and now it was hers to carry forward. There was no escape. there was no freedom. The legacy of the journal would continue, just as it had for centuries. But it wasn't just the curse that haunted her. It was the terrifying realization that the journal was still very much alive, and it had already chosen its next victim. As if on cue, there was a knock at the door. The sound was soft, almost hesitant, but in that moment, it felt deafening. Sarah froze. Her mind raced, her heart thundering in her chest. No, it couldn't be. She walked slowly to the door, her hand shaking as she reached for the handle. Her pulse raced as she opened the door to reveal a figure standing in the doorway. A man, young and unassuming, holding a package in his hands. The man looked at her with a neutral expression, his eyes tired, as though he had seen too much. "Delivery for Sarah Connolly," he said, his voice soft. Sarah's stomach churned. The name on the package, her name, was written in a familiar flowing script, the same script she had seen on the journal's pages. She felt a surge of panic rise in her throat as she took the package from him, her hands trembling violently. "Thanks," she whispered, barely able to keep her voice steady. The delivery man nodded, turned, and walked away, leaving Sarah standing in the doorway, the package clutched in her hands. Her mind raced with terror, but a part of her already knew. She didn't need to open the package to understand what was inside. She didn't need to look at the contents to know that the journal had found its way back into the world. It had found its next victim. Sarah backed away from the door, her body trembling, as she slowly turned the package over in her hands. She couldn't escape it. No one could. The journal had been passed to her, and now it would pass on to someone else. The cycle would continue. The legacy would never end. The moment of reckoning had come. She slowly ripped open the package, her heart in her throat, and found herself face to face with the journal once more. It was wrapped in faded red cloth, but its presence was undeniable. Its power was still alive, still searching for the next victim, and it had already chosen its next keeper. As the journal's pages slowly began to turn on their own, Sarah's blood ran cold. The legacy had been passed. The cycle would continue. And now, someone else. Someone unknown. Someone who would one day discover the journal, would become its next victim. Sarah collapsed to her knees, the weight of the journal in her hands too much to bear. There was no escaping it. The curse, the legacy, the journal, it was eternal. And as the pages turned, Sarah realized with a shiver that the story had only just begun. Chapter 1. The First Shadow. The full moon hung high in the midnight sky, casting its pale, ghostly light over the quiet streets of the suburban neighborhood. The calm was deceptive, masking the sinister events unfolding beneath its glow. Gabriel Ortega stood by his car, staring up at the moon, feeling the chill of the night air seeping into his bones. The phone call had come in, just as he was about to leave the precinct, a harsh reminder that he couldn't escape the darkness that always seemed to follow him. A young woman found dead under the moonlight. The details were sparse, but the message was clear enough. Another murder, another victim, and this time, the scene was eerily familiar. As Gabriel walked toward the crime scene, the familiar hum of police radios and the shuffle of footsteps on gravel filled his ears. He pushed through the crowd of officers and forensic experts, his sharp eyes scanning the scene, looking for anything that stood out. The body had already been covered, but the surroundings were still raw, vivid, almost alive with the scent of decay and death. His gaze fell on the wall, just beside the body. His breath caught in his throat. There, Etched into the cracked plaster of the building was the shadow of the victim. It wasn't a typical shadow, no. It was elongated and twisted, as if the woman's form had been distorted in the moments before her death. It clung to the wall, stretching out like a dark omen. Gabriel's heart raced. He had seen shadows like this before, but never in this way. There was something unnatural about it, something wrong. Detective Ortega, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to find Officer Miranda, a young cop with an air of anxious curiosity in her eyes. We've got the victim's ID. Her name is Clara Soto, early 20s. No obvious ties to any known criminal activity. Gabriel nodded absently, still fixated on the shadow. And the cause of death? Multiple stab wounds, but you need to see this. Miranda handed him a small evidence bag. Inside, there was a photograph, clear and cold. It showed Clara, alive and smiling, standing in front of a park under a moonlit sky. The odd thing was the timestamp on the photo. It was taken mere hours before her death. We found this in her bag. She took it herself, apparently, right before she... Gabriel held up a hand to silence her. Let me guess, he muttered. The shadow. Miranda's lips pressed together in a tight line, her expression unreadable. Exactly. The photograph didn't just show Clara's image. It also showed a sliver of the same shadow on the ground beneath her. It was subtle, easy to miss, but Gabriel noticed the irregularity immediately. The shadow didn't match the lighting angle. It was as if it had been placed there, intentionally. He clenched his jaw. Something wasn't right. Too many questions swirled in his mind, none of them making sense. The full moon, the shadow, the photograph. This wasn't just another random killing. There was a pattern, a chilling symmetry to the events that made his gut twist with dread. He crouched beside the body, his eyes narrowing as he studied the victim's features. Clara Soto was beautiful, her face still holding the traces of life that had been so violently ripped away. The precision of the stab wounds suggested a killer who was methodical, almost surgical in his approach. Gabriel wasn't looking for a motive, not yet. He was looking for something else, anything that could explain the presence of that damned shadow. He had seen it before, not in this context, but somewhere else, somewhere distant, yet disturbingly close. As he examined the crime scene, the pieces of the puzzle slowly began to form in his mind. Over the past few months, there had been reports of strange, unexplained deaths scattered across the city, incidents that seemed unrelated at first. Each victim had been found under similar circumstances, murdered in the dead of night, their bodies left under the eerie glow of the full moon. The police had dismissed these as coincidence, but Gabriel was never one to believe in such things. He had learned long ago that coincidences were just convenient lies, hiding deeper truths. A flash of memory flickered in his mind. Another case, another full moon. He had dismissed it at the time, attributing it to his own exhaustion and growing paranoia. But now, standing here in this quiet neighborhood, with the shadow of Clara Soto looming over him, he felt the weight of his own doubts pressing down on him. He stood up, his eyes still fixed on the strange projection on the wall. "Miranda," he called out, his voice low. "Can you pull up all the recent cases, the ones that happened under the full moon?" Miranda raised an eyebrow. "You think this is connected?" "I don't know yet," Gabriel replied, his voice hardening with resolve. "But I can feel it. There's something about these murders. They're not random. We're dealing with something far more dangerous than we realize." The officer nodded and walked off to retrieve the files. Gabriel continued to study the shadow. His gut told him that there was a pattern here, something sinister hiding in the depths of these killings. The fact that the shadow seemed to persist after the victim's death was proof of it, proof that there was something unnatural, something beyond the realm of human understanding at play. His thoughts were interrupted when Miranda returned, a stack of case files in her hands. "Here," she said, handing them over. "All the cases from the last few months, all under the full moon." Gabriel flipped through the files, his eyes scanning the reports with practiced speed. Each one matched the same disturbing pattern: an innocent victim, a brutal killing under the light of the full moon, and, almost always, the same eerie shadow lingering after death. It was too much to ignore. There had to be a connection. "Look at this," Gabriel muttered, pointing to a file near the bottom of the stack. It was dated just a week ago. "This victim, it's the same. Same method, same moonlit scene, same damn shadow." Miranda leaned in, her face pale as she read the report. This can't be a coincidence. Gabriel's mind raced as he stood in the center of the crime scene, the full moon casting its light down on him. This wasn't just another series of killings. This was something far more complex, far darker than anyone could have imagined. And as much as he hated to admit it, he felt like he was being drawn into a game he didn't understand, one that was playing with forces far beyond his control. The first shadow had appeared, but it wouldn't be the last. Chapter 2: The Enigma of Shadows. The night air was thick with tension as Gabriel Ortega stood beneath the flickering streetlight, staring into the shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly along the darkened alley. It had been 2 weeks since the first murder, and the city was still reeling from the shock of the brutal killings. But to Gabriel, the strange shadows that lingered on the walls were now the key to understanding the twisted puzzle he was trying to solve. Each new murder followed the same chilling pattern. The victims, all found under the full moon's pale light, had one thing in common: their shadows. No matter where the body was discovered, their shadows would remain etched on nearby walls, as if they were tethered to the space itself, unwilling or unable to escape. As a detective, Gabriel was used to solving cases through evidence and logic. But this was something beyond the ordinary, something he couldn't explain. His obsession with these shadows grew with each passing day. He spent hours poring over case files, re-examining every scene, looking for the faintest clue that could give him a foothold. But the shadows seemed to be mocking him. The more he stared at them, the more they refused to make sense. It was during one of these long nights, as he stood over the photographs of the most recent victim, a young man named Eric Miller, that Gabriel felt a chill run down his spine. The body had been found in an abandoned building near the edge of town. The scene was eerily familiar. Another lifeless body, another inexplicable shadow. The photograph of Eric's death, taken by the forensic team, was the same as the others. Distorted shadows, stretched unnaturally across the walls. But something was different this time. As Gabriel studied the image, his eyes narrowed. In the background, partially obscured by the shadow, he could just make out a figure. A person, standing in the far corner of the room, barely visible in the dim light. The figure's face was obscured, but Gabriel could tell it wasn't one of the officers or forensic specialists. This person didn't belong. A sense of unease settled over him, but it wasn't fear. It was the feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough. Gabriel quickly jotted down a note in his case file and glanced up at the clock. It was just past midnight. He'd need to follow this lead, but he couldn't do it alone. The next morning, Gabriel met with his partner, Officer Miranda. She looked just as tired as he felt, the lines under her eyes deepening with each passing day of this unnerving investigation. They had worked together long enough to know when the other had something important to say. "You see it too, don't you?" Gabriel asked, sliding the photograph of Eric's death across the table. Miranda leaned forward, her brow furrowing as she studied the image. "There's someone in the background. We need to find out who they are." Miranda nodded slowly, but Gabriel could see the doubt in her eyes. She wasn't convinced yet. But why would someone be lurking in the background? It doesn't make sense. If they were involved, they would have been at the scene before the body was found. So why are they hiding? Gabriel clenched his fists. "I don't know. But the shadows, they're too consistent. Every crime scene, the same. We've got a pattern here, Miranda. A pattern that's beyond coincidence. And I think this person, whoever they are, has something to do with it." Miranda was silent for a moment, then sighed. "All right, we'll look into it. But we're not going to get anywhere unless we dig deeper. We need more than just a shadowy figure in the background." Gabriel agreed. He had to find a way to tie all the loose ends together. And then, in the midst of his contemplation, he remembered something from the past. The photographer. There had been whispers of a local photographer who specialized in nighttime shots. He was known for his peculiar obsession with capturing the moon and the way it illuminated the city's forgotten corners. Gabriel had heard rumors that the photographer had been seen at several of the crime scenes, though no one could say for sure. He wasn't a suspect, but he might know something that could help the investigation. His images, like the one that had been found with Clara Soto's body, had an eerie quality, almost prophetic, as if they were capturing moments before they happened. "Miranda," Gabriel said, looking up from the table, "I need you to track down a photographer. His name is Daniel Ruiz. He's been photographing the city at night, and I think he might know something. Maybe even more than he realizes." Miranda raised an eyebrow. "A photographer? You think this is all connected to him?" "I don't know. But I do know that his work is unusual. And I think he might have been capturing something more than just pictures of the city." Miranda wasn't entirely convinced, but she knew better than to argue when Gabriel had his mind set on something. "All right, I'll see what I can find on him. But we'll need more than a hunch to get him involved in this." Gabriel stood up, his mind already racing. The shadows, the figure in the background, the photographer. All of it was part of a larger puzzle, and Gabriel was determined to put it together. He couldn't afford to overlook any detail, no matter how small or strange. The answers were out there, waiting to be found. As the days passed, Gabriel became more obsessed with the idea of Daniel Ruiz. He couldn't shake the feeling that the photographer knew something that could unlock the mystery of the murders. He began to visit local art galleries, searching for any exhibitions or photographs that might give him a clue. He spent hours scrolling through social media profiles, looking for any connection between Ruiz and the victims. But it wasn't until he finally tracked down a listing for a small gallery show at a local cafe that he found what he was looking for. The exhibition was set to open in 2 days. Gabriel felt a surge of anticipation. This could be the breakthrough he had been waiting for. He had to meet Ruiz, and when he did, Gabriel would make sure to find out the truth, no matter how dark or terrifying it might be. Chapter 3. The Night Photographer. Gabriel stood outside the dimly lit cafe, staring up at the faded sign that hung above the entrance, La Luna Gallery. The gallery was small and tucked away in a quiet part of the city, nothing extravagant, but it had become a local favorite for artists who sought to display their work in an intimate setting. It was here, he had learned, that Daniel Ruiz's latest exhibition was being held. The photographer's obsession with the night, the moon, and shadows had piqued Gabriel's interest more than anything else in the investigation. Tonight, the detective hoped to learn something that would tie the photographer to the recent murders. As he entered the gallery, the scent of coffee and paint lingered in the air. Soft jazz music played in the background, blending with the hum of quiet conversations. Gabriel's eyes scanned the room, filled with several large black and white photographs of moonlit streets, cityscapes bathed in a soft, eerie glow, and countless shadows stretching across walls like living things. The images were captivating, almost hypnotic. But it was the shadows that unsettled him the most. They seemed to pulse with a life of their own, as though they held secrets hidden just out of sight. Gabriel's gaze landed on a figure standing near a corner, looking at a photograph of a woman bathed in moonlight. The man had a quiet, intense presence, tall and thin, with short, dark hair and piercing eyes that seemed to reflect the moon's light. It was Daniel Ruiz, the photographer. Gabriel approached him slowly, feeling the weight of the man's gaze before Daniel even looked up. There was something unnerving about the photographer's calm demeanor, a quiet confidence, or perhaps a cold detachment. Gabriel had dealt with many types of people in his career, but Daniel felt different, almost like he was in tune with something Gabriel couldn't quite grasp. "Mr. Ruiz?" Gabriel asked, his voice steady, but carrying an undercurrent of suspicion. "I'm Detective Gabriel Ortega. I was hoping we could talk." Daniel's lips curled into a small, polite smile. "Of course, Detective. I've been expecting you." Gabriel's brow furrowed. "You've been expecting me?" "I know why you're here," Daniel replied, his voice smooth, almost too calm. "You're here because of the murders, because of the shadows." Gabriel didn't flinch, though the photographer's words sent a chill down his spine. He couldn't afford to let himself become unsettled now. "I need to ask you about your photographs," Gabriel said, leaning in slightly. "Some of them..." He paused, searching for the right words. "Some of them seem to predict things, events, people. There are details in your images that couldn't have been known unless you were at the crime scenes before they happened." Daniel's smile widened slightly, his eyes glinting with something almost amused. "Predicting the future, Detective? That's a bit dramatic, don't you think?" Gabriel's instincts were screaming at him now, his mind racing through the images he'd seen, the strange coincidences. "Don't play games with me, Ruiz. The last murder, Eric Miller. There was a photo in the evidence bag that showed a shadow exactly like the one found at the crime scene. You were there, in the background of that photo." Daniel's expression didn't change. He simply nodded, as though he had been waiting for this moment. "I was there," he admitted softly. "I take pictures at night. I capture the moments before they slip away. I've been doing it for years, and sometimes..." His voice trailed off as he walked over to a table, picking up a thick leather-bound portfolio. He returned to Gabriel, flipping it open to reveal a series of photographs. "These," Daniel said, "are some of my most recent work. You might find them interesting." Gabriel's eyes narrowed as he studied the first photograph. It was a picture of an alleyway, bathed in the harsh light of the full moon. At first glance, it looked like any of Daniel's other photos, a serene, almost haunting image. But something was off. In the shadows of the alley, just beside a dumpster, stood a figure, a man. The man had his back turned, his features obscured, but the angle of the shadow seemed wrong. It stretched unnaturally long, almost as though it was pulling the man towards the darkness. Gabriel's throat tightened. "What is this?" "It's a photograph," Daniel replied calmly, "just like all the others." Gabriel turned the page. The next image was even more disturbing. This time, the photograph showed a woman standing in front of a park, bathed in the glow of the moonlight. Her posture was stiff, unnatural, and there, just beneath her, was the shadow again, elongated and contorted, almost alive. It seemed to twist and writhe along the sidewalk, like it was trying to escape the body it belonged to. Gabriel recognized her. She was Clara Soto, the first victim. The timestamp on the photo was less than an hour before her death. Gabriel felt his breath catch in his chest. You were there too. You took this photo before she was killed." Daniel's expression was unreadable. "I didn't kill her, if that's what you're suggesting. I'm just a photographer. I take pictures of the night, the city. But sometimes..." He paused, almost as though he were choosing his words carefully. "Sometimes the night shows me things that will happen, or things that have already happened." Gabriel felt his heart pound in his chest. He had suspected something was off about Daniel, but now his suspicions were beginning to take shape. The photographer wasn't just a witness. He was a part of something darker, something far more dangerous than Gabriel had imagined. "Tell me what you're not saying, Ruiz," Gabriel demanded, his voice sharp with authority. "Why are you showing me these pictures? What do they mean?" Daniel didn't answer immediately. Instead, he flipped to the next photo. It was a wide shot of the city, the moon high in the sky, casting long shadows across the rooftops. But it was the shadow that caught Gabriel's attention. It stretched out from the edge of a building, impossibly long, creeping across the pavement like a living thing. And there, in the shadow's path, stood another figure. A woman, her features obscured by the darkness. Gabriel's gut twisted with a sense of impending doom. "Who is she?" Daniel didn't reply. Instead, he closed the portfolio and looked Gabriel directly in the eye. "You're asking the wrong questions, detective. You should be asking why the shadows follow me." Gabriel felt his skin prick with unease. He couldn't explain it, but he knew one thing for certain. Daniel Ruiz wasn't just a bystander. He was part of the mystery, whether he understood it or not. And that thought gnawed at Gabriel's mind as he stood there in the dimly lit gallery, surrounded by the eerie silence of the photographs. The shadows weren't just images in a frame. They were a warning. And Gabriel was beginning to realize that he was in deeper than he had ever anticipated. Chapter 4. The Full Moon. The full moon rose higher in the sky, its pale glow casting an eerie light over the city. It seemed brighter than usual, its silvery rays illuminating the streets with an almost unnatural brilliance. Gabriel Ortega stood on the rooftop of an old apartment building, his coat flapping in the cool night breeze as he watched the moon with a sense of foreboding. The murders had all taken place under the light of the full moon, and Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that something darker was at play, something beyond the reach of logic and reason. Tonight was different, though. There was a weight in the air, a stillness that seemed to pulse with tension. It was the third full moon since the first murder, and Gabriel had made the decision to stay out in the open, watching the city closely, hoping to catch a glimpse of the killer or uncover something that had eluded him before. The night was quiet, but there was a lingering sense of dread in the atmosphere, like the calm before a storm. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Gabriel pulled it out, glancing at the message. It was Miranda. "We've got a call. Another body. Same place as the others. Meet you there." Gabriel's stomach dropped. Another victim. His pulse quickened as he typed a quick reply. "I'm already on my way." He didn't need to ask for details. He already knew where it would be, just like the others, under the moonlight, where the shadows seemed to linger and twist unnaturally. Gabriel made his way to the crime scene, the streets empty except for the occasional car or pedestrian walking briskly to their destination, unaware of the horror that was about to unfold. As he arrived, he saw the flashing lights of squad cars reflecting off the nearby buildings. Officers were scattered around the scene, some taking statements, others securing the area. Miranda was waiting for him by the entrance of an old, dilapidated building on the edge of the neighborhood. She looked as weary as Gabriel felt, but there was a hardness in her eyes that told him she was ready for whatever was to come. "Another one?" Gabriel asked quietly, stepping toward her. "Yeah," Miranda replied, her voice strained. "Same pattern, same damn shadows. But there's something different this time. You need to see this." They entered the building, moving carefully through the dark, musty corridors. The stench of decay hit Gabriel's nostrils, but he pushed it aside. The body was in the main hallway, just like the others. A woman, her lifeless form sprawled out beneath a broken window. The moonlight poured in, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally across the walls. Gabriel's eyes immediately locked onto the shadow of the woman. But something was wrong. It was moving. Slowly at first, almost imperceptibly, the shadow seemed to shift across the wall, its shape distorting like liquid in the moonlight. His heart skipped a beat. "Do you see it?" he whispered to Miranda, his voice tight with disbelief. Miranda followed his gaze, her face pale as she nodded. "It's not just the wall. The shadow is alive." Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. He had seen the strange shadows before, but this was different. In the previous cases, the shadows had simply lingered, frozen in time, as though they were a natural extension of the body. But now, the shadow seemed to have a life of its own, stretching, writhing, as if it was trying to escape its confines. He stepped closer to the body, trying to steady his nerves. The victim was a young woman, no older than the others. Her face was pale, her eyes wide open in a silent scream, her body battered with the telltale signs of violent trauma. But it wasn't the victim that held Gabriel's attention. It was the shadow. For a moment, the shadow twisted sharply, stretching across the wall until it reached the opposite side of the room. Then, as if acknowledging Gabriel's presence, it began to retreat, almost as though it was trying to return to the body. It moved with purpose, following the contours of the wall, like an invisible force tugging at the darkness. Gabriel reached out, almost instinctively, as if he could stop it, but his hand passed through the air, finding nothing but cold, empty space. The shadow, however, seemed to know he was there, and for a split second, it hesitated, frozen, as if waiting for him to make a move. This wasn't natural. Gabriel felt a chill crawl up his spine as the realization hit him. The shadows weren't just following the victims, they were responding to the night itself, to the moon. Something about the full moon was awakening these shadows, giving them power over the very walls of the city. It was as if the moonlight was pulling something from within the shadows, something ancient and malevolent. And with each murder, with each victim found beneath its cold light, the shadows grew stronger. This is impossible," Miranda muttered, her voice shaky. She had seen a lot in her career, but this was beyond her experience. Gabriel's mind raced. Could it be that the full moon was more than just a backdrop for the killings? Was there something more sinister at work? A curse? A ritual? He didn't know, but he was starting to feel like the moon itself was complicit in these deaths. And the shadows, they were not mere byproducts of the murders. They were alive, and they were growing stronger with each passing full moon. He stepped back, glancing around the room, his mind spinning. There had to be an explanation. He needed to understand what was happening, why these shadows moved, why they lingered, and what it all had to do with the full moon. "Miranda," he said, his voice steady despite the turmoil in his mind. "We need to find out everything we can about the moon, about these shadows, and about the victims. There's something connected to all of this, something older than we realize." Miranda looked at him, her expression grim. "And what about the photographer?" Gabriel hesitated. He had thought about Daniel Ruiz, about the photos, the way they seemed to capture moments before they happened. But something about Daniel's calm demeanor, the way he had dismissed the connection between his pictures and the murders, made Gabriel uneasy. He wasn't sure he could trust him yet, but he knew one thing for certain. The photographer was somehow tied to this mystery. "Keep an eye on him," Gabriel said, his voice low. "But we need answers, and we need them fast." As they left the building, Gabriel couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. The shadows were alive, moving with the moon, and the more they uncovered, the more dangerous it would become. The full moon had always been a symbol of mystery and magic, but now it felt like something darker was being awakened, a force that was reaching out, touching the lives of everyone in its path. And Gabriel was right in the center of it. Chapter 5. An Ancient Pact. Gabriel stood in front of the old wooden shelves of the library, the quiet rustling of pages echoing in the silence. The musty scent of old books filled the air, mingling with the faint odor of mildew that clung to the aging building. He had been here for hours, combing through dusty volumes on folklore, supernatural phenomena, and lunar mythology. The connection between the full moon, the moving shadows, and the murders had led him down a path that felt more like a nightmare with each passing moment. Yet, the answers seemed to hide in plain sight. His fingers brushed over the spines of countless books, each one more obscure than the last, until one caught his eye. It was an old leather-bound tome with faded gold letters on the spine that read, "Lunar Sins, Rituals of the Forgotten Moon." Gabriel had never seen this book before. In fact, it looked like it had been buried here for decades, perhaps longer. The name of the author was worn away by time, leaving only a vague imprint. Without hesitation, he pulled the book from the shelf and opened it to the first page. As his eyes scanned the ancient text, he was struck by the eerie sense that he had stumbled upon something much darker than he had anticipated. The pages were filled with strange symbols, descriptions of moonlit rituals, and legends of a powerful lunar entity, a being that thrived on sacrifices. Gabriel's heart began to race as he read further, his mind struggling to process the information. It spoke of a pact, an ancient agreement between this entity and the humans who once worshipped it. The moon, it seemed, was not just a celestial body. It was a force, an ancient primordial being that demanded blood in exchange for its power. According to the book, the pact had been forged centuries ago by a secret group of mystics who had believed that by sacrificing innocents beneath the full moon, they would gain favor with the lunar entity. The victims' souls, it was said, would fuel the power of the moon, allowing it to manifest its power over the earthly realm. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. The words on the page felt like a punch to his gut. The ritual described in the book was eerily similar to the murders he had been investigating. The full moon, the strange shadows, and the victims left in unnatural positions. It was all connected. But how? Was this ancient pact still active? Could it be that someone, perhaps Daniel, had revived it? He shook his head, trying to dismiss the wild thought. This is just folklore, he told himself. Superstition. But as he continued to read, something gnawed at the back of his mind. The more he read, the more the events surrounding the murders seemed to mirror the rituals described in the book. There were accounts of shadows becoming alive, shifting and twisting with the power of the moon. And the sacrifices, they always took place beneath the full moon, just as the murders had. He needed to keep digging. Gabriel spent the next several hours poring over the book, taking notes and comparing the symbols and rituals described within its pages to the events unfolding in the city. His head ached from the sheer weight of the information, but the more he uncovered, the more convinced he became that there was something far more dangerous at play than a string of isolated murders. As the sun began to set, Gabriel closed the book with a heavy sigh. His mind was racing, but there was still one missing piece: Daniel Ruiz. Gabriel had always suspected that the photographer had some connection to the killings, but now he felt a growing certainty that Daniel was more than just a bystander. The photographs, the shadows, the moon, it was all too interconnected to be a coincidence. He needed to see Daniel again. The following day, Gabriel met with Miranda to discuss his findings. They were sitting in the police precinct, surrounded by case files, photographs, and notes that Gabriel had painstakingly gathered over the past few weeks. Miranda looked at him with a mixture of exhaustion and skepticism, but Gabriel's demeanor was more focused than she had ever seen him. "I think I've found something," Gabriel said, his voice steady but full of urgency. "I was in the library, and I came across an ancient text. It talks about a pact with a lunar entity, an entity that demands sacrifices under the full moon in exchange for power. It's like the murders we've been investigating. They're part of some kind of ritual." Miranda's brow furrowed. "Wait, you're saying this is... what? Some kind of supernatural thing? A curse?" Gabriel shook his head. "I'm not sure yet, but the more I read, the more it matches the patterns we're seeing in these killings. The shadows, the way they seem to move, the fact that all the victims are found under the full moon, it all points to the same thing. Someone is trying to fulfill this ancient pact. They're using the moon and its power to fuel something." Miranda was quiet for a moment, her eyes scanning the notes in front of her. "And you think Daniel Ruiz is involved in this?" "I'm certain of it," Gabriel replied, his voice firm. "The photographs, the way he spoke about the moon, the shadows, it all fits. But I don't think he's doing this intentionally. I think he's been drawn into it, maybe even manipulated." Miranda leaned back in her chair, absorbing Gabriel's words. "So you think Daniel knows about this pact? That he's somehow connected to these murders? But he's not the killer?" "I'm not sure he's aware of everything, but I believe he has something to do with it." Maybe he's been using the moon's power without understanding the consequences. Or maybe he's being controlled by something much darker than he realizes. Gabriel paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. I need to speak with him again. I need to understand what he knows. If this pact is real, then we have to stop whoever is behind it before more people die. Miranda nodded, but there was a hesitation in her eyes. And if he's the one who's been pulling the strings all along? We don't know that yet, Gabriel said, standing up. But we need to find out. Fast. Later that evening, Gabriel made his way to Daniel's apartment, his mind swirling with doubts and fears. The information from the book had left him shaken, but he couldn't ignore the growing sense that Daniel was the key to unraveling this mystery. The photographer's obsession with the moon, his eerie photographs, everything seemed to be pointing to him. As Gabriel approached the door, he hesitated for a moment, his hand resting on the doorknob. There was no turning back now. He needed answers. He knocked, and after a few moments, Daniel opened the door, his face as calm and enigmatic as ever. But there was something different in his eyes, a flicker of recognition, as if he had been expecting Gabriel. I knew you'd come, Daniel said softly. The moon is calling you. Gabriel stepped inside, his mind racing. I need answers, Daniel. You know more than you're letting on. I found something about an ancient pact with the moon, and I think you're tied to it. I need you to tell me the truth. Daniel smiled, but it wasn't a reassuring smile. It was the kind of smile someone gives when they know something you don't, when they know you're walking into something far bigger than you can understand. The truth is darker than you think, Detective, Daniel said, his voice low. The moon isn't just a light in the sky. It's much more than that, and it's not something you can escape. Gabriel's heart pounded as he realized that he had stepped into a web of lies, rituals, and ancient powers, and now there was no way out. Chapter 6. The Mark of the Moon. The rain fell in heavy sheets, drumming against the windows of Gabriel's car as he sat in silence, staring at the address written on the piece of paper in his hand. He had spent the better part of the last few hours tracing Daniel Ruiz's family history, trying to piece together the puzzle that had become his life's work over the past few weeks. And the more he uncovered, the darker the picture became. Daniel's family wasn't just a simple group of artists and dreamers. They were tied to something far more sinister, something rooted deep in the city's forgotten past. His mother, Rosa Ruiz, had been a well-known figure in occult circles, a woman whose obsession with the full moon and the rituals it demanded had earned her both reverence and fear. She had died mysteriously 10 years ago, under circumstances that had never been fully explained. But Gabriel was starting to see the connections. Rosa Ruiz wasn't just a photographer's mother. She was a practitioner of dark rituals, and her son, Daniel, was unwittingly tied to her legacy. Gabriel's fingers tightened around the steering wheel as he turned the corner, the faint glow of streetlights barely visible through the thick veil of rain. He was close now, approaching the old crumbling house where Daniel had grown up. It was located on the outskirts of the city, in a neighborhood that had long since been abandoned and forgotten by most. The house itself was an imposing structure, a Victorian mansion that looked like it had been frozen in time, its paint peeling and its windows dark, except for a single dim light flickering in one of the upper rooms. This was the place, the heart of it all. Gabriel parked his car and stepped out into the downpour, his jacket quickly becoming soaked. He didn't mind the rain. It was the least of his concerns. His thoughts were focused on the house in front of him, on the secrets it held. He had already learned enough about Daniel's mother to know that this place was the key to unlocking everything. Rosa's rituals, her obsession with the moon, everything pointed here. The gate creaked as Gabriel pushed it open, the rusty hinges groaning in protest. He made his way toward the front door, his boots squelching in the wet grass. As he reached the porch, he hesitated for just a moment, staring at the peeling wood and the cracked steps. This house had been abandoned for years, but Gabriel had a feeling it had never truly been empty. The walls, he suspected, held more than just memories. He rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. Gabriel didn't expect one. This house had been empty for a long time. He pulled out a lock-picking kit from his jacket and quickly worked his way through the old lock. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, dusty hallway. The air inside was thick with the scent of mildew and decay. Gabriel stepped inside, his footsteps echoing in the silence. The house felt alive in a way that made Gabriel's skin crawl. He could feel the weight of its history pressing down on him, its walls seemingly whispering the secrets of the past. As he walked further inside, he noticed symbols etched into the walls, strange and indecipherable runes that seemed to pulse with an energy all their own. These were the same symbols he had seen in the book he discovered, the ones that were tied to the ancient lunar pact. It was clear that Rosa Ruiz had been a part of something far darker than Gabriel had initially imagined. He continued through the house, the air growing colder as he ascended the stairs. The hallway at the top was narrow, with doors leading to various rooms. Gabriel pushed open one of the doors and stepped into a large, empty bedroom. It was clear that it had once belonged to Daniel. There were old photographs on the walls and a desk piled high with books and papers. But what caught Gabriel's attention was something far more unsettling. On the far wall, near the corner of the room, was a mark. At first, it appeared to be nothing more than a faint smear of dirt or age. But as Gabriel stepped closer, he realized it was something much more sinister. The mark had been carved into the wall, not with a knife, but with something far sharper, something that had penetrated the surface of the plaster, leaving an unmistakable impression. It was a symbol, one that Gabriel recognized instantly from his research. The same symbol he had seen in the book about the lunar pact. It was a crescent moon with a jagged line running through the center, almost as if it had been split in two. Beneath the symbol was a faint reddish-brown stain, like dried blood. Gabriel reached out, his fingers brushing against the mark, feeling a chill rush through him. This was it. This was the proof he had been looking for. Rosa Ruiz had been performing rituals here, dark rituals tied to the moon, and now her son, Daniel, was inexplicably linked to it all. As Gabriel stood there, his mind reeling, he heard a sound from behind him. A door creaked open, and a figure stepped into the room. Daniel. Gabriel turned slowly, his heart pounding in his chest. He had known this moment was coming, but it still took him by surprise. Daniel stood in the doorway, his expression unreadable, his eyes dark and distant. The photographer looked exactly as he had during their previous meetings, calm, almost serene. But now, something was different. There was a shadow in his gaze, a flicker of recognition, as though he had been waiting for Gabriel to uncover the truth. "I see you've found it," Daniel said, his voice low and steady. "The mark of the moon." Gabriel's throat tightened. He couldn't hide his anger or his fear. This is where it all started, isn't it? Your mother, her rituals. You were raised in this house, surrounded by this darkness. It's all been leading up to this. Daniel didn't respond immediately. He stepped further into the room, his movements slow and deliberate. You think you understand, detective, but there's more to this than you realize. The moon isn't just a symbol, it's a force, and it's not something you can escape. Not once it's claimed you. Gabriel's mind raced as he processed Daniel's words. Your mother, she made a pact, didn't she? A pact with whatever dark entity controls the moon, and now you're part of it. But why? What does it want from you? Daniel's lips curled into a faint, sorrowful smile. What it wants is to be remembered, to be worshipped. And my mother, she knew that. She knew the price. But I didn't. I was just a child. Gabriel could feel the weight of Daniel's words, but he wasn't about to let him off the hook. And what about the murders? What's your role in all of this? Daniel's gaze darkened. The killings? They're part of the ritual. The blood is needed. But I didn't know. I didn't understand. Not until it was too late. Gabriel stepped closer, his voice rising with urgency. What do you mean it was too late? Are you the one killing these people, Daniel? Daniel's eyes flickered with something, fear, or maybe something worse. No, I didn't kill them, but I can feel it. It's like the shadows have their own will. The pact, it's being completed, and I'm not in control anymore. Gabriel's heart raced as he took a step back, trying to process the overwhelming flood of information. What does that mean? What happens next? Daniel's voice dropped to a whisper, and for the first time, Gabriel saw something that almost looked like despair in his eyes. The full moon. It's coming again. And when it rises, the final sacrifice will be made. The pact will be sealed. The weight of Daniel's words hung in the air like a death sentence. Gabriel had no idea what was about to happen, but he knew one thing for sure. Whatever this was, it was far from over, and they were running out of time. Chapter 7. The Power of the Shadow. The night felt colder than usual as Gabriel Ortega drove through the dark streets of the city, his mind racing with the weight of everything he had uncovered. Daniel Ruiz, the photographer who seemed to be at the center of these strange murders, was more than just a bystander in this twisted tale. Gabriel had begun to suspect that Daniel wasn't just taking photographs. He was somehow involved in the deaths themselves. The question was, how? After his confrontation with Daniel at the house where he grew up, Gabriel had been left with more questions than answers. Daniel had claimed that he wasn't in control of the murders, that he hadn't committed them. But something in his eyes, something in the way he spoke, made Gabriel doubt that explanation. The shadows, the moving shapes, the eerie photographs. There was more to this than mere coincidence. Gabriel had decided to take matters into his own hands. He needed to understand Daniel better, and to do that, he needed to get a closer look at his personal belongings. The photographer had a habit of being elusive, but Gabriel had a few tricks up his sleeve. He had managed to track Daniel down to a small apartment on the outskirts of town, a sparse, sterile place that felt more like a storage unit than a home. He parked his car a few blocks away and made his way toward the building. The air was heavy with the promise of rain, and the city was eerily quiet. Gabriel's mind buzzed with thoughts of the symbols, the bloodstains, and the cryptic words Daniel had spoken. It all pointed to something far bigger, far darker than he had anticipated. And if Gabriel was going to stop the cycle of death, he needed to know just how deep Daniel was tied to it. The apartment building was a tired, aging structure, its facade weathered by time. Gabriel slipped inside and made his way up the creaky stairs to the second floor. The door to Daniel's apartment was slightly ajar, as if waiting for him. Gabriel pushed it open, the sound of the door creaking echoing through the empty hallway. The apartment was dimly lit, and Gabriel could see the faint glow of a desk lamp in the corner of the room. Daniel wasn't there. Gabriel didn't know where he had gone, but this was his chance. He moved silently through the apartment, scanning the room for anything that might reveal the photographer's secrets. The walls were lined with prints, photographs of the city at night, of the moon in various phases, of shadows stretching long across empty streets. But it was one photo, sitting in the center of the desk, that caught Gabriel's attention. It was a photograph of a young man, taken under the harsh light of the full moon. The man was alone, standing in an alleyway, his face obscured by the darkness. But what struck Gabriel was the shadow cast on the wall behind him. The shadow was strange, too long, too distorted, and at first, Gabriel thought it was just a trick of the light. But as he stared at it, a sinking feeling gripped him. The shadow didn't belong there. It seemed to stretch unnaturally, as if it were trying to pull the man into the wall. And then Gabriel realized something that made his blood run cold. This photo had been taken hours before the man was found dead. The implications were immediate and horrifying. This photo wasn't just a snapshot of an innocent moment. It was a premonition. The man in the photo had died. His body had been discovered just hours after this image was taken. The shadow, Gabriel realized, wasn't a mere trick of the light. It was a sign, a clue that something was influencing these deaths, something that had the ability to see into the future or to cause it. Gabriel's hand trembled as he reached for the photo, turning it over to find the timestamp. His heart skipped a beat when he saw it. The timestamp was minutes before the murder had been reported. This was no coincidence. This was deliberate. Daniel hadn't just been capturing random moments. He had been capturing deaths before they happened. His camera wasn't just an instrument to record the world. It was somehow tied to the dark power that controlled these events. Gabriel felt the weight of the discovery press down on him, but he knew he couldn't stop there. He needed to understand how this was happening, how Daniel was connected to the shadows that moved with the victims, that seemed to follow them wherever they went. Had Daniel somehow gained control over the shadows, or was he merely a pawn in a much larger, more dangerous game? Gabriel began to search the rest of the apartment, hoping to find something that would answer these questions. His eyes fell on a stack of photographs in the corner. Most of them were of the same type: moonlit streets, blurred faces, strange angles. But one photo stood out. It was an image of a woman taken under the moonlight, her face obscured by shadow. But it was the shadow itself that made Gabriel stop in his tracks. The shadow wasn't just a silhouette on the ground. It was alive. The woman's shadow seemed to crawl across the pavement, moving as if it had a mind of its own, stretching toward a dark alleyway in the distance. And there, in the corner of the frame, barely visible, was a figure. Someone standing in the darkness, watching the woman. Gabriel's heart raced as he recognized the shape of the figure in the photo. It was him. The realization hit like a punch. Daniel had been photographing the deaths before they happened, and now, it seemed, he was capturing the detective himself in those very moments. Gabriel had been unknowingly tied to this web from the beginning. His presence in the photograph was no accident. Daniel had been capturing him in the moments just before the murders, as though Gabriel were part of the ritual, as though the shadows were moving closer to him, following his every step. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. This was more than just a series of murders. The full moon, the shadows, the photographs. They were all connected by an ancient power, a power that had been manipulating these events from the shadows. Gabriel was no longer just a detective investigating a case. He was part of something far greater, far darker than he could have ever imagined. The sound of footsteps behind him broke his thoughts, and Gabriel spun around, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. But he didn't need to draw his gun. Standing in the doorway, watching him with those same cold eyes, was Daniel. "You found it," Daniel said quietly, his voice betraying no emotion. "The power of the shadows." Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. "You knew I'd come here. You knew I'd find these photos." Daniel didn't answer immediately. He stepped into the room, his gaze lingering on the photographs that filled the desk. "I didn't want you to find them, but you were always going to. The shadows. They've always known you were coming. They've been waiting." Gabriel's mind spun, trying to make sense of Daniel's words. "What do you mean? What is this? How are you connected to all of this?" Daniel's gaze flickered briefly to the photographs, and then he met Gabriel's eyes. "I didn't choose this, Gabriel, but the shadows. They chose me. I'm the witness, the observer. But more than that, I'm part of it now. The full moon is coming, and when it rises again, it will be the final step, the final sacrifice." Gabriel felt his pulse quicken. The sacrifices, the murders, they're all part of this ritual, aren't they? Daniel nodded slowly, his eyes dark with something that almost resembled regret. "It's too late to stop it now. The shadows are too strong. And you've been drawn into it, just like me." Gabriel's stomach twisted as he realized the horrifying truth. The murders weren't just random acts of violence. They were part of a larger plan, one that had been set in motion long before he ever became involved. And now, with each passing moment, Gabriel was growing more entangled in the dark power that had been controlling everything from the shadows. The full moon was almost here, and there was no escape. Chapter 8. The Ritual. The full moon hung low in the sky, casting its pale light over the city like an omen. Gabriel Ortega's breath was shallow as he stood hidden in the shadows, staring at the abandoned building before him. He had been following the clues for days, connecting the dots, and now, finally, he had found the place, the site of the ritual. The dark power that had been pulling the strings of these murders was ready to reveal itself, and Gabriel was determined to stop it, no matter the cost. The air was thick with tension as Gabriel crouched low, watching the building from behind a crumbling wall. He could feel the moon's presence, heavy and suffocating, like it was bearing down on him. There was something unnatural about the way the light seemed to reach into every corner, revealing things that should have stayed hidden. The shadows, those sinister living things, were stronger tonight, moving and shifting in ways that made Gabriel uneasy. He had seen the pattern before, the way the shadows seemed to respond to the moon's pull. But tonight, they felt different, like they were watching him. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his gun, but he knew that violence wouldn't solve this. He needed to understand what was really happening, what Daniel had become. The photographer was no longer just a witness. He was an active participant in something ancient, something dark. Gabriel had learned enough to know that Daniel's family had been involved in a pact with a lunar entity, a pact that demanded sacrifices during every full moon, a pact that had been passed down for generations. And now, Daniel was trying to complete the ritual to seal his family's legacy and release a dark power into the world. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, and Gabriel tensed. He wasn't alone. He turned slowly, his heart pounding, as he saw a figure emerge from the shadows. Miranda. "What the hell are you doing here?" Gabriel hissed, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. Miranda held up her hands in a placating gesture. "I came to help," she said quietly. "I wasn't going to let you go alone." Gabriel's eyes narrowed as he looked at her. "This isn't your fight, Miranda. You don't understand what's at stake here." She stepped closer, her expression hardening. "I know enough to know that you're about to do something reckless, and I'm not going to let you walk into that building by yourself." Gabriel's jaw tightened, but he knew there was no convincing her. He could see the determination in her eyes, the same fire that had burned in his when he first started this investigation. They were both in this now, whether they liked it or not. "We have to stop him," Gabriel said, his voice low. "Tonight, Daniel is trying to complete the ritual. If we don't stop him, the full moon will rise, and the power it unleashes will be unstoppable." Miranda nodded, her eyes scanning the building in front of them. "So, what's the plan?" Gabriel took a deep breath, pushing the fear and doubt aside. "We go in, we find Daniel, and we stop whatever he's doing. But we have to be careful. The shadows, they're alive tonight. I don't know what's happening, but it's like the moon is making them stronger. We need to move fast." They both looked toward the building, knowing that time was running out. Gabriel had no idea what they were about to face, but he knew they had to stop Daniel before it was too late. The ritual had to be interrupted. The inside of the building was dark and silent, the air thick with the smell of dampness and decay. Gabriel moved cautiously, his footsteps barely making a sound on the cracked floor. The shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, crawling along the walls as though they had a life of their own, watching every movement with an eerie intensity. They reached the center of the building, where a circle of people stood, their faces hidden beneath hooded cloaks. In the middle of the circle, a large altar had been set up, an ancient stone slab, covered with strange symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest as he realized that the ritual was already in progress. And standing at the altar, his eyes closed in concentration, was Daniel. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. He had never seen Daniel like this before. The photographer was no longer the calm, composed man Gabriel had met in the gallery. Now, he looked different, transformed. His face was pale, his expression distant, as though he were no longer fully present. The shadows around him seemed to gather, swirling and twisting, as if drawn to him, feeding off the power of the moon. "Daniel!" Gabriel shouted, his voice breaking the silence like a shot. "Stop!" Daniel didn't react at first, his hands raised above his head, as if calling upon some unseen force. But as Gabriel moved closer, he opened his eyes, eyes that were no longer human. They were black, empty voids, reflecting the light of the moon in a way that made Gabriel's skin crawl. "You don't understand," Daniel's voice came, low and hollow. "This is the only way. The pact must be completed. My family's legacy. I have no choice." Gabriel took a step forward, his mind racing. He had no idea what Daniel was talking about, but the photographer's words only confirmed what Gabriel had feared. Daniel had given himself fully to the lunar entity. The pact was no longer just an inheritance. It had become Daniel's obsession, his destiny. And now, with the full moon high in the sky, the ritual was almost complete. "We have to stop him," Gabriel said urgently to Miranda, who was standing just behind him. "If the sacrifice is completed, the power will be unleashed. We can't let him finish it." Miranda nodded, her face grim. "Then let's do it." But just as they began to move forward, the shadows around the altar twisted violently, swirling like a storm. They rose from the ground in a dark, writhing mass, blocking their path. The air grew thick, heavy with an oppressive energy that made it difficult to breathe. Gabriel could feel the presence of something ancient, something powerful, closing in on them. The shadows stretched toward him, reaching out with cold, ghostly fingers, as if they wanted to pull him into the depths of the night. Gabriel fought back the fear rising in his chest. He had seen these shadows before, but now they felt different, stronger, more purposeful. They were no longer just passive bystanders to the killings. They were active participants, and they were protecting Daniel. "Get ready!" Gabriel shouted to Miranda, drawing his gun. But before they could move, the shadows surged forward, grabbing hold of Gabriel and pulling him toward the altar. He struggled, but the shadows were too strong, their grip like iron chains wrapped around his limbs. Panic rose in his chest as he realized that he couldn't fight them. He was being drawn into the heart of the ritual. "Daniel," Gabriel shouted, his voice hoarse. "You have to stop this. This isn't you." Daniel's black eyes locked onto Gabriel, but there was no recognition in them, only an empty, hollow gaze. "It's too late," he whispered, his voice carried by the wind. "The moon is here. The ritual must be completed. My family's power will be reborn." Gabriel's heart sank as he saw the final piece of the puzzle falling into place. The ritual wasn't just about completing a pact. It was about releasing a power that had been bound for centuries, and Daniel, in his desperation, had become the key to unlocking that power. But Gabriel wasn't about to let it happen. He struggled against the shadows, his mind racing. He needed to act, and he needed to act fast. The full moon was reaching its zenith, and with it, the final sacrifice would be made. Chapter 9. The Last Shadow. The air inside the abandoned building felt heavy, with the weight of inevitability. Gabriel Ortega stood in front of Daniel Ruiz, the photographer turned sorcerer, his heart racing with both dread and determination. The ritual was nearing its climax, the full moon casting its cold, unforgiving light through the cracked windows. Shadows swirled in the corners of the room, pulsating with an unnatural life, as if they were the true masters of the night. They watched Gabriel, their presence suffocating, their intent clear. They were no longer just figments of darkness. They were guardians, protectors of an ancient power, one that Gabriel knew all too well would destroy everything if unleashed. Daniel stood before him, his eyes black as pits, empty voids reflecting the light of the moon. His face, once calm and collected, now seemed drawn and cold, his every movement deliberate and almost ritualistic. The power of the moon had transformed him, filled him with an aura of something far older and more dangerous than Gabriel had ever imagined. "Daniel, you have to stop this," Gabriel said, his voice low but unwavering. He could feel the shadows pressing in around him, as though they were trying to suffocate him, silence him. "This isn't you. You don't have to go through with it." Daniel's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile. "You still don't understand, do you, detective?" His voice was distant, hollow. "This isn't about me. It's about my family, my legacy, the pact. The moon has called, and I've answered. I've given everything to it. I'm part of it now." Gabriel's fists clenched, but he held his ground. "You've been facilitating the murders, haven't you? You've been choosing the victims, setting them up, making sure they fall under the moon's gaze so the sacrifice can be made." Daniel's smile faded, replaced with a grim expression. "Yes," he admitted quietly. "I've known the victims long before their deaths. I've seen them in the shadows, in the photographs. The ritual needs blood, Detective. The moon demands it. And I am the one who has to deliver it. Every full moon, every shadow. It's all been leading to this moment." Gabriel felt a surge of fury and disgust, but he forced it back. He had to stay focused. The sacrifices, they're not just to feed the moon, are they? There's more to this. A life must be taken to complete the cycle. Daniel's eyes locked onto Gabriel's, and for a brief moment, Gabriel saw a flicker of something human behind the darkness. "Yes," Daniel whispered. "The blood is the price, but there's more. The pact requires that the cycle be completed. Every generation must pay. The moon does not just feed on blood. It demands a life to make the power whole again. My life is the final piece. The last shadow must fall." The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Gabriel's chest tightened as he processed the revelation. Daniel had been unknowingly leading himself to this moment. The pact had claimed him long ago, and now the moon had come to collect. Gabriel realized, with a shiver of horror, that Daniel wasn't just a participant in this ritual. He was the final sacrifice, the one whose life would complete the cycle and allow the entity bound to the moon to manifest its full power. "Daniel," Gabriel said urgently, stepping closer, his voice filled with desperation. "You don't have to do this. You can fight it. There's still time." Daniel shook his head slowly, his expression one of quiet resignation. "You don't understand. It's too late for me. The shadows, they've been with me since I was a child. I've been seeing them, feeling them, guiding me. I've seen the future in their shapes, in their movement, and I've known this day would come. I've known that I would be the one to complete the ritual, to free the power that's been locked away for centuries." Gabriel felt a chill creep up his spine. The power that Daniel spoke of was not just a force of nature. It was something more. The entity that had been worshipped and bound to the moon was not something to be trifled with. Gabriel had known this all along, but now, standing before Daniel, he understood just how dangerous it truly was. "You've seen the future?" Gabriel asked, his voice low. "You've been predicting the deaths?" Daniel nodded slowly. "In a way, yes. The shadows show me what will happen, what must happen. I never asked for this power, but I can't turn away from it now. The pact is stronger than anything I've ever known. The moon has already claimed me. It's too late for me to break free." Gabriel's heart pounded as the truth began to sink in. Daniel had not just been a passive observer. He had been part of the plan all along. He had been guiding the killings, ensuring that the sacrifices were made to the moon. And now, he was the final piece, the last shadow that would complete the ritual. Gabriel's only choice was to stop it, to stop him, before the entity could fully rise. "I won't let you finish this, Daniel," Gabriel said firmly, his voice cracked with urgency. "I won't let the moon's power be unleashed. You're not alone in this, not anymore. I'm going to stop you. I'll stop the shadows." Daniel's eyes flashed, a flicker of something like anger passing through them. You think you can stop this? You think you can fight the power of the moon? The shadows are already here, detective. They've been waiting for this moment, and they're not going to let you interfere. As Daniel spoke, the shadows in the room seemed to come alive. They slithered along the walls, stretching toward Gabriel like hungry tendrils, their movement unnaturally swift and purposeful. The temperature in the room dropped, and Gabriel could feel the oppressive weight of the entity bearing down on him. The shadows surrounded him, pressing in from all sides, their cold touch sending shivers through his body. Gabriel's grip tightened on his gun, but he knew it wouldn't be enough. The shadows weren't just physical. They were manifestations of something far more powerful. He had to find a way to disrupt the ritual, to stop Daniel before the final sacrifice was made. "You're wrong," Gabriel said, his voice steady, despite the fear gnawing at his insides. "The moon may be powerful, but it's not invincible, and I'm not going to let you complete this." With a swift motion, Gabriel lunged forward, aiming for the altar where Daniel stood. The shadows recoiled, as if sensing his intent, but it was too late. Gabriel reached out, grabbing Daniel's arm and pulling him away from the altar. For a brief moment, Daniel's eyes seemed to clear, as if he were seeing Gabriel for the first time. His expression faltered, and Gabriel could feel the struggle within him. Daniel wanted to resist, but the power of the moon was too strong. The shadows hissed, angry and violent, as if trying to drag them both back into the darkness. "Let me go," Daniel whispered, his voice breaking. "I have to finish this. The cycle." "No," Gabriel said, his voice firm. "You don't have to finish it. You can fight it. I'll help you. Together, we can stop this." But as the words left Gabriel's mouth, the moonlight in the room seemed to pulse, growing brighter, more intense. The shadows around them twisted, writhing as if they were alive, pulling at Gabriel, tugging at Daniel. The entity, the force behind the ritual, was no longer content to remain in the shadows. It was reaching out, trying to claim them both. And then, Gabriel realized the terrifying truth. It wasn't just Daniel who was the sacrifice. It was him, too. The entity wanted them both. It wanted the detective's soul to complete the cycle, to free itself once and for all. "Daniel, fight it!" Gabriel shouted, his voice strained. "You have to break free." Daniel's face twisted in pain as the shadows closed in around them, suffocating the room with their cold, malicious presence. "I can't," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I'm sorry. It's too late for me." And as Gabriel held on to Daniel, trying to pull him away from the altar, the last shadow fell. Chapter 10. The End of the Cycle. The moonlight was impossibly bright, flooding the room with an ethereal glow that seemed to warp the very air. Gabriel Ortega stood facing Daniel Ruiz, who now seemed like a mere shell of the man he once was. The ritual was almost complete, the dark force bound to the moon pulling at the very fabric of reality. The shadows that had followed Gabriel throughout. The investigation now swirled around him, twisting and distorting like living things, all converging on one point: the altar where Daniel stood, caught between two worlds. Gabriel could hear his own heartbeat, thudding in his chest like a drum. Time was running out. The ritual had begun, and the power Daniel had unwittingly unlocked was ready to burst forth. The air was heavy, thick with the anticipation of something ancient, something beyond human comprehension. Gabriel knew he had to act fast, or else the full moon would rise with its terrible power. completing the cycle of sacrifice and unleashing a force that could destroy everything in its path. "Daniel," Gabriel shouted, his voice cutting through the oppressive silence of the room. "You have to stop this. This isn't you. The shadows, they've consumed you, but you can still fight it." Daniel's eyes were black now, empty, reflecting the cold, luminous light of the moon above. His face was contorted with an agony that spoke of years of struggle, of something that had long since passed the point of no return. His fingers trembled as they hovered over the altar, ready to complete the final act. But when he spoke, his voice was hollow, distant, as if the man Gabriel had known was no longer there. "It's too late," Daniel said, his voice low and resigned. "You don't understand, Gabriel. The moon has called me, claimed me. I've given everything to it. I've followed the path for so long. This is the end of the cycle." Gabriel's throat tightened. He wanted to reach out, to shake Daniel awake from the darkness that had overtaken him, but the shadows, thick as tar, seemed to press down on him, holding him back. His mind raced. He remembered the pact. Blood was required, but there was more to it. The moon demanded a life to complete the cycle, and Daniel's sacrifice was not just a symbol, it was the key. Gabriel had realized this too late. The bloodshed, the shadows, the murderers, it had all been leading to this one moment. Daniel's life was the final piece to the puzzle, and the power that had been hidden for centuries was about to be set free. Daniel turned his head slightly, as though he heard Gabriel's thoughts, but his eyes remained vacant. "The shadows are already here, Gabriel. They've been with me all my life. They've shown me the truth, the way. The power of the moon is beyond anything you can stop. You can't fight it." Gabriel's heart pounded as he understood the terrifying truth. Daniel was not merely the victim of this ritual. He had been complicit in it, drawing the killings closer, feeding the entity's power. Daniel had been manipulated, yes, but he had also become a willing participant, addicted to the visions the shadows gave him, to the power they promised. "Daniel, please," Gabriel's voice cracked, desperation creeping in. "You were trying to protect people. Don't let it end this way. We can stop it together. You can stop it." For a moment, there was a flicker of recognition in Daniel's eyes, but it was gone in an instant, swallowed by the growing darkness. The shadows around him surged forward, moving like liquid, coiling and wrapping themselves around his limbs, pulling him toward the altar with a force too strong for Gabriel to fight. The air felt alive with the pulse of power. The entity was here, and it was feeding on the ritual's momentum. It had no intention of letting Daniel or Gabriel walk away. And then, for the first time, the entity revealed itself. The room seemed to bend and warp, and the shadows exploded outward. A figure began to materialize before them, shifting in and out of the shadows, a form that was both human and something else entirely. It was as though the darkness itself had taken shape, a massive twisted figure with eyes like burning pits of despair. Its form flickered between solid and ethereal, like a nightmare pulled from the deepest recesses of the earth. Its voice, no, its presence, filled the room with a deafening, oppressive weight. Gabriel couldn't move, couldn't speak. The entity was here, and it was both terrifying and magnificent in its power. "You have come too late, mortal," the entity's voice boomed, vibrating the air around Gabriel. It was both a sound and a feeling, a pulse that seemed to come from deep within the earth. "The cycle is complete. The blood has been shed. The power is mine. You cannot stop what has already begun." Gabriel's breath was shallow, his body trembling with fear, but he pushed through it. He couldn't let it win. He couldn't let Daniel fall, not when there was still a chance to save him. "You don't control him," Gabriel said, his voice shaking but resolute. "Daniel is the last piece, but he's not yours. He's not just a tool for your power." The entity's form flickered again, its presence growing more intense. "Foolish human, you cannot see the truth. The pact was made long ago, and the bloodline must pay. The moon demands it. It always has. And now the final sacrifice will bring me into the world. Daniel's life will complete the cycle. It must." Gabriel moved forward, his body aching with the weight of the entity's power pushing against him. He had no weapon, no power, only his will, his determination. He reached out for Daniel, who stood frozen, his body surrounded by the shadows, his hand trembling above the altar. The moonlight had grown so bright, it felt like it was burning Gabriel's skin. He could hear his own heartbeat, pounding louder and louder, as the ritual neared its conclusion. "Daniel," Gabriel shouted one final time, his voice desperate. "You can still fight. You are the one who holds the power to break this. Don't let it take you." Daniel's hand wavered, his eyes flickering between the dark power that consumed him and the figure standing before him. It was as if, for the briefest moment, he heard Gabriel's words, truly heard them. The shadows around him pulled back, swirling like they were in pain, reluctant to release their hold. The power of the entity seemed to crackle, sensing the shift in the balance, but Daniel was frozen, his face torn between the life he had known and the horrors he had willingly embraced. Gabriel reached out and grabbed Daniel's arm, pulling him away from the altar. "You're not a sacrifice. You don't have to die for this." But the entity was too powerful. With an almost deafening roar, the shadows surged forward, pushing Gabriel back. A dark wave of energy exploded through the room, and Gabriel was thrown to the ground. The moonlight flickered violently, casting long, impossible shadows across the walls. As Gabriel struggled to rise, he saw Daniel standing at the altar, his face drained of all color. He had made his choice. The shadows enveloped him completely, pulling him back to the altar, and before Gabriel could reach him, the final act was complete. A flash of light consumed the room, and the entity, the lunar force that had manipulated everything, was fully awakened. Gabriel could hear Daniel's scream, muffled by the darkness, as the ritual was completed. And then, silence. Gabriel rose to his feet, but the room was empty. Daniel was gone, lost to the shadows that had claimed him. The full moon, once so powerful, now seemed to hover above them, silent and indifferent, its light casting a cold, empty glow. As Gabriel looked around the room, he realized the truth. The cycle had not ended. It had merely begun again. The shadows, the entity, they were all still here. The power of the moon was eternal, and no matter how many lives were sacrificed, the cycle would never truly be broken. Gabriel stood alone in the cold light of the full moon, knowing that the fight was far from over. Chapter 1. The Toolbox. Henry had always imagined his grandfather's house to be a place of mystery, a place steeped in stories he'd only heard of in passing. He had inherited the house after his parents' death, a modest, weathered building tucked away on the outskirts of town. It was a place he never thought he would live in. His grandfather, whom he had never met, was a figure of rumor and old tales, a man shrouded in silence, never discussed in detail by anyone who had known him. The house felt as though it were waiting for him, its walls silent but heavy with history, its rooms full of things he would have to unravel on his own. On this particular day, the sun barely pierced the thick layers of gray clouds, casting the house into a pale, oppressive light. Henry had spent most of the morning unpacking, his movements slow and deliberate, as if trying to come to terms with the legacy that was now his. He ventured into the attic, a part of the house that seemed untouched for decades. The air was stale, and the dust hung thick in the corners, a shroud over everything. He could feel the weight of years in the room, the scent of old wood and forgotten things. At the far end of the attic, covered in a tattered sheet, was a large wooden box. The edges were worn, the once bright brass handles now tarnished and dull, almost unrecognizable. It had clearly been there for a long time, possibly decades, untouched by time or human hands. Henry, curious and eager to explore every corner of the house, pulled off the sheet. The sight of the toolbox stirred something deep within him, a connection he didn't understand. His hands shook slightly as he knelt beside it, the rough wood scraping against the floorboards as he pried it open. The inside was cluttered with old tools, rusted pliers, saws with dull teeth, hammers that had seen better days, and screws that had long since lost their usefulness. Yet, amid the jumble of forgotten tools, one object caught his eye. Nestled in the corner, partially buried beneath a pile of old rags and a cracked, leather-bound notebook, was a key. It was small, its surface covered in dark rust, and the metal felt cold to the touch. The key was unlike any Henry had ever seen. Its teeth were jagged, twisted in odd angles, as though it were designed for a lock that no longer existed. It was the kind of thing one might expect to see in an old story. Something with a purpose, long since lost. Something that felt ancient and unsettling. Henry picked up the key, feeling its weight in his palm. It was the kind of object that seemed out of place among the mundane tools of his grandfather's trade. His fingers traced the rusted edges, and for a moment, he had the odd sensation that the key was somehow waiting, as though it had been waiting for him all this time. A chill crawled up his spine, and he felt a sharp pang of discomfort. He quickly shoved the key into his pocket and shut the toolbox, the lid creaking with a sound that made his skin crawl. It wasn't that he believed in anything supernatural. He had always dismissed such things as mere superstition. Yet, as he descended from the attic, a sense of unease clung to him. The house, with all its creaking floors and forgotten corners, seemed to watch him. Every step he took echoed louder in his ears. As the shadows grew longer and the light dimmed, Henry couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The key seemed to weigh heavily in his pocket, as though it were calling out to him. That night, as he lay in his bed, the quiet of the house stretched around him, almost suffocating. The house settled with low groans and whispers, but it was the silence that unsettled him the most. He kept turning over in his mind the feeling he'd had earlier that day, when he held the key, how it seemed so out of place, so eager. But he couldn't explain why. He dismissed the thought, telling himself it was simply his imagination. He was just tired, and the house was unfamiliar. That was all. But when he closed his eyes, sleep came reluctantly, and soon, the strange feeling began to return. It started as a whisper in the dark, faint, but growing louder. Henry thought he heard a sound, a faint scraping, like metal against stone, followed by the distant sound of chains rattling. The noises weren't clear, but they seemed to be coming from somewhere deep within the house, somewhere far beneath him, as if the house itself were alive, breathing in the shadows. Then he saw it. A door, standing alone in the middle of a long, dark corridor. There was no light, just the oppressive weight of darkness pressing against him. The door was old, its wood dark and splintered, but it was unmistakable. The key was in his hand, and it was glowing faintly, as though it were calling him to the door. He reached for it, but just as his fingers brushed against the handle, the sound of chains grew louder, and something terrible, shifted in the dark. Henry jerked awake with a gasp, his heart pounding in his chest. The room was dark, silent, save for the faintest trace of his own breath. The nightmare left him shaken, but when he reached for the key in his pocket, he found it cold to the touch, even though the room had been warm. The rusted edges seemed to glisten in the dim light of the moon streaming through the window. The key hadn't been there before, he was sure of it. And yet, there it was, as though it had been waiting for him. He felt a surge of dread, a feeling he couldn't explain. He stood up, his heart still racing, and stared out into the quiet night. Something wasn't right. The house felt wrong. It was as if it had always been this way, watching and waiting. But now, it was awake. And so was he. Henry knew one thing for certain. He couldn't ignore the key any longer. He had to know what it unlocked. The door from his dream was real. He was sure of it. But where was it? And what was waiting on the other side? As he lay back down, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, Henry couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The key was not just an object. It was a key to something far greater, something buried deep within the house, or perhaps within himself. And he was about to find out what. Chapter 2. The First Dream. Henry had barely closed his eyes before the house seemed to envelop him. The weight of the night pressed against him, the silence so thick it was almost suffocating. His mind swirled with fragments of thoughts, most of them unformed and vague, centered around the strange key he had found in his grandfather's toolbox. He had tried to shake the unease that had settled in his chest ever since, but it clung to him, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. The house was unnaturally still, and for a moment, Henry wondered if it might actually be watching him. That feeling of being observed, that strange sensation, returned. His room felt colder than it should have, and though the radiator hummed faintly in the background, the chill was unyielding. But he dismissed it, rolled over in bed, and tried to calm his racing thoughts. Sleep, however, would not come easily. In the depths of the night, the dream came to him. It was different from any other dream he had ever had. The air in the dream was thick with darkness, as though the very essence of night had come alive. Henry could feel the pressure of it around him, pressing against his skin, suffocating him. There were no clear shapes at first, just shadows that shifted and danced like smoke. Then, he heard it. The faint sound of chains rattling in the distance. The clinking and scraping grew louder, and Henry felt an inexplicable surge of dread. He wasn't sure why, but the noise unsettled him deeply, as though something was trying to break free, struggling and twisting in its prison. And then, a voice, low, guttural, barely a whisper, broke through the silence. "Help me." The voice was strained, tortured, as though it had been screaming for years, buried deep within the walls. The words echoed in his ears, reverberating through the cold emptiness around him. The chains clattered again, the sound growing louder and more desperate. A figure emerged from the shadows. Henry couldn't make out its features, but it was tall, its form obscured by the darkness that seemed to stretch around it, like an impenetrable fog. The figure moved closer, and Henry's heart skipped a beat. In its hand, it held something, a key, His key. The same rusted, jagged key he had found in his grandfather's toolbox. It gleamed faintly in the dark, its surface shimmering as though it was alive, calling out to him. The figure lifted the key slowly, almost deliberately, and in its other hand, it held something else. Chains, long and heavy, coiled like serpents, as if waiting for their next victim. The figure's movements were deliberate, smooth, as it took a step forward. Henry tried to move, to speak, but his body was frozen, trapped in the dream. His throat was tight, his breaths shallow, as he watched the figure raise the key toward a door. The door appeared out of nowhere, standing stark and imposing in the middle of an empty void. It was old, made of dark wood, its surface scarred and weathered. The key seemed to pulse in the figure's hand, almost as if it had a mind of its own. The chains rattled again, louder now, as the figure slowly moved the key toward the door, its jagged teeth fitting perfectly into the lock. The sound of chains dragging across the floor filled Henry's ears, and with a terrifyingly slow motion, the door creaked open. The figure stepped through, and Henry's heart raced with panic. What was on the other side? What was waiting? The chains grew louder still, and the door opened wider, revealing nothing but a deep, yawning blackness. The figure, now just a shadow in the doorway, motioned for Henry to follow. The pressure in his chest intensified. His legs trembled, but he could not move. The door's grip on him was magnetic, pulling him toward it, but his body refused to obey. The figure stood in the doorway, motionless, and Henry knew without question, that it was waiting for him to step forward. And yet, a part of him, the part that was still human, resisted. He wanted to scream, to turn away, but the chains, the sound of them dragging, scraping, was all he could hear. It was deafening. And then, suddenly, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. Henry awoke with a violent start, his body drenched in sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. The room was dark, save for the pale moonlight that filtered through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. He lay there, gasping for breath, his pulse racing. For a moment, he couldn't remember where he was. It took him several seconds to gather his bearings, but the terror still lingered in his chest. The dream, so vivid, so real, seemed to hang in the air around him like a thick fog. His hands were clammy, his mouth dry. The chains, the door, the key. He reached instinctively for his pocket, his fingers brushing against the cold, rusted key. It was still there, tucked in the fabric. How? It felt as if the key had been with him all along, as though it had never left his side, even in the dream. His thoughts were jumbled, still trapped in the remnants of the nightmare. But the feeling, the sensation of being watched, was even stronger now. Something in the room felt different, as if the walls themselves were pressing closer, the air heavier. Henry's gaze shifted to the corner of the room, his eyes, searching for something, anything. There was nothing there, of course, but the oppressive feeling remained. The house was silent once more, but the silence was deafening. He couldn't shake the feeling that the dream wasn't just a dream. It had been something more, something that was tied to the key, to the house, to the very essence of whatever had been locked away here. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to twitch, just beyond the edge of his vision, and he felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. He didn't know what it all meant, or what the figure in the dream had been, but one thing was certain. The key wasn't just some old relic. It was something far darker, something with a purpose far beyond his understanding. And whatever had been freed, Whatever had been waiting for him to find the key was still out there, still watching, still waiting. The terror he had felt in the dream was now a living thing, following him through the waking world, and Henry realized, with a cold dread, that this was only the beginning. The door in his dream was real. It had to be, and he was about to find it. Chapter 3. Echoes of the Past. Henry could not shake the images from his dream. The door, the key, the heavy chains, every detail clung to him like a suffocating fog. He tried to dismiss it as a mere nightmare, but the feeling that something was deeply wrong lingered, gnawing at his thoughts. The house felt different now. It was no longer a place of quiet solitude. It was a place of waiting, of secrets buried deep within its walls. The more he tried to ignore it, the more the house seemed to push its mysteries on him. He spent the day pacing the halls, unable to focus on anything. His mind kept returning to the key, the strange rusted object he had found in his grandfather's toolbox. It felt as if the key was part of something much larger, something sinister that he couldn't understand. The dream had been too vivid, too real, for him to ignore. There was something in the house, something waiting for him. That evening, unable to focus on anything else, Henry decided to delve deeper into the history of his grandfather. He needed to understand what his grandfather had been hiding. The house, his inheritance, the key, and the dream. They were all connected. He was sure of it. So, he turned to the one place that might hold the answers. The old journal his grandfather had kept. The journal had been tucked away in a dusty drawer of the old desk in the study, hidden beneath piles of yellowed papers and forgotten trinkets. Henry had found it days ago, but hadn't thought much of it at the time. It seemed like an ordinary old book, its leather cover cracked with age, its pages brittle, but it now felt like the only clue he had to understanding the madness he had inherited. As he opened it, the scent of old paper and ink filled the room, and a shiver ran down his spine. He began reading, his eyes scanning the faded writing. His grandfather's handwriting was neat, meticulous, but the words themselves were a jumbled mix of thoughts, memories, and strange ramblings. There were occasional references to the house, to the land it sat on, and to things that were buried deep beneath the earth. It was clear that his grandfather had been obsessed with something that had driven him to write these entries in a fevered, almost frantic tone. One entry caught Henry's eye. It was dated several years before his grandfather's death, and it spoke of a buried door beneath the house. The entry was brief, but it stirred a deep curiosity in Henry. The door has been found. The key is waiting. If only I can uncover it before it is too late. The truth lies beneath, but I fear what I will find. I will not stop until I open it. The words were cryptic, maddening even, but the mention of a buried door was unmistakable, and it immediately brought Henry back to his dream. The key, the chains, the figure standing in the doorway. He flipped through the pages, looking for more. He found only fleeting references to the door, always vague, always cryptic. His grandfather's obsession with it seemed to grow over time, but there were no clear explanations, no details, just a deep, growing fixation on something hidden beneath the house. Henry's fingers trembled as he closed the journal. The feeling of dread that had gripped him earlier was returning. His grandfather had been obsessed with something, but whatever it was, he had never spoken of it. The journal offered no answers, only more questions. But one thing was certain. The door was real. The key was real. And something deep beneath the house was waiting. The night grew colder as Henry sat in the dimly lit study, his mind spinning with the possibilities. He couldn't ignore it any longer. If his grandfather had found something hidden in the basement, then it was up to Henry to find it as well. He had to know what it was. He had to understand why the house, the key, and the door had become such a powerful force in his grandfather's life. With a sense of unease creeping up his spine, Henry made up his mind. The next morning, he would go to the basement. The basement had always been a place Henry had avoided. The stairs leading down to it were steep and narrow, and the air that wafted up from the darkness below always carried with it an unpleasant smell of damp earth and mildew. The thought of venturing down there had always made him uneasy, and he couldn't help but wonder if that fear was the result of something instinctive, something buried deep within his own psyche. The next morning, with his heart pounding in his chest, Henry stood at the top of the basement stairs. The house was unusually quiet, the air still and thick, as if holding its breath. He stared down into the darkness, the faintest outline of the stone walls just visible in the gloom. His grandfather's obsession with this place now felt tangible, something that had clawed its way through time to reach him. Henry knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. Whatever had been hidden down there, whatever had driven his grandfather to the brink of madness, was waiting for him. He took a deep breath, his footsteps slow but deliberate as he descended the stairs. The old wood groaned beneath his weight, echoing through the silence. The basement smelled musty, the air heavy and oppressive. The light from the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered as Henry moved further into the room, casting strange shadows along the stone walls. The basement was cluttered with old furniture, boxes of forgotten belongings, and crates that had long since been sealed with layers of dust. But there, at the far end of the room, Henry noticed something strange. The stone floor seemed uneven, as though something had been buried beneath it. He knelt down, brushing away the dust to reveal a small, uneven section of stone that looked different from the rest. His fingers brushed against it, and he felt a strange, almost magnetic pull toward it. His heart raced as he carefully pressed against the stone. With a low rumble, the section of the floor shifted, revealing a small gap. Henry's breath caught in his throat as he pulled it open to reveal a narrow, dark passage leading further down. He hesitated for a moment, the feeling of being watched creeping up his spine once again. But the curiosity, the drive to uncover the truth, was too strong. He had to know what his grandfather had been searching for. He had to know what the door was and why it had been hidden away. With one last look around the basement, Henry stepped into the passage, his footsteps echoing in the darkness as the walls seemed to close in around him. And deep in the heart of the house, something stirred, as if sensing the return of the one who would uncover its secrets. Chapter 4. The Hidden Basement. The air in the basement was thick with the smell of damp stone and forgotten time. The narrow passage Henry had uncovered led deeper into the earth, hidden beneath layers of dust, cobwebs, and forgotten relics. It was as though the house itself had been waiting for him to find it, to uncover the things buried beneath its very foundation. His heart pounded in his chest as he crouched down to peer into the narrow gap he had uncovered. The stone floor, uneven and cold, felt alien beneath his fingertips, but there was something about it, a pulse, a pull, that made Henry feel both repelled and irresistibly drawn forward. His breath was shallow as he pushed aside the loose stones, his hands trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. The passageway was narrow, the walls close around him, but the faintest trace of light from the basement bulb illuminated the way forward. With one final push, the hidden door moved, revealing an entrance, no larger than a child's passage, carved into the very bones of their house. The walls of the tunnel were damp, the stones slick with age, and Henry could feel the temperature drop sharply. It felt as though the air itself was growing heavier, pressing down on him from all sides. There was no turning back now. His grandfather's obsession with this place had led him here, and Henry could feel the weight of it settling over him like an invisible cloak. The house had secrets. Secrets that were being revealed to him, one piece at a time. But even as his curiosity pulled him deeper, a nagging voice inside his mind told him that there were things better left undiscovered. With a deep breath, Henry stepped forward into the passage. The moment he moved through the gap, the air shifted, growing colder still. The tunnel stretched forward into blackness, an impenetrable void. His hand brushed against the damp stone walls as he crept forward, feeling his way through the darkness. The faint light from the basement bulb dimmed the further he walked, casting strange, flickering shadows along the walls. The sound of his footsteps echoed loudly in the narrow space. But there was something else beneath the sound, the faintest whisper, almost imperceptible, as though the very walls of the house were speaking. Henry shivered, the unease growing inside him like a tightening knot. The cold was unbearable, seeping into his bones and making his breath visible in the air. His fingers, numb with cold, fumbled for the flashlight he had tucked in his coat pocket. As he turned it on, the narrow beam of light illuminated a set of steps leading down, deeper, into the earth. He hesitated for only a moment, but his resolve strengthened. The further he descended, the more the house seemed to shift around him. The silence grew thicker, pressing in on him from all sides. The temperature dropped again, and Henry's skin prickled with the sensation that something was very wrong. He couldn't put his finger on it, but every instinct in his body screamed that he shouldn't go any further. And yet, he had come this far. The key, the door, his grandfather's journal, everything was pointing him here. The final step brought him to a small chamber, its walls coated in the same damp stone that surrounded him. But in the center of the room, there was a single feature that stood out: a door, concealed in the far wall. The door was made of aged wood, its surface chipped and worn with time, and it appeared as though it had not been touched in years, maybe even centuries. It looked out of place, ancient and weathered, yet it felt strangely familiar to Henry. He approached it slowly, his breath caught in his throat. The air felt heavier here, as though the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, and the closer Henry came to the door, the more it seemed to hum with an unspoken power. His hand trembled as he reached for the handle, and he couldn't help but glance around the room, the sense of being watched never leaving him. It was then that he remembered the key. His grandfather's journal had spoken of it, the key, and now Henry had it. He pulled it from his pocket, feeling the rusted metal in his hand. The key seemed to vibrate slightly, as though responding to the proximity of the door. The sensation was unmistakable. It was as if the key knew its purpose, knew where it was supposed to go. Henry took a deep breath and inserted the key into the lock. It fit perfectly. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The world held its breath. The key, heavy and cold, turned with an unsettling ease, as if it had unlocked something far greater than just a door. A low, groaning sound echoed from within the door, like metal scraping against metal. Henry's pulse quickened, and his grip tightened on the flashlight, its beam now shaking in his hands. The door creaked loudly as it slowly opened, revealing what lay beyond. The darkness beyond the door was almost absolute. But as the door swung open, a gust of cold air rushed toward him, and Henry's heart skipped a beat. He could hear it then, the faintest sound of chains dragging across the floor, echoing in the stillness. The noise grew louder as he stepped forward, the deep, unsettling sound of metal scraping against stone, filling the air. Henry's breath caught in his throat. The noise was familiar, almost as if it had been present in his dreams, a memory long forgotten, but now awakened. He stepped into the threshold, his flashlight beam cutting through the shadows, revealing nothing but a long, narrow corridor stretching deeper into the house. The walls were damp and slick with age, and the floor was uneven, cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of use. The scent of rot and decay lingered in the air, and Henry's stomach churned. The feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. Henry could feel his skin prickling, his heart pounding in his chest. He wasn't alone in this passage. He could feel it, the presence of something waiting for him, something that had been trapped here for far too long. Suddenly, the chains rattled louder, and Henry froze. The sound echoed from the end of the corridor, reverberating off the stone walls. Something was moving down there, something big, something that didn't belong. His mind raced, but his body refused to turn back. His grandfather's journal had spoken of this place, of the door that was locked away, of the key that had waited for so long. Now, Henry understood. The house wasn't just hiding its secrets, it was protecting them. And whatever lay at the end of this passage had been waiting for him. He took a step forward, and then another, unable to stop himself. The door behind him slammed shut with a deafening crash, and the sound of chains grew louder, nearer. Henry had crossed the threshold. There was no turning back now. Chapter 5. The Unleashed Entity. The heavy, ancient door groaned as it finally gave way, creaking and scraping against the stone floor with a sound that seemed to echo in the very marrow of Henry's bones. A draft of frigid air swept through the narrow corridor, carrying with it the stench of rot, old decay, and something far darker, something ancient, trapped for longer than time itself could remember. As the door opened fully, the oppressive silence was replaced with an unsettling pressure, as if the very air around him had been holding its breath for centuries. Henry hesitated for a moment, the flashlight trembling in his grip, its beam flickering in the gloom. The temperature dropped sharply, biting at his skin. A faint, almost imperceptible sound drifted through the air, a low, guttural growl, like something stirring in the darkness. The chains rattled again, louder now, almost as if the very walls of the corridor were alive with the sound of them. Henry's pulse quickened, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. His instincts screamed at him to turn back, to leave this place, to lock the door and forget everything. But he couldn't. Something about this place, this moment, felt inevitable. He had come too far, uncovered too many pieces of the puzzle, to walk away now. He stepped through the doorway, into the vast, pitch-black expanse beyond. As he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him with a deafening crash. The sound reverberated through the corridor, shaking the very foundations of the house. For a split second, Henry was frozen in place, his breath caught in his throat. The sound of the chains, now deafening in the enclosed space, seemed to vibrate in the deepest part of his chest, rattling his very soul. And then, he heard it. A voice. A rasping, distorted voice that echoed through the darkness, reverberating off the walls, like the voice of something not fully human. Free. At last. The words were barely a whisper, but they cut through the air like a knife. And then, a heavy thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of something dragging itself across the floor. Henry's breath caught, and a wave of nausea hit him. Every muscle in his body screamed for him to run, but his feet remained rooted to the spot. Slowly, ever so slowly, the shape in the darkness began to take form. The creature was vast, its presence filling the corridor, stretching impossibly far, as though it could never be contained by the narrow walls around it. Its body twisted and contorted in unnatural angles, as though its very form had been warped by centuries of imprisonment. The skin was pale and sickly, stretched tight over bone and muscle, with patches of sickly gray and mottled flesh that seemed to writhe and shift of their own accord. Its eyes, oh God, its eyes, glowed a brilliant blood red piercing through the darkness, like twin burning embers. They were wild, full of fury, confusion, and a hunger that sent a chill crawling up Henry's spine. At first, the creature seemed disoriented, its body lurching awkwardly as it tried to move, as though it hadn't fully adjusted to the freedom it had been granted. Its limbs jerked unnaturally, like a newborn animal struggling to stand for the first time. The chains that had once bound it now lay scattered across the floor, rusted and broken, no longer holding it captive. It let out an agonized, guttural sound, a mix of frustration and confusion, as it dragged itself forward. Henry's mind raced, the horror unfolding before him too much to process. He had seen nightmares, heard stories, but nothing could have prepared him for this. The creature was not of this world. It was ancient, older than anything he could comprehend, a being forged in the deepest corners of the earth and the darkest corners of time. And it was free. As the creature's eyes locked onto Henry, the confusion in them shifted to something darker, pure rage. Its mouth opened in a horrible gaping maw, revealing rows of jagged teeth that seemed to be too numerous for any normal creature. It snarled, the sound vibrating in Henry's chest, like a low growl from the abyss. "Fool," the creature rasped, its voice deep and monstrous. "You have freed me, and now I will make you pay." The words felt like a physical blow, as though the creature's very voice was capable of tearing through him. Henry stumbled backward, his heart pounding, as the creature took another lurching step toward him. Its limbs twitched and jerked, dragging it across the ground, but its eyes, those terrible burning eyes, never left him. He could feel the weight of its gaze like a tangible force. Without thinking, Henry turned and ran. His breath came in short gasps as he sprinted down the corridor, the sound of the creature's footsteps thundering behind him. He didn't dare look back. He knew the moment he did, it would be too late. The darkness seemed to close in around him, the walls narrowing, the space growing impossibly tight. Every step he took was frantic, desperate. He could hear the creature's growls, its ragged breathing, its claws scraping against the stone floor behind him, getting closer, closer. Suddenly, he slammed into something, solid, unyielding. It was the wall, blocking his path. He had reached the end of the corridor, and there was nowhere left to run. Henry's breath hitched as he spun around, his back pressed against the stone. The creature was closing in, its eyes glowing with malice, its mouth open wide, in a sickening grin. With a roar, the creature lunged forward, its claws raking through the air. Henry barely dodged in time, feeling the rush of air as the creature's arms swept by, its claws missing him by inches. He scrambled backward, his hands searching frantically for anything to stop this madness. His fingers brushed against something cold, something hard. He didn't know what it was, but he grabbed it, desperate. It was the key. The rusted key he had found in the toolbox. He hadn't realized he was still holding it. But now, in the face of the monster, it was the only thing that mattered. His mind screamed for him to use it, but there was no way to know how. The creature lunged again, its jaws snapping shut with terrifying force. Henry barely dodged, feeling the heat of its breath on his skin. He shoved the key into a nearby slot. There had to be something. He had no choice. And then, with a click, the mechanism clicked open. The walls shuddered. The very ground beneath him trembled. The door slammed shut behind him. Chapter 6. The hunt begins. The first screams came in the dead of night. They echoed through the village, a frantic wail of terror that shattered the stillness of the dark, peaceful streets. Henry woke with a start, his heart hammering in his chest as he was pulled from the grip of sleep. The sound had felt real, as though it had torn its way into his mind from the very bowels of the earth. The village was only a few miles away from the old house, but already the creature had begun its hunt. Henry could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, the tension that had been building since the moment he'd opened that cursed door, finally unraveling. The creature was free. Henry had unleashed something terrible, something ancient and relentless. He had thought he could control it, contain it, but now it was no longer just an invisible threat lurking in the shadows. It was out there, in the real world, and it was hunting the innocent. The realization hit him with full force. He had failed, but there was no time to dwell on it. The creature was already on the prowl, and if he didn't act soon, it would leave nothing but death in its wake. The following days passed in a blur of confusion, chaos, and the constant gnawing fear that Henry couldn't shake. The village was in a state of panic. No one could understand what was happening, but the attacks were unmistakable. People had started to vanish, disappearing in the night without a trace. The few survivors who managed to escape spoke of horrific, impossible things. Glowing red eyes in the dark, a monstrous figure that moved faster than any human could, and the sounds of chains dragging through the streets. The townspeople were terrified, barricading themselves in their homes, refusing to step outside after dark. And all the while, Henry was paralyzed with guilt. He was the one who had released it. He had been the one to turn the key, to open the door, and now innocent lives were being lost because of his mistake. But amidst the panic, his mind remained focused on one thing: the creature. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that he needed to understand it. He needed to know where it came from, how it had been locked away, and why. It was the only way to find a solution. That night, as he lay in bed, trying to rest, the nightmare returned. This time, the dream was different. He found himself standing in a vast, dark cavern, the air thick and oppressive. The walls were ancient, covered in markings that were faded and worn by time, but still recognizable. He felt a coldness in the air that was unnatural, a presence that was both overwhelming and suffocating. He knew somehow that the creature was here, in this place, bound by chains that were as old as the earth itself. He could feel its rage, its hunger, its need for freedom. The chains rattled as though alive, the sound echoing through the cavern, each echo a reminder of the creature's suffering. But even as the chains moved, Henry knew they were not what held the creature down. There was something else, something deeper that had kept it imprisoned all these years. The walls, the chains, they were only symbols. The true prison was something far more complex, something only a few had known. The vision shifted, and Henry saw a flash of light, an image of a tall, ancient structure, its walls covered in symbols and runes. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and upon that pedestal lay an object, a relic of unimaginable power. It was a key. No, not a key, but a talisman, something that could bind the creature once more. It was ancient, older than anything he had ever seen, and it pulsed with a dark energy. The relic was the creature's prison and its only chance of survival. But the dream didn't end there. The creature's face appeared before him, its glowing red eyes filled with malice. Its voice, deep and guttural, echoed in Henry's mind. "You cannot stop me. You freed me. You cannot take it back." The image blurred, and Henry woke with a start, drenched in sweat. His body was shaking, his mind still reeling from the vision. He had seen it clearly now, the creature's prison, the talisman, and the terrible force that had been used to bind it. The relic was the key. But it wasn't just any relic. It was a tool, a weapon that could either bind the creature again or destroy it for good. But where was it? How could he find it? The answer came to him slowly, like a puzzle piece falling into place. His grandfather had been obsessed with something buried beneath the house. The journal he had found, the references to the hidden door, it all pointed to the same thing. The relic wasn't just some ancient artifact. It was hidden in the house, likely somewhere in the basement, somewhere connected to the key and the door. Henry wasted no time. The following day, he gathered what little information he could from the journal, and with a deep sense of resolve, he set off for the house. He could already hear the distant cries of the village echoing through the hills, the sound of terror that now filled the air. The creature's hunt had only just begun, but Henry knew that if he didn't act fast, it would be too late for everyone. When he reached the house, the weight of it hit him like a physical force. The house was dark and quiet, its looming presence feeling more like a tomb than a home. Henry took the flashlight from his bag and made his way to the basement, the place where everything had started. The walls seemed to close in on him as he descended, the air growing heavier, colder. He could hear his own breathing, ragged and uneven, as he reached the hidden door once more. This time, there was no hesitation. He knew what he had to do. The relic was waiting for him, and with it, the possibility of ending this nightmare. He pushed open the door and descended into the depths, the chains rattling in his mind as he moved through the darkness. In the heart of the basement, there it was, the pedestal. It stood in the center of a small circular room, its surface covered in strange, arcane symbols. The relic was there, waiting. Henry reached for it, his fingers brushing the surface of the ancient artifact. The moment he touched it, the air around him seemed to pulse, the darkness pressing in from all sides. He could feel the creature's presence, its rage, its hunger. But this time, Henry was prepared. He had the key. He had the talisman. And he wasn't going to let the creature destroy everything. Chapter 7. The Secret of the Relic. Henry's mind raced as he stood before the relic, his fingers trembling as they hovered above it. The air in the basement felt heavy, as though the walls themselves were watching him, waiting for him to make his move. He had found it, the talisman from his dreams, the ancient amulet that was supposed to be the key to stopping the creature, the same creature that had already begun wreaking havoc on the village. But as he stood there, holding the cold, unyielding object in his hands, he realized with a sickening certainty that he didn't know how to use it. The relic was covered in strange symbols, carved deeply into the surface, and they seemed to pulse with a faint, eerie glow. The markings were unlike any language Henry had ever seen, ancient and incomprehensible. He couldn't decipher them, couldn't understand what they meant, and he knew that time was running out. The creature was getting closer. He had heard the distant cries from the village that morning. The terror that had spread throughout the town was palpable. People were dying, disappearing without a trace. The monster was hunting them one by one, and it was growing stronger, angrier, more relentless. Henry had no illusions now. The creature had been trapped for a reason, but now that it was free, it was out for vengeance. The ancient being, twisted by time and suffering, was not going to stop until it had consumed everything. Henry's heart pounded as he stared at the amulet. It was small, no bigger than his palm, but it radiated an unnatural energy. He could feel its power, a dark and foreboding presence that seemed to pulse in sync with his own racing heartbeat. The symbols etched into the surface weren't just for decoration. They were part of a ritual, a powerful spell meant to imprison the creature once again. He could feel it in his gut, the knowledge that this was the answer, the only way to stop the madness. But how? The answer eluded him. The days following the discovery of the relic were a blur of frantic searching and growing dread. Henry pored over every scrap of his grandfather's journal, looking for any clue, any hint that might reveal how to activate the amulet. The journal had been cryptic, filled with ramblings about doors, keys, and dark forces, but there was nothing concrete about how to use the relic. His grandfather had clearly known about its power, but had kept its secret hidden away, perhaps out of fear that it would one day be needed. In his desperation, Henry turned to every resource he could find. Books in the library, old texts in the attic, anything that might contain a shred of knowledge. But it seemed as though every path led to a dead end. The symbols on the amulet were unlike anything he had encountered before, and no amount of research revealed their meaning. He had even tried contacting local experts in ancient languages, but none could offer any assistance. The amulet's secrets remained locked away, hidden from him. Meanwhile, the creature's presence in the village grew more palpable. Every night, the screams became louder, closer, until the very sound of them haunted Henry's thoughts. He could feel the weight of its presence closing in on him, like a predator slowly circling its prey. And with every passing day, the creature seemed to grow more powerful, more malevolent. Its hunger was insatiable. One evening, as Henry sat alone in the study, surrounded by open books and ancient scrolls, the fatigue of days spent searching wore heavily on him. He rubbed his eyes, trying to stave off the panic that was creeping into his chest. He was running out of time, and he knew it. The creature was closer than ever, its twisted form lurking in the shadows of his mind. Just as he was about to give up for the night, something strange happened. The amulet, which he had set down on the desk beside him, began to glow faintly. The symbols on its surface seemed to shimmer, as though alive, as though responding to something, responding to him. Henry reached for it, his heart racing with sudden hope. He held the amulet in his hands, turning it slowly as he studied the markings. The glow was faint, but undeniable. The symbols had changed. The amulet was reacting to him. Without thinking, Henry pressed the amulet against his chest, as if instinctively knowing what to do. As soon as it touched his skin, the glow intensified, and a sharp pain shot through his chest, a searing, unbearable heat that made him gasp in agony. His vision blurred, and he fell to his knees, clutching the amulet, as though it were the only thing holding him together. Suddenly, a voice, low, guttural, and filled with ancient wrath, whispered in his ear, "You cannot stop me. I am eternal." The voice was both distant and close, echoing through his mind like a dark promise. The amulet burned against his skin, and Henry could feel its power coursing through him, a torrent of energy that threatened to consume him. He could hear the chains, the rattling noise, growing louder in his ears. The creature's fury, its rage, was being channeled through the amulet, and Henry could feel it, the hunger, the desire for freedom. It was too much. He cried out in pain, and just as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure, the heat, the voice, all of it, ceased. The amulet went cold in his hands, its glow fading, until it was once again just a dull, lifeless object. Henry sat on the floor, gasping for breath, his body trembling from the aftershocks of the experience. He didn't understand what had just happened. He had felt the power of the amulet, but he had also felt the creature's resistance. It was as if the very nature of the amulet was in direct conflict with the creature. The being was ancient, far older than any force Henry could comprehend. But there was something else, something he hadn't fully understood until now. The amulet was not just a tool for sealing the creature. It was a conduit, a focal point for an ancient force, and it required something more than just physical proximity. It needed intent. It needed focus. Henry knew then that he had to use the amulet in the right way, and he had to do it soon. The creature was closing in, and every moment that passed was a moment closer to the end. As Henry sat there in the dim light of the study, he knew one thing with certainty. The creature would not stop. It would not rest until it had destroyed everything. And the only way to stop it was to understand the amulet fully and use its power before it was too late. Time was running out, and Henry could feel the walls closing in around him. But for the first time since he had opened that cursed door, he knew what he had to do. The amulet was the key. Now, he just had to unlock its true power. Chapter 8. The Battle in the Dark. The basement felt different now, alive, suffocating. The air was thick with an oppressive sense of dread, the walls pressing in on Henry as he made his way down the familiar cracked stairs. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat reverberating through his entire body. The sound of chains dragging against the stone echoed in his ears, and the unmistakable growl of the creature sent a chill down his spine. This was it, the moment he had been dreading and preparing for. The moment he had no choice but to face the thing he had unleashed. He had hoped for another way, some form of escape, but there was no longer any time for hesitation. The creature was on a rampage, tearing through the village, leaving a wake of death and destruction. Henry had done everything he could to prepare, studied the ancient texts, deciphered the strange markings on the amulet, and even endured the terrifying visions that had plagued his dreams. But now, standing at the foot of the stairs, amulet clutched tightly in his hand, he knew it was up to him. There was no running anymore. The basement, once just a dusty, forgotten space, had become the battleground where everything would come to a head. The relic, the creature, and Henry himself were about to collide in an ancient struggle that had been set into motion long before he ever stepped foot in the house. The creature was waiting for him. It emerged from the shadows like a living nightmare, its twisted, contorted form stretching impossibly tall and wide. Its eyes glowed bright red, burning with an unholy fire, its breath ragged and hot. The chains that had once bound it lay scattered across the floor like broken remnants of a forgotten past, and the air smelled thick with the rot of age-old suffering. "You," the creature rasped, its voice a guttural growl. "You are the one who freed me. You are the one who will pay." Henry stood frozen for a moment, the weight of the situation crashing down on him. The creature's words, dripping with malice, seemed to penetrate his very soul. Its hunger was evident, its power palpable. It wanted him, needed him, and it was going to tear him apart. But he couldn't let that happen. As the creature took a step forward, its massive form filling the narrow basement, Henry felt a surge of adrenaline. His hands trembled as he raised the amulet, remembering the faint, flickering visions that had come to him in his dreams. The relic, it wasn't just an object. It was a weapon, a conduit of immense power. He had learned in his visions that the amulet's true purpose wasn't merely to bind the creature. It was also meant to act as a shield, a force of light that could repel the darkness that the creature represented. But Henry didn't know how to wield it. He didn't know how to channel that energy into something that could defeat the creature. He had no choice but to try. With a shout, Henry flung the amulet toward the creature, but it did not fly like a weapon. Instead, it flared with an intense, blinding light the moment it left his grasp. The light was harsh, burning, and it forced Henry to shield his eyes. The creature recoiled, its eyes narrowing, its inhuman form writhing in pain as the light scorched its flesh. But just as quickly as it had flared, the light began to fade, leaving the creature snarling in anger, still standing tall and defiant. "No," the creature growled, its voice a snarl of fury. "You cannot control me." Henry felt the fear creeping back into his chest, but he fought it back. He had to keep going. He couldn't let up. With the amulet in his hand again, he focused on the visions, the ancient symbols, the whispers of power. In his dream, he had seen a flash of something, a movement, a gesture, an incantation. It wasn't much, but it was enough. He had to repeat it. This time, Henry held the amulet up high, feeling its energy crackling through the air. His hands burned with the sensation, the amulet glowing brighter, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. The creature lunged, its massive claws swiping through the air, its teeth bared, but Henry did not flinch. He whispered the words he had seen in his dream. The words were ancient, unfamiliar, but they tumbled from his lips with surprising clarity, as if the amulet itself was guiding him, unlocking something buried deep inside. As the last syllable escaped him, the air around them seemed to shift. The light from the amulet exploded in a burst of radiant energy, and the creature staggered back, howling in agony. The force of it sent shockwaves through the basement, and Henry's ears rang with the intensity. The creature recoiled, its body writhing, its form distorting in ways that made Henry's stomach churn. But even as the creature screamed in pain, it was not defeated. The light was pushing it back, but only temporarily. "Is this all you can do?" the creature mocked, its voice twisted with dark amusement. You think you can banish me with light? Henry's mind raced. The creature was too powerful. The light alone wasn't enough to send it back into the abyss. But the amulet, it was the key to sealing it, to imprisoning it once more. He could feel the creature's anger, its power building, and he knew that if he didn't act fast, it would tear him apart. The creature lunged again, faster this time, and Henry barely dodged its strike, the claws grazing his shoulder. The pain was immediate, sharp, but he didn't have time to react. The creature's jaws snapped shut, and Henry felt the heat of its breath as it closed in on him. In that moment, Henry realized what he had to do. The amulet. He had to use the full force of the relic to trap the creature, not just repel it. With a final desperate push, he raised the amulet, holding it steady as he focused all of his will into it. The light flared one last time, brighter, stronger than ever before, and Henry could feel the amulet's power reaching into the very fabric of the creature's being. The creature howled, its body writhing in agony as the light engulfed it. It fought, thrashing in a desperate bid for freedom, but Henry's grip on the amulet was unyielding. The light expanded outward, engulfing the creature entirely. Its screams echoed through the basement, and for a moment, the very walls seemed to shake. And then, silence. Henry stood, panting heavily, his body trembling from exhaustion. The basement was dark once more, the only light the fading glow of the amulet in his hand. The creature was gone, at least for now. But Henry knew that the battle wasn't over. The creature was still out there, still hungry, still waiting. And the amulet, powerful as it was, might not be enough to keep it locked away forever. But for now, Henry had won. The creature was sealed once more, but only for a while, and he knew it would be back. The real question was, would he be ready? Chapter 9. The Final Rite. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and Henry felt the weight of impending doom pressing down on him as he scoured the old library. Time was slipping through his fingers like sand, the frantic ticking of the clock echoing in his mind. The creature, enraged and relentless, was drawing closer with every passing hour. He could feel its presence, like a shadow following his every step, growing stronger and nearer with every scream that echoed through the village. His heart was heavy, his thoughts muddled. Every moment he spent searching felt like a lifetime, but he knew that he was running out of time. The only chance he had to stop the creature now was a ritual, one that could, at least temporarily, seal it away once more. But as with all things tied to such ancient forces, there was a price, a terrible price. Henry's fingers trembled as they skimmed through the crumbling pages of the old texts, searching for the ritual. His grandfather had left behind enough notes to guide him. He had to. In the silence of the library, Henry read with a desperation he hadn't known before, as though the words themselves were his last hope. The ritual was clear, written in ancient script, but it was more complicated than he had anticipated. It required not just the relic, but a sacrifice, a binding of spirit. As Henry read, his pulse quickened. The ritual demanded that he make an irreversible choice. He would have to bind his own soul to the creature, using his life force as the key to seal it away once again. The ritual wasn't just about trapping the creature. It was about creating an eternal bond between them. The sacrifice would bind his very essence to the creature, anchoring it to him forever. It would mean that Henry could never truly escape. He would be linked to the creature for as long as he lived, bound to its fate, its power. If the creature ever escaped again, he would be its first target, its anchor, forever. Henry's hands shook as he lowered the book, the words now blurred in front of him. It seemed impossible. How could he possibly make such a choice? He had already seen the depths of the creature's malice, felt its power, and witnessed its insatiable hunger. To be bound to such a thing, to be forever connected to the very source of all his nightmares, seemed like a fate worse than death. But the thought of losing everyone, of letting the creature continue its path of destruction, was more unbearable. The village, the people he had come to care about, if he didn't act, if he didn't make the sacrifice, they would all die. The creature would destroy them without mercy, without hesitation. Henry could feel the weight of the decision crushing him. It had been days since Henry last ventured outside. He had locked himself away in the house, poring over every text, every clue, every scrap of paper that might help him stop the creature. The village had fallen silent now, save for the occasional scream in the distance, and Henry could feel the ground beneath him shifting. The world outside felt like it was on the brink of collapse, and it was all his fault. The creature was closing in. Every night, the sounds of its rage seemed to get louder, the earth itself trembling beneath its fury. It had become more relentless, more determined to destroy everything in its path. Henry had heard whispers in the wind, felt its presence as if it were stalking him. It was only a matter of time before it reached the house, before it tore through the walls, hunting him down. And yet, as the night stretched on, Henry knew the moment of decision was approaching. He had to perform the ritual. It was the only way to stop the creature. But to bind his soul to it, to give himself up as the sacrifice, that was a burden no one should bear. The knowledge weighed heavily on him. He had always been taught that there was a price for power, for magic. But this price, it was beyond anything he had ever imagined. A lifetime of torment, of fear, of knowing that he could never truly escape. The thought of it was suffocating, and yet the alternative was worse. As the night wore on, Henry found himself standing in the center of the old basement once more, the ritual's ingredients laid out before him. The amulet lay at the center of the floor, glowing faintly in the dim light. The symbols, etched into the stone beneath him, pulsed with an energy he could feel in his very bones. The creature would be sealed again, for now, but the cost would be high. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of chains dragging on the ground. It was here. The creature was close. The sound sent a chill down his spine, and Henry's heart began to race. He could feel its presence, like a dark shadow stretching toward him. It was as if the creature had been waiting, watching, knowing that Henry was preparing. It had no intention of going quietly. The time had come. The ritual had to be performed now. Henry's voice trembled as he began to chant the ancient words from the book, the words that would bind him to the creature. The symbols on the ground glowed brighter, the air crackling with power. He could feel it, feel the creature responding, its rage intensifying as it was drawn toward him. It wasn't just a force of nature now. It was part of him, bound to his soul. The amulet pulsed with energy, its light now blinding, a beacon of both hope and doom. Henry's voice echoed through the basement as he spoke the final incantation, his hand extended toward the amulet. The chains rattled louder now, the creature's fury resonating in the air, vibrating through the floor beneath him. In that moment, Henry knew. There was no turning back. The ritual was almost complete, but it would mean binding himself to the creature for the rest of his life. He could never escape. He would live with the knowledge that the creature was always with him, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment. But it was the only way. As the last words left his lips, a brilliant flash of light filled the room, and Henry felt the full force of the creature's energy rush into him. It was painful, like being torn apart from the inside out. His vision blurred, and he could feel the darkness trying to consume him, trying to drag him into the depths. And then, silence. Henry opened his eyes, gasping for air, his body trembling. The creature's presence was still there, but it was subdued now, held within the confines of the ritual. The basement was still, the chains no longer rattling. The light from the amulet had faded, but the power remained, an invisible force binding the creature to Henry. He had done it. The creature was sealed once again, for now, but the price had been steep. Henry knew that his life would never be the same. He was bound to it, forever. The creature's essence was now a part of him, its rage, its hunger, and its darkness lingering in his soul. He would never be free of it. But he had saved the village. He had stopped the creature, at least for now. The cost was his own peace, his own freedom, and Henry could only hope that the sacrifice had been worth it. Chapter 10. The silence after the storm. The basement was quiet now. The oppressive, suffocating air that had lingered for days had finally lifted. The chains, which had once rattled in the dark like a haunting, had fallen still. The terrible, otherworldly presence that had stalked Henry through every waking moment, that had driven him to the brink of madness, was gone. Trapped once more in the prison it had once occupied. The ritual had worked. The creature was sealed away. But as Henry stood in the center of the basement, the dim light from the amulet flickering out, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. He had done it. He had saved the village, stopped the creature. The town was safe for now, but the cost was heavy. The weight of the sacrifice, the price he had paid to bind the creature, hung over him like a shadow that would never leave. His hands, though still trembling, felt empty, as though the energy from the ritual had drained him of everything. It was over, but he would never be the same. As Henry stepped out of the basement, his footsteps echoing in the empty house, he could feel the weight of what he had done pressing against him. The house felt different now, emptier, as though the very walls were exhaling a long-held breath. The silence that filled the space was deafening. It was a silence that spoke of death, of struggle, of ancient powers. But now, it was a silence that meant something else: peace. The chaos had ceased, and for the first time in days, there was no distant rumble of destruction, no terrifying growls in the night. The creature, once a force of unstoppable rage, was contained. Henry had kept his promise to the village, to the people who had no idea of the horrors lurking just beyond their reach. But the silence felt like a tomb. The weight of the amulet pressed against his chest, an uncomfortable reminder that he would never be truly free. The bond he had forged with the creature in order to trap it would haunt him for the rest of his life. There was no escaping it now. The darkness would always be with him. He made his way outside, the cool air biting at his skin as he stepped into the fading light of day. The village was quiet, eerily still. He could hear the faint rustling of trees in the wind, the distant chirping of birds, the peaceful hum of a world that had been spared destruction. But even as he took in the beauty of the landscape, there was a part of him that couldn't appreciate it. The world was still, but inside him, the storm raged on. His mind was heavy with the echoes of what had happened. and he could feel the creature's presence deep within him, like a shadow that refused to leave. He walked through the village, his gaze distant, his steps slow. The people, those he had saved, went about their business, unaware of the true cost of their salvation. They greeted him with relief, with thanks, but Henry couldn't bring himself to return their smiles. He had saved them, yes, but at what cost? His sacrifice had been so much more than anyone could ever know. The creature had been sealed, but it was still a part of him, its essence tethered to his soul. Every time he closed his eyes, he could feel its presence. The burning red eyes, the screeching growl, the horrific laughter that had filled his nightmares. It was always there, lurking just beneath the surface of his thoughts, waiting for the moment when it would rise again. The worst part was the knowledge that the creature had not been fully defeated. He had only delayed its return, bound it with his own life force. But it was not gone. It would always be there, waiting for the moment when the bonds holding it would weaken, when the seal would break. And when it did, Henry would be the one to answer for it. That night, as he lay in bed, the stillness of the house pressed in on him. The silence was louder than the chaos that had consumed the past few days. It was a silence that spoke of finality, of closure, but also of something far darker, something Henry couldn't escape. He had sealed the creature, but it had come at the expense of his own peace. The knowledge that he would carry this burden for the rest of his life was suffocating. The amulet was gone from his neck now, locked away in a box hidden deep within the house. But even its absence could not quell the feeling of being watched. He had locked the door, sealed the basement, but the chains from his nightmares, still echoed in his mind. And then, as he lay there in the darkness, he heard it. The faintest sound. The sound of chains dragging across the ground. It was distant, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Henry froze, his breath catching in his throat. He strained his ears, listening, waiting. For a moment, there was nothing but the silence of the house. But then, again, just a whisper in the darkness. The unmistakable sound of chains. It was a reminder that what he had done, what he had unleashed, would never truly leave him. The creature was still a part of him, forever bound to his soul, and as long as he lived, the chains would always echo in his mind, a constant reminder of the cost of his actions. In the days that followed, Henry tried to move on. He spoke to the villagers, assuring them that the creature was gone, that they were safe. But every time he looked into their eyes, he felt the weight of his sacrifice. The faces that thanked him would never know the truth. They would never understand the price he had paid to keep them safe. The storm had passed, and for the first time in weeks, the sky was clear. But Henry knew that the peace was fleeting. The storm would return, the chains would rattle again, and he would be ready. For now. Chapter 1. The Legend of the Lake. Elena sat in the dimly lit cafe, the steady hum of conversation around her muffling the thoughts racing through her mind. She'd spent hours listening to stories, piecing together fragments of rumors about the lake, but nothing quite made sense. She was used to sifting through bizarre tales for her work as a journalist, but this one, this legend, had a pull that she couldn't ignore. A chorus of voices from beneath the waters, angelic, beautiful, and yet terrifying. Her fingers drummed nervously on the edge of her notepad, where she'd written down the few concrete details she'd managed to gather. The locals called it El Coro Subaquatico, the subaquatic choir. a choir of voices said to rise from the depths of a remote lake, hidden deep in the woods. No one who had ventured too close to the water had ever returned the same. Some were even said to have disappeared without a trace. But it was the voices that intrigued Elena the most, whispers of a celestial harmony that seemed to call out to anyone who dared listen. And it wasn't just an old legend. There were reports too. The most recent, a few months ago, involved a group of tourists, young, excited, eager to capture something inexplicable on camera, who had gone to the lake, recording what they believed to be the choir, only for their footage to end abruptly. The police had found their car parked by the lake's edge, their belongings scattered across the ground, as though they had left in a hurry. But there was no sign of them, not a trace. Just the unsettling calm of the lake. The feeling that had stirred within Elena was not just professional curiosity. It was something deeper, a magnetic pull she couldn't explain. As a journalist, she had seen her fair share of strange occurrences and inexplicable events. But this felt different. Something about the story tugged at her instincts, as though it were meant for her, as though she had been drawn to it for a reason. Elena. A voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see Miguel, the cafe owner, standing by her table, his hands clasped in front of him. His eyes were kind, but wary. "You're not thinking of going out there, are you?" he asked, his voice low enough that no one else could hear. Elena smiled softly. "I'm just here for the story, Miguel. What harm could there be in that?" He shook his head. "It's not like what you think. That lake, it's cursed. The locals know it, but no one speaks of it. And you're new here. You don't understand the kind of thing you're asking about." She set her pen down and leaned forward. "I've heard the stories. I know what the locals say. Some call it a curse. Others say it's the sound of angels. But no one's ever really talked about it in detail. I need to know what happened, and I think you do too." Miguel stared at her for a long moment before he sighed. "I'll tell you what I know, but you should be careful. People like to pretend that something isn't there just because they can't see it. But that place, it doesn't just change people, it takes them." He paused, his expression darkening, and then continued, his voice dropping even lower. "My uncle, he was one of those people who went to the lake years ago. He never came back the same. He wouldn't speak for weeks, and when he finally did, all he said was that he heard them, voices beneath the water. He said they were calling his name. He was never the same after that." "Did he?" Elena's voice faltered as she realized the implication of what Miguel was saying. He nodded slowly, his face pale. "He died a year later, and not from anything physical. He just faded away, like something had drained him, piece by piece. My family still doesn't talk about it." Elena took a deep breath, her determination only growing stronger. "I appreciate the warning, Miguel, but I can't walk away from this. Not now. I need to know what really happened." The older man looked at her, the weight of his gaze both pleading and resigned. "Then you'll have to speak to the others, the ones who remember. They're the only ones who might know the truth. But don't say I didn't warn you." After he left, Elena's resolve only solidified. She had to go to the lake. She had to hear the voices for herself, uncover the truth, and tell the world what had happened to those lost souls. She had always been driven by the need to seek the truth, no matter how dark or dangerous it might be. And now, this mysterious lake, with its promises of hidden voices and whispers of curses, had become her obsession. The next morning, Elena packed her things and set off towards the lake, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. The village was small, a collection of old, weathered houses tucked between thick woods that seemed to press in on all sides. There was something otherworldly about the place, as if it existed in a time apart from the rest of the world. The further she drove, the more isolated the area became. The road grew narrower, twisting through dense forests, the trees thick and heavy with mist. Soon, the car was the only sound breaking the silence, the only sign of life in the vast expanse of wilderness. Elena's pulse quickened, the anticipation of discovery mingling with a growing sense of dread. Finally, she arrived. The lake was everything the stories had described and more. Vast and still, its surface like black glass, reflecting the overcast sky. Elena stepped out of the car and walked slowly toward the water's edge, her footsteps muffled by the damp earth. There was no sound, only the soft rustling of the wind through the trees. But then she heard it, a faint, ethereal melody. At first it was so subtle, so soft, that she thought it was just the wind. But as she stood there, listening intently, the sound grew clearer. The voices, high, delicate, angelic. But there was something about them that made the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. They seemed to be calling, beckoning her to come closer. Her heart hammered in her chest. This was it. The choir. The sound that had drawn so many before her into its depths. Elena felt the pull, a magnetic force urging her forward. She took a step closer to the water, her feet barely making a sound as they sank into the mud. The voices seemed to grow louder now, like a soft lullaby, weaving through the air. She stopped herself just in time. This wasn't just a story anymore. It was real. And if she wasn't careful, it might consume her as it had consumed others. Elena stepped back, her breath shallow as she turned away from the water. She had come to find the truth, but she wasn't sure she was ready to hear it just yet. As she made her way back to her car, the haunting melody of the choir still echoed in her mind, filling her thoughts with questions. What was it that lay beneath the surface? And why did it call to her so desperately? The mystery of the lake had only just begun. Chapter 2. A Silenced Witness. The fog had yet to lift from the sleepy village, shrouding it in a heavy mist that clung to the trees and buildings like a secret. Elena stood at the threshold of the village's small inn, her breath visible in the cold air. The locals were starting their day, moving slowly through the streets with an air of quiet purpose. But there was an unmistakable tension in the air, a kind of collective unease that Elena could feel at the back of her neck. She had been in the village for 2 days now, and despite her best efforts, the locals remained hesitant to speak openly about the lake. Most would nod politely when she mentioned it, but their eyes would dart away quickly, as if the mere mention of the place invoked some unseen force. Elena had learned early on that in a place like this, where the past and present seemed to blur together in strange ways, it was important to approach things delicately. She couldn't force the truth out of them. It would have to come on its own. Her first stop of the day was the village's only cafe, a small rustic place that smelled of coffee and old wood. The locals gathered there to gossip, share news, and perhaps, on occasion, reveal a truth or two. Elena had spent a few hours there the day before, hoping to catch someone willing to talk. This time, she hoped for more luck. She took a seat by the window, her notepad at the ready, scanning the room. The faces were familiar now, all of them in their middle years, or older, with the weathered looks of people who had seen too much, and yet said too little. She sipped her coffee, and just as she was about to make a quiet exit, an elderly man caught her eye. He sat alone at the back table, hunched over a steaming mug of tea. His face was gaunt, his thin white hair falling in tangled wisps around his head, and there was something in his expression, a distant sadness that intrigued her. She had seen the way the others glanced at him, their eyes quickly moving away, as if they were afraid to meet his gaze. Elena's curiosity got the better of her. She stood and made her way to his table, smiling gently. "Excuse me, sir," she began, her voice soft. "My name is Elena. I'm a journalist. I'm here investigating the lake and the strange stories that surround it. I was wondering if you could help me with some information." The man looked up at her, his pale blue eyes narrowing slightly, as if weighing her words carefully. He didn't respond immediately, instead glancing around the room, as if to make sure no one was listening. After a long moment, he nodded. "Sit down then. You won't get much out of anyone here," he said, his voice low and gravelly. Elena hesitated, sensing something in his tone. She sat across from him, pulling out her notepad. "Thank you," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. "I've heard rumors, you see, about strange voices coming from the lake. Some say it's the sound of angels. Others believe it's something darker. Do you know anything about it?" The man sighed deeply, his fingers trembling as he wrapped them around his cup. "I've heard the stories, more than most. But let me tell you this. I've seen the lake. I've heard it too. Back when I was a boy, I went to that lake on a school trip. We were just kids, laughing and running around, not thinking about the stories. We were supposed to be on our best behavior, but curiosity got the better of us." He paused, his eyes distant as he stared into the steam rising from his tea, as though he were seeing something far away, something he hadn't spoken of in decades. "It was a field trip out of the blue," he continued, his voice growing quieter. "We stopped near the lake for a break, not far from where the old bridge used to be. I remember thinking it was a nice day, bright, peaceful. The others were running around, playing games, not paying attention to anything. But I walked toward the water. I always was the curious one." Elena leaned in, her pen hovering over the page, ready to write down every word. "I don't know what made me go closer," the man murmured, his voice faltering. "Maybe it was the sound. I thought I heard something, a melody, soft and sweet, like a lullaby. It was strange because it didn't sound like any normal song. It sounded far away, but it called to me. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt it in my bones, like something was pulling me toward it." Elena's heart skipped a beat. The man's description matched the stories she'd heard, the voices calling from the water. "I walked toward the edge of the lake," he continued, his eyes unfocused, as if remembering the moment with a sense of dread. "I was nearly to the water when I saw the others, my friends, my classmates, running behind me, shouting my name. But I couldn't move. My feet were stuck, and all I could hear was the song. Then the water. It started moving, like it was alive. It rippled, but not from the wind. I saw shapes beneath the surface, shadows shifting." He stopped abruptly, his face pale. Elena could see his hands trembling now. She didn't dare interrupt. She knew there was more. "And then I heard something else. It wasn't a voice. It was like a scream, but it wasn't human. The water rose, and I knew I had to run. I ran back to the others as fast as I could, and when I turned around, the water, it was still. But the song didn't stop. It followed me." The man's eyes flickered up to Elena's. I never went back, and neither did any of the others. We didn't speak about it, not for years, and we never told anyone the truth about that day. The lake, it doesn't just take people, it keeps something, and it's not the same thing you think you hear. Elena felt a shiver run down her spine as the words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. She had always prided herself on being able to extract information from anyone, but there was something different about this man's testimony. His words weren't just an account of a strange event. They were a warning. She tried to ask more questions, but the man clammed up, his eyes darting nervously around the room. I've said too much already, he muttered. You'd better leave it alone, girl. Trust me. The lake, it doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. With that, he stood abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Elena barely had time to protest before he turned and walked quickly toward the door, leaving behind his untouched cup of tea. She was left sitting there, stunned, her mind racing with the implications of what he had said. His words echoed in her ears, but there was something more. Something in the way he had acted, as if he had seen something that still haunted him. Elena stood, grabbing her notepad. She made her way to the door, but when she stepped outside, she stopped short. The man was nowhere in sight. The street was empty, save for a few figures walking at the other end, and the fog had grown thicker. Where did he go? Elena muttered, her eyes scanning the area. She looked back at the cafe, but the old man was gone. His absence felt wrong, as though he had vanished into thin air. But it wasn't just that. There were small things, tiny details that didn't sit right with her. And then, as if on instinct, she reached down to her notebook. A scrap of paper had been tucked inside, with a message scrawled in haste. Follow the path by the lake. The answers lie beneath. Elena stared at the note, a chill running down her spine. The game was changing now. There was something much darker at play than she had initially realized. Chapter 3. The Cursed Recording. Elena stood in front of her laptop, the screen glowing softly in the dim light of her rented room. She had been trying to concentrate on the task at hand, but the chilling remnants of her conversation with the old man lingered in her mind. The note he had left her still burned in her pocket. A warning, perhaps, but also a call to action. Follow the path by the lake. The answers lie beneath. What had he meant by that? And what could it possibly have to do with the recording she was about to watch? She exhaled slowly, pushing aside her unease, and opened the folder labeled Tourists Missing. A few clicks, and the video file began to load. The footage was grainy at first, the camera shaky as it panned over a group of excited voices, all muffled by the distance. They were laughing, joking, as one of them, a young man, held the camera in his hands. All right, guys," the man's voice echoed through the video, his tone playful. "Let's see if we can find this Goro." Elena's heart skipped a beat. She had heard the stories of the tourists, a group of young adults who had come to the lake on a weekend trip just a few months prior, eager to explore the supernatural mystery. They had all vanished, leaving only their car behind, parked at the edge of the lake. The footage, however, was found by a local fisherman who had reported it to the authorities after discovering the camera, still running on the shoreline. She hit play, her fingers trembling slightly as the image on the screen stabilized. The camera zoomed in on a woman, a blonde-haired girl with wide eyes, her excitement apparent as she stood next to the water, the lake stretching out in front of her like a vast, dark mirror. "I think I hear something," she said, her voice barely audible over the wind. The group fell silent, their attention turning toward the water. The girl, whose name Elena would later learn was Julia, tilted her head as if listening intently. The air seemed to grow still as the camera panned over the group. Elena could feel the tension building in the video, the same kind of eerie stillness that had consumed her when she had first stood by the lake. And then it came. The sound. Soft, ethereal, almost imperceptible at first, but growing louder with each passing second. Elena felt her pulse quicken as the voices swelled from the depths of the video. They were faint at first, like whispers on the wind, but they became clearer with each passing moment, an almost celestial harmony, soft and lilting, like a choir of angels. "Can you hear that?" the young man with the camera asked, his voice tight with excitement. Is that the choro?" The camera shifted quickly, now focusing on the group's faces. There was a mix of fascination and unease. Some of them laughed nervously, while others looked uncertain. Elena could see the expression of Julia change. Her eyes were wide now, her lips parted, as if she were trying to catch her breath. "Guys, we should probably get going," one of the other tourists said, his voice a little shaky. But there was a sense of inevitability in his tone, as if he too had already felt the pull of the lake, even without fully understanding what it was. The camera swung back to the water, the ripples barely visible now, the surface unnaturally still. The voices grew louder, almost demanding, as if calling out to them, beckoning them closer. "Let's get a little closer," Julia whispered, stepping forward, her feet crunching softly on the gravel as she moved toward the edge. She was hypnotized, her body swaying slightly, as if drawn to the lake's edge by an invisible force. "Julia, no," the man with the camera said, his voice now full of concern, but it was too late. She was already at the water's edge, her face slack with awe. The camera shook as he took a step forward, capturing the unsettling image of her standing there, gazing into the depths. And then, just as Elena had feared, the image on the screen began to distort. The water, which had been so still, suddenly began to churn violently. The camera zoomed in on Julia, who seemed oblivious to the danger as the voices grew louder, the harmony turning into a chaotic chorus of wails and pleading cries. A terrible sound split the air, a loud, inhuman roar, and the water surged forward, a wave rising up from the depths. Elena watched in horror as the wave consumed Julia, pulling her in with terrifying force. Her scream, amplified by the camera's microphone, was cut off abruptly as the water enveloped her. The camera spun wildly, catching glimpses of the other tourists. Two of them ran toward the shore, desperately shouting her name, while the others froze, unable to move. The video was a blur of frantic movement, of limbs flailing, of chaos. The camera bobbed in the air as the young man holding it tried to run, but the voices now overtook everything. They drowned out the shouts of the others, their melodies wrapping around the group like a net. And then, the video went black. Elena sat frozen, her eyes wide as she processed what she had just witnessed. She had heard rumors about the disappearances, but seeing it, watching that helpless girl being dragged into the water, hearing the horror in the voices, was a different experience entirely. This wasn't just some mysterious phenomenon. It was something far darker, far more sinister. The question now was, what were those voices? Why did they call to people? And what happened to those who answered? Elena's hands shook as she rewound the video, watching the footage once more. She paused it at the moment just before Julia was pulled under. The water had been still before. The surge, as though something beneath the surface had triggered the violent movement. But it wasn't just the water. There was something in the air, a presence, something watching them. A chill ran through Elena's spine as she recognized the pattern. The same voices, the same pull. This wasn't a random occurrence. The lake, the choir, the disappearances, all of it was connected. She leaned forward, examining the footage frame by frame. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed something strange in the distortion just before the video cut out. A shape, barely visible, lurking beneath the surface. At first, she thought it was a trick of the light, but as she focused, she could see it more clearly. A shadow, a figure, something watching the group from the water. Elena's heart raced. She grabbed her notepad, furiously scribbling down notes as she made connections in her mind. The water, the voices, the figures beneath the surface. Everything pointed toward one conclusion. This wasn't just an accident. This was a trap, an ancient lure, and it had been waiting for the right moment to strike again. As Elena sat back in her chair, staring at the dark screen, she felt the weight of the mystery bearing down on her. The lake was no longer just a place of strange legends. It was a grave, a place where something evil had taken root. And it wasn't finished yet. Elena knew one thing for sure. The more she dug, the closer she got to the truth, the more dangerous it became. But she wasn't going to back down. Not now. Not when the answers were just within reach. She wasn't the first to be drawn to the lake, and she wouldn't be the last. Chapter 4. The Bus Accident. The dust of the village's old archives hung in the air as Elena sifted through yellowed files, her fingers tracing over crumbling pages. The room, tucked away at the back of the town hall, smelled of mildew and aged paper. The flickering overhead light cast long shadows across the stacks of forgotten records, and the silence was so complete that it felt as though the building itself were holding its breath. Elena's determination, however, was unshaken. She had followed every lead, interviewed every witness, and watched every grainy video. Now, she needed something more concrete, something that could tie the lake's mysterious force to its tragic past. Her eyes flicked over the names and dates listed in the public records, some barely legible from years of neglect. It was slow work, but she was patient. She had already gone through most of the more recent files, nothing that revealed anything significant. But there were always older records, the ones that no one bothered to look at anymore, the ones that had been pushed to the bottom of the pile. Elena was certain she would find something here. She stopped at a particular file, her eyes drawn to it by a strange sense of foreboding. The file was labeled with a date nearly 50 years ago, December 17, 1974, followed by the word accidente in bold letters. Elena hesitated for a moment before pulling the file from the shelf. As she opened it, a yellowed newspaper clipping fluttered to the floor, the headline reading, "School Bus Tragedy. Several Children Drown in Lake." Elena bent down to pick it up, her heart thudding in her chest. The article was brief, the details sparse but enough to send a shiver down her spine. The story described a tragic accident in which a school bus, carrying a group of children on a field trip, had plunged into the lake after the driver lost control of the vehicle on a slick road. The bus had been traveling along a narrow, winding path when it veered off course and crashed through the guardrail. By the time rescuers arrived, it was too late. The water was too deep, and the bus had sunk too quickly. Of the 22 children and 2 adults on board, only 5 bodies had been recovered. The rest were lost, their remains never found. Elena felt a tightening in her chest as she read the names of the children. She couldn't help but imagine what they had gone through in those final moments. Trapped in the sinking bus, struggling for air as the icy water rushed in. And then she saw it. The names of the victims, listed one by one, some of them so familiar. One of the names immediately caught her attention: Sofia Guerra. The name rang a bell. She had heard it before, though not in the context of the accident. Sofia Guerra was one of the voices. Elena had been listening to the recordings from the missing tourists, and one of the voices had sounded so distinct, so clear. Sofia. Sofia. It was the same name. It was the same voice. Elena's pulse quickened. Could it be? Could these voices, the ones that lured people into the lake, belong to the children who had drowned all those years ago? The more she thought about it, the more the pieces began to fit together. The voices in the water, the strange pull, the way the tourists had been drawn in. It wasn't a random occurrence. It was connected to the tragedy of the bus, and more specifically, to the children who had died in the lake. Her mind raced as she read the other names on the list. Each one felt like a piece of the puzzle. There was Juan Morales, whose name was also familiar. Elena had heard a voice on the recording calling out for Juan in a plaintive whisper. Then there was Lucia Perez, another name she recognized from the tourists' footage, a voice that had carried a soft, ethereal quality that had made Elena's skin crawl. She could hear them now, their voices, like whispers on the wind, distant but unmistakable. The connection was clear, but Elena couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled over her. These were the voices that had lured the tourists, the voices that had drawn them into the depths. But why? What had turned these children's deaths into something so unnatural, so dangerous? The lake was no longer just a tragic accident. It was a place of torment, where the lost souls of the children were trapped, calling out for others to join them in their eternal chorus. There was a nagging question in the back of her mind, one that she had yet to answer. Why were the children still here? Why hadn't their spirits moved on? Elena knew she needed to find the answers, but the deeper she delved into the mystery, the more dangerous it became. Elena continued to go through the records, her mind spinning with the new revelations. There were a few more details in the files, reports of strange sightings around the lake in the years following the accident. Locals spoke of ghostly apparitions and eerie voices that seemed to rise from the depths, but nothing concrete, nothing that could explain what had truly happened. The authorities had eventually closed the case, labeling it a tragic accident, and the town had moved on, trying to forget the painful memories. But Elena knew now that they had never really moved on. The lake had kept its grip on the village, its tragic past echoing through the years. It was in the final pages of the file that Elena found something more, a note written by the coroner at the time. It was a short, cryptic entry, barely legible, but Elena could make out enough to understand. The coroner had remarked on something unusual about the bodies recovered from the lake. Despite the wreckage, there were no signs of trauma on the children's bodies, no signs of struggle. It was as if they had simply surrendered. But what struck Elena the most was a line that stood out above the rest. The water. It was almost as if they had been waiting for someone to find them. A cold shiver ran down Elena's spine. What did that mean? Were the children waiting for something? For someone? She closed the file, her mind swirling with the weight of the information she had uncovered. The connection between the voices in the water and the children who had drowned was clearer now. but it raised more questions than it answered. She had come to the lake looking for a story, but now she was entangled in something far darker, something she couldn't fully understand. She had always believed in the power of truth, but now the truth seemed far more dangerous than she could have ever imagined. Elena stood up, the file in her hands. She felt the weight of the children's souls, trapped in the lake, reaching out to her, calling her name. She had uncovered the past, but she had no idea what she would find when she ventured deeper into the lake's secrets. All she knew was that she had to keep going. There was no turning back now. The voices had found her, and they weren't going to let her go. Chapter 5. The Echo of the Abyss. The air in the forest was thick with mist, the kind of mist that hung so heavily in the trees, it felt as though the forest itself was holding its breath. Elena walked slowly, the crunch of leaves beneath her boots, the only sound to break the heavy silence that surrounded her. The forest was dense, the trees towering overhead like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches twisted in shapes that almost seemed to reach for her, clawing at the air. The fog swallowed everything in its path, and the further she ventured from the edge of the lake, the more disorienting the landscape became. She had spent the last few days piecing together the strange happenings at the lake, but the deeper she dug into the history of the place, the more she felt herself being drawn into something darker, something far older than she could have ever anticipated. The voices, the children, the whispers of an ancient presence waiting beneath the water. It had all started to feel like a slow, suffocating pull, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the answers lay somewhere within this forest, hidden between the shadows and the whispers. Her mind raced with thoughts of the children who had drowned, their souls trapped in the water, endlessly singing their haunting song. The connection between the strange symbols she had seen in old records, the warnings from the locals, and the unsettling visions that had started to haunt her sleep. Everything pointed to this forest. There was something here, something old, a secret that the trees had guarded for generations. Elena's flashlight flickered weakly in the dense fog, casting long, uneven shadows on the forest floor. She had been following the vague directions in the old man's cryptic note. Follow the path by the lake. The answers lie beneath. It had seemed simple enough at first, but the further she went into the woods, the more unnerving it became. The trees felt alive, the air charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. As she walked, her eyes caught something peculiar. Symbols carved into the trunks of the trees. At first, she thought it was just the decay of time, the marks of animals, or the wear of nature. But the deeper she went, the more she noticed the pattern. The symbols were deliberate, intricately etched into the bark. They were strange, unrecognizable shapes, circular patterns, intersecting lines, and symbols that seemed to pulse with a kind of energy. She stopped, her heart racing. The symbols were not random. Someone had been here, marking a path, leading the way. But who? And for what purpose? Elena knelt beside one of the trees, tracing her fingers over the symbols. The markings felt cold, as though the tree itself had absorbed something dark. She couldn't shake the feeling that these symbols weren't just graffiti. They were a warning, a marker left by someone who had come before her. Someone who had walked this path to the lake, just as she was now. Her breath caught in her throat as she stood up and turned to face the direction the symbols pointed toward. The lake was closer now, just beyond the next rise. But it wasn't just the lake that drew her attention. As she looked down at the ground, she saw more symbols, more lines etched into the dirt, forming a path that led directly toward the water's edge. The trail was unmistakable now. Someone had intentionally marked this route. Elena hesitated for a moment, the weight of the atmosphere pressing in on her. The forest felt dense, suffocating, as though the very air was thick with the weight of ancient secrets. The silence around her was broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves, but it felt unnatural, eerily still, as though the entire forest was waiting for something to happen. With a deep breath, Elena pushed forward, following the trail of symbols, her pulse quickening with each step. The further she went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It was as if the fog itself was closing in on her, blurring the line between reality and the supernatural. As she approached the edge of the lake, the first thing she noticed was the way the air seemed to shift. The heavy silence of the forest was replaced by a faint hum, almost imperceptible at first, but growing louder the closer she came to the water. It was the same hum she had heard before, in the recordings, in the whispers of the wind, the song. But this time, it was different. The song wasn't coming from the lake, not in the way she had expected. It seemed to surround her, as if the voices were emerging from the very trees themselves, echoing in the fog. It was soft, hypnotic, like a lullaby, and it called to her, deep into her bones. Elena stopped at the water's edge, her flashlight flickering weakly against the dark expanse of the lake. The fog had thickened around her, the surface of the water now barely visible through the mist. The humming grew louder, the voices rising in pitch, more insistent, calling her name. She closed her eyes, trying to block it out. No, she thought. This is just the fear, just the stories. They're not real. But as much as she tried to deny it, the pull was undeniable. She felt it in her chest, a heavy weight pushing her forward, dragging her toward the water. The voices were calling her, beckoning her closer. Elena stumbled back a few steps, shaking her head. Stay away from the water. Stay away from the voices. But as she stepped away, she noticed something in the fog. A figure, a shadow, half hidden by the mist, standing on the far side of the lake. She couldn't make out its features, but she could feel its presence, its eyes fixed on her. The figure didn't move, but the feeling of being watched intensified. Elena's breath hitched in her throat. There was something there, something waiting. And then it came. A voice, clear and cold, cut through the fog. It wasn't one of the children's voices, not like the whispers she had heard before. This one was different, older, darker. Elena, it whispered, the sound curling around her like a serpent, tightening its grip. Come closer. Elena took a step back, her legs shaking beneath her. This is not real. It can't be real, she thought. But the voice was undeniable. The sound wrapped around her, filling her mind, drowning out everything else. She could hear the soft, pleading voices of the children now, calling to her from the depths. Their song was not one of peace or love. It was a song of desperation, a song of loss, of longing. The pull was growing stronger, stronger than her will to resist. She felt her feet moving before she could stop them, her body betraying her, stepping closer to the edge of the water. The fog grew thicker around her, the lake stretching out before her like a vast abyss, waiting to claim her. But then, just as her foot was about to touch the water, something inside her broke through the fog of compulsion. No, she thought again, with more strength this time. You're not taking me. She stumbled backward, her heart pounding in her chest, her breath ragged. The voices were still there, still calling her, but they began to fade, growing distant, as if the mist itself had started to retreat. Elena turned and ran, her legs carrying her back through the forest, past the strange symbols carved into the trees, her breath ragged in her chest. By the time she reached the safety of the village, the voices were gone. The forest was silent once more, the air still and heavy, but she knew something had changed. The lake, the forest, the voices, they were all connected, part of something ancient, something dangerous. And now, she knew for certain that she wasn't just chasing a story, she was part of it, and it wasn't finished with her yet. Chapter 6. The Trap of the Voices. The village was quiet when Elena arrived at the old woman's house. The sky had darkened as the sun began to set, casting an eerie glow over the cottages and winding streets. The air felt heavy, as though the town itself were holding its breath, awaiting something that it knew was inevitable. Elena could sense it. The deeper she ventured into the mystery of the lake, the more the forces at play seemed to tighten around her, drawing her closer to something she wasn't entirely sure she was ready to face. Her visit to the forest had only raised more questions. The symbols carved into the trees, the chilling voices from the lake, and the eerie figure she had glimpsed in the mist. All of it had left her feeling more certain that there was something ancient and malevolent lurking beneath the surface of the lake. But she needed to know more. The old man's warnings had only deepened the mystery, and now she felt the need to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. That's when she heard about Mariana. An old woman, some said she was the last of the original settlers in the village, who had lived on the outskirts for as long as anyone could remember. She was said to know things that others in the village were too afraid to speak of. Elena had heard rumors about her for days, but it wasn't until a local shopkeeper reluctantly mentioned her that she finally made up her mind. The house was an old stone cottage, tucked behind a thick veil of ivy. As Elena approached, she could see that the windows were dimly lit from within, the shadows of furniture flickering through the glass. A sense of calm seemed to radiate from the house, but beneath it lay a deep undercurrent of tension, an ancient warning that Elena could feel in her bones. She knocked on the door, her heart pounding, not entirely sure of what to expect. After a long pause, the door creaked open, revealing a frail figure standing in the doorway. The woman was hunched, her long gray hair falling in a tangled mess over her shoulders, and her eyes were cloudy with age. But there was something sharp about her gaze, something that spoke of a wisdom that stretched far beyond her years. "You seek answers," she said, in a voice that was soft but unwavering. Elena nodded. "Yes, I'm looking into the lake, the voices, the children who died there. I need to understand what's happening." The old woman stepped aside, gesturing for Elena to enter. The inside of the cottage smelled of herbs and dried flowers, the walls lined with shelves, stacked high with jars, books, and trinkets. A fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. Elena could sense the weight of history in the air, the stories that had been passed down through generations. Mariana motioned for Elena to sit at a small wooden table, the wood worn smooth from years of use. Elena sat down, her eyes searching the room for any clues, any sign of the answers she was looking for. The old woman did not sit immediately. Instead, she went to a shelf and pulled down a faded leather-bound book. She placed it gently in front of Elena and opened it to a yellowed page. "This book has been passed down in my family for generations," Mariana said, her voice steady. "It holds the history of this land, of the things that have happened here, both seen and unseen. The truth of the lake is in these pages, but it is a truth not many are ready to hear. Elena leaned forward, her fingers grazing the edge of the book as she read the faded words. The pages were filled with accounts of the land, tales of early settlers, and strange happenings in the village. But one story stood out, an account of a tragedy that occurred long before Elena's time, one that she had only heard whispers of from the villagers. In the years following the bus accident, the villagers began to notice something strange. The voices that had been heard from the lake, the ones that had caused the disappearances, were not just random sounds. They were a call, a trap for the living, a song that lured the innocent to their doom. The children who died in the accident, Mariana said softly, her eyes fixed on Elena. They never truly left. The water holds them now, their souls trapped in an eternal choir, singing to draw others in. They are not at peace. They were not allowed to move on. And now, their voices are their curse. Elena's heart skipped a beat. So, the voices, they're the children. Mariana nodded. Yes. When the bus sank, their bodies were never fully recovered. But their souls, they didn't leave the lake. They became something else, something darker. They were bound to the water, to the song they now sing. And anyone who hears it, anyone who listens closely enough, is drawn in. The children were lost, yes. But now, they are part of something much worse. They are a part of the water itself. Elena's mind raced. The voices she had heard, the ones that had called to her from the lake, were the lost children. But why? Why were they still here? Why hadn't they been allowed to rest? And more importantly, what happened to those who succumbed to the call? Mariana's eyes darkened. The water holds them, yes, but it is not just the lake that is dangerous. It is the trap they set. The longer you listen, the stronger the pull becomes. You hear their voices, and you are drawn in. You are led to the water's edge, where the song takes hold of you. And if you get too close, if you allow yourself to be taken by the song, Mariana's voice trailed off, a shadow crossing her face. Elena felt a cold chill run down her spine. And what happens then? What happens to the ones who are taken? They are never seen again, Mariana whispered. They become part of the choir. Their souls are bound to the water, their voices joining the others in an eternal song. They can never leave, never find peace. They are lost, trapped in the very depths they sought to understand. Elena's pulse quickened, the weight of Mariana's words pressing heavily on her chest. She had come so far, uncovered so much, but the more she learned, the more dangerous it became. The lake was not just a place of tragedy. It was a prison, a place where souls were trapped, bound to the water for eternity. And what about me? Elena asked, her voice barely above a whisper. What if I listen too long? What if I'm drawn in? Mariana's gaze softened. You are already being drawn in, my dear. I see it in your eyes. You have heard their call, haven't you? That is why you're here. That is why you feel it. That pull toward the lake. Elena nodded, her thoughts racing. She had felt it. The pull, the magnetism of the voices. But now, more than ever, she could feel the growing compulsion to return to the lake. It was as though the very water was calling to her, beckoning her to come closer, to listen more carefully. But she had to resist. She had to. Mariana placed a frail hand on Elena's. It is not too late, but you must be careful. If you let the song take hold, there will be no turning back. Elena looked down at the woman's hand, a wave of gratitude and fear washing over her. She had the answers she had been seeking, but the truth felt more dangerous than ever. She had to stop this, stop the children's souls from taking more lives. But how? How could she resist the call when it felt so overwhelming, so real? "I will stop it," Elena said, her voice steady, but filled with uncertainty. "I will. I have to." Mariana's eyes held her gaze, filled with both sorrow and resolve. "You are stronger than you know. But remember, this is a battle you cannot fight alone." Elena nodded, feeling a strange mixture of dread and determination. The voices were calling to her, and she could feel the lake's grip tightening. But she couldn't stop now. She couldn't let the children's voices claim another soul. Not hers. Not anyone's. Chapter 7. Beneath the Surface. The night was still, save for the soft lapping of water against the shore. Elena stood on the edge of the lake, staring at the vast, dark expanse before her. The fog had returned, thick and heavy, curling over the surface of the water like a living thing. It was almost as if the lake itself was breathing, its depths hiding secrets that could never fully be revealed. Yet, despite the warnings, despite the terror that had settled in her chest, Elena knew that this was the only way to uncover the truth. The pull of the lake was undeniable, a force stronger than anything she had ever experienced. The voices, the whispers, the call of the children. It had become a part of her now, an insistent, insufferable yearning to know what lay beneath the water's surface. She had been warned, she had been told of the dangers, but there was no turning back. She couldn't stop now. Elena had come to the lake seeking answers, and now she was willing to risk everything to find them. She stripped off her jacket, her hands trembling slightly as she prepared herself for the plunge. The cold night air bit at her skin, but it was nothing compared to what awaited her in the water. She had never been a strong swimmer, but the stories, the visions she had seen, the people who had disappeared, none of that mattered now. This was the only way to get close enough, to feel the truth beneath her skin. She had to experience it, to see it with her own eyes. With one final breath, Elena waded into the water. The cold was immediate and all-encompassing, sinking into her bones as the lake seemed to close around her. Her feet sank into the soft, murky mud beneath her, and for a moment, she hesitated, unsure whether to go further. But the voices, those voices, so sweet, so full of sorrow, called to her, urging her forward. She could hear them more clearly now, a chorus of whispers rising from the depths, pulling her deeper with each step. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic rhythm that seemed to match the echoing pulse of the lake. As she waded deeper, the water came up to her waist, and she felt a strange pressure in her chest, as if something invisible was pushing her down, urging her to go further, to descend. The lake's grip on her was growing stronger, the pull becoming more insistent, as though the water itself was alive and it wanted her. "Elena, come closer," the voices whispered, now not just from the lake, but from everywhere, swirling around her in the mist. She fought the urge to close her eyes, to succumb to the soothing rhythm of the song. She had to stay focused, had to push through. She had to reach the bottom. She had to see what lay hidden there, the evidence of the tragedy, the truth of the children's fate. With each step, the water rose higher, colder, until it was at her chest. She took a deep breath, then ducked beneath the surface, plunging into the unknown. The water closed around her like a shroud, dark and oppressive. The pressure on her chest grew, and Elena struggled to keep her bearings as she kicked her legs, propelling herself deeper. The mist clung to her, wrapping itself around her face like a veil, blurring her vision, distorting reality. But there, beneath the water, she saw something, a shadow moving in the depths. It was dark, a vague shape in the blackness, and it pulled her forward, toward the heart of the lake. The voices grew louder now, rising in a harmonious chorus, filling her ears with an ancient song, a language she didn't understand, but that somehow felt familiar, as if it had been there all along, hidden just beneath the surface of her mind. She fought against the weight of the water, but something invisible, was pulling her deeper, dragging her toward the bottom. Her lungs screamed for air, but she forced herself to keep descending. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her feet hit something solid, something cold and metallic. The bottom of the lake. Elena reached out, her hands grazing the surface of what she had come for. The wreckage of the school bus. The sight before her made her heart lurch. The bus was in pieces, its once bright yellow frame now a twisted mass of rusted metal and broken glass. It was as if time had stood still down here, as if the lake had preserved the remains in its dark, cold embrace. Elena's hand trembled as she reached toward the wreckage, touching the bus's remains. She could feel the remnants of lives lost, the tragedy of the children who had never been given a chance to leave. But it wasn't just the bus. As she looked closer, she saw something else. Scattered around the wreckage were personal belongings, items that had once belonged to the children. A doll, a school bag, a pencil case. These small, innocent objects seemed to float in the water, untouched by time, suspended in the cold darkness of the lake. Then, Elena's eyes widened in horror as she saw them. The children. They were there, floating among the wreckage, their small, pale forms suspended in the water like forgotten ghosts. They were motionless, their limbs drifting lazily in the current. But their eyes, Elena could see their eyes, shut tight, as if in sleep, or in some eternal state of rest. But they weren't asleep. They weren't at peace. The voices, the song, they were coming from them. The children. Their mouths were moving, but the sound wasn't coming from them. It was the lake. The water itself seemed to carry the song, amplifying the whispers, weaving them into something that filled the space around her. The voices were soft, pleading, a song that tugged at Elena's heart, pulling her closer. She could feel it in her chest, in her soul, the desire to listen, to give in, to be a part of the chorus. The voices weren't just calling to her, they were trying to pull her in. She could see it now, the way they hovered between life and death, trapped in the water, unable to move on. They weren't just victims. They were the ones who had become the song, the ones who had lured the others into the depths. And now, they wanted her. Elena, join us. The voices echoed in her mind, filling her thoughts, drowning out everything else. Join us in our song. Elena gasped, her body trembling as the water around her seemed to pull tighter, colder, heavier. She fought to break free, to rise to the surface, but the voices, their song, held her fast. The children, their eyes now open, locked onto hers, their gazes full of sorrow and desperation. They didn't want her to leave. They wanted her to stay. Her heart raced, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She couldn't stay here. She couldn't join them. With all the strength she could muster, Elena kicked her legs, forcing herself upward, away from the depths, away from the wreckage. The water fought against her, as if it didn't want her to leave, but Elena's will was stronger. She surged toward the surface, her arms flailing, her chest burning, her vision fading as the pressure on her body intensified. Finally, with a burst of strength, she broke through the surface, gasping for air, her body trembling from the cold and the terror. She dragged herself onto the shore, her hands trembling as she reached for solid ground. But even as she lay on the shore, gasping for breath, Elena could still hear the voices. They echoed in her mind, a soft, persistent hum that would not let her forget. She had seen them, seen the children, trapped in the water, singing their eternal song. And now, she knew the truth. The lake was a prison, not just for the children, but for anyone who listened too closely. The voices were not a warning, they were a trap, and Elena had barely escaped. Chapter 8. The Broken Connection. Elena collapsed onto the shore, her chest heaving, her lungs burning with every labored breath. The cold water had clung to her skin, the weight of it suffocating, the relentless pull of the lake trying to drag her back down. Her hands trembled as they pressed against the mud, the dark waters still rippling in the distance. For a moment, she simply lay there, her mind foggy, her body trembling from the shock of the experience. Her heart still raced in her chest, the images of the children, those hollow-eyed specters, their mouths singing in that ancient, twisted language, replaying over and over in her mind. She had barely escaped. She had barely escaped. But even as she breathed in the night air, Elena knew that something had changed within her. Something had broken. It wasn't just the terror of the lake, the haunting vision of the children trapped in its depths. It was something deeper, something she couldn't shake. She could still hear them, their voices, faint but unmistakable, like whispers on the edge of her consciousness. She tried to push them away, tried to focus on the solid ground beneath her, but the voices grew louder. The song, that sweet, sorrowful melody, still echoed in her ears. Elena, come back. It was as if the lake had reached into her very soul, embedding itself there, marking her in ways she didn't fully understand. The voices followed her, clung to her, no matter how far she ran, no matter how desperately she tried to shut them out. She stood, her legs unsteady beneath her, her mind reeling with the horrifying realization. The pull of the lake, the voices, they weren't just in the water anymore. They were inside her. The connection was no longer just a distant call from the depths. It had woven itself into her very being. The line between the real world and the world beneath the water was blurring, and Elena wasn't sure where one began and the other ended. Her vision swam, and she staggered back a few steps, reaching for the trees to steady herself. The fog had thickened around her, the air heavy with an almost palpable presence. The town, the village, the entire world outside the lake seemed to be fading, as if it were slipping further away, becoming less and less real. She had come here to find answers, to uncover the mystery of the lake, but now it felt as though the lake itself was claiming her, as though it was drawing her into its web, its song wrapping around her, pulling her deeper into its grasp. Elena. The voice was closer now, a whisper in her ear, soft and insistent, like a lover's breath. She turned, but there was no one there, just the fog, swirling in the dim light. Her pulse quickened. The world around her felt wrong. The edges were fuzzy, the shapes of the trees and the houses in the distance distorted, as if they were half-formed, fading in and out of focus. She blinked, trying to clear her vision, but the feeling only intensified. She could no longer tell if she was still standing on solid ground or if the world was slipping beneath her feet, sinking back into the lake. The voices grew louder, more persistent. There were no longer just echoes in the distance. They were inside her mind, whispering her name, calling her toward the water once more. She could feel the weight of them pressing against her thoughts, filling her ears, pulling her toward the abyss. It was happening again. She could hear the children's song, now clearer, as if the very fog around her had become an extension of their call. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the sound, trying to ignore the cold, wet fingers of the lake, reaching for her mind. But it was impossible. Their voices filled her consciousness, drowning out everything else. Join us, Elena. Come back to us. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible above the oppressive hum of the voices. I won't let you take me. But deep down, she could feel the temptation, the pull. It was stronger now, and her body trembled with the desire to surrender, to step back into the water and let it claim her, as it had claimed so many others. The children were there, calling to her, their voices like an unbreakable thread weaving through her mind. They wanted her. They wanted her to be part of the song, to join their eternal choir. Her hands shook as she gripped the ground, trying to hold on to something real, something solid. Her breath quickened as the world around her seemed to distort even further. The line between the living and the dead was becoming too thin, too fragile, and the lake was slipping through it, pulling her under, claiming her as its own. Elena. The voices were so close now, they seemed to surround her, their whispers clawing at her mind, twisting her thoughts. The need to give in, to listen, to step into the water, to give herself over to the lake, was almost unbearable. She could feel the weight of their sorrow, the depth of their endless yearning, and she knew, deep down, that if she listened too long, if she gave herself over to the song, she would be lost, like the others, like those who had disappeared before her. But there was something else, a sudden clarity, a sharp, bright thought that cut through the haze. She had to break the connection. She had to stop the voices from pulling her in, from trapping her in their eternal chorus. If she didn't, she knew she would be lost forever. It wasn't just the lake. It wasn't just the children. The connection wasn't one-sided. Elena realized that the more she listened, the more she felt herself becoming part of the lake, part of the curse. The voices, the children, they weren't just calling to her. She was answering them. The song was part of her now, woven into her soul, and as long as she allowed herself to be connected to it, she would continue to be drawn back. She clenched her fists, her nails biting into her palms, and she took a deep breath. The song was inside her, but she could still fight it. She could still break the connection. It wasn't enough to simply resist. She had to sever it, break the bond between herself and the spirits trapped in the lake. She had to destroy the link between the voices and the souls beneath the water. She had to stop them from calling. She had to stop the curse from spreading, from consuming anyone else who dared come too close. Elena. The voice again, but this time she didn't flinch. She felt the weight of it, the pull, but she refused to listen. The connection was fragile now, like a thin thread stretching between her and the lake. She could feel it in her chest, this thin line of connection, but it was weakening. With every step she took away from the water, the voices grew quieter, fainter. She could still hear them, but it was as if their power was fading, the song becoming more distant. She turned, stumbling away from the water, the fog thinning as she moved. Her heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in quick bursts as she forced herself to move further from the lake. With each step, the connection weakened, the voices fading, until finally, they were gone. Elena stood at the edge of the village, the mist lifting, the world around her slowly coming back into focus. Her hands shook, her body still trembling from the exertion, but the connection was broken. The voices had been silenced. For now. But she knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. The lake wasn't finished with her. It would never be finished. As long as the voices remained, as long as the children were trapped, she would never truly escape. The connection was broken for now, but Elena knew that the lake would always be waiting, watching, waiting for someone to listen again. Chapter 9. The Final Song. The night was cold, the wind whispering through the trees as Elena stood at the edge of the lake. She had come prepared, her hands trembling but steady as she held the materials for the ritual. The ancient symbols she had uncovered in the forest, the chants she had learned from Mariana's old book, and the resolve that had been building inside her for weeks. She had to end this. She had to free the trapped souls of the children, to sever the bond that held them to the lake. The weight of her decision settled heavily on her chest, but there was no turning back now. She had heard the warnings, she had felt the pull of the water, but she knew that if she didn't act, the voices would only grow stronger, drawing more innocent lives into their eternal chorus. The lake had already taken so much from the world. It had taken her peace, her sanity, her connection to reality, and now it was time to reclaim what had been stolen. As the fog began to roll in from the water, Elena drew a deep breath, steadying herself. She placed the stones in a circle around her, the symbols etched into their surfaces glowing faintly in the moonlight. Her heart pounded in her chest, and for a moment, she questioned if she was doing the right thing. But then the voices, those haunting, beautiful voices, rose from the depths, wrapping themselves around her thoughts, pulling at her. Elena, come closer. The song was still there, but this time it was different. It wasn't just a lure anymore. It was a warning. She closed her eyes, taking another deep breath, and began the chant, the words flowing from her lips like a prayer. The ritual was ancient, passed down through generations, a method to break the curse that had trapped the souls of the children in the lake. She could feel the weight of their presence, feel them reaching out to her as she began the incantation. She was speaking directly to the spirits, to the children who had been lost. They were waiting. No, they were desperate for release. As she spoke, the air around her began to shift. The lake stirred, ripples spreading across its surface as if something beneath was awakening. The wind grew colder, the fog thicker, and the song intensified. The voices called out to her, their tones layered, overlapping, desperate, as if they were trying to drown her in their song. Elena's hands shook, but she held steady, her eyes focused on the water, on the dark expanse that stretched before her. She had to stay grounded. She had to finish. Her voice wavered as the lake responded to the ritual. The surface of the water churned violently, waves rising higher than they should have been, as though the lake itself were coming alive. The fog twisted, swirling like smoke, and the mist began to coalesce into forms, figures, emerging from the depths of the lake. Elena's heart raced. The children, they were coming. The spirits of the lost children, their faces twisted in sorrow and longing, their eyes hollow, their bodies like fragile, translucent silhouettes. They rose from the water, their forms shifting and flickering, like shadows that didn't quite belong to the world of the living. "Elena," one of the figures whispered, its voice sweet and sorrowful, filling her mind, filling her heart. "We are waiting for you. We need you." The voices grew louder, more insistent, wrapping around her, pulling at her soul. She could feel herself slipping, losing herself to the song, the eternal call of the children. But she fought against it. She had come too far to turn back. She had to break the curse, no matter the cost. "Please," the voice whispered again, its tone pleading, desperate. "Join us. Be part of our song." But Elena refused. She focused on the ritual, her voice growing stronger with each passing moment. The air around her seemed to vibrate with energy as she spoke the final words of the incantation. The lake responded violently. The waves crashed against the shore, the mist swirling around her, thick and suffocating. She could feel the spirits around her, their presence so powerful now that it was almost unbearable. The voices overlapped, their sorrow and desperation so palpable that it felt like her heart would break. But she couldn't stop. She had to finish it. The world around her seemed to shift. The air thickened, becoming charged with energy, and the voices grew deafening, their wails merging into one relentless, howling chorus. The children were rising from the water, their pale faces staring at her, their mouths moving as they sang their mournful song. "Elena," they chanted, their voices pulling at her, dragging her toward them. "Join us. Join us." She stepped forward, despite the pull. She stepped into the water, the coldness seeping through her boots, climbing up her legs, as if the lake itself were trying to drown her. The surface was alive, the water alive with movement, with energy, with something that had never been fully human. The voices filled her mind, a cacophony of sound, their song more powerful than anything she had ever felt before. It was too much. It was overwhelming. Elena's vision blurred, and she felt her body being pulled deeper into the water, toward the lake's depths. She was losing herself, losing the fight against the pull of the voices. She could feel her breath shallow, her body weakening, as if she were sinking into the lake itself, becoming part of the chorus. But in that moment, a single thought pierced through the fog, a single memory. The children. They weren't evil. They were lost, trapped in the water, trapped in their endless song. They needed to be freed. They needed peace. With all the strength she could summon, Elena reached out. She focused on the ritual, on the chant, on the one thing that could sever the bond between the children and the lake. She spoke the final words, her voice breaking through the storm of sound. The water around her roared, and for a moment, everything went still. Then, with a deafening crack, the lake's surface exploded. The mist around her dissipated, and the voices stopped. The stillness was overwhelming. The lake fell silent. The children were gone. Elena collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath, her body shivering with the cold and the strain of the ritual. She had done it. She had freed them. The curse was broken. The spirits were released. But there was a price. As she knelt there, panting, her body trembling, Elena realized that something inside her had changed. The connection to the lake, the song, it was severed, but the weight of it remained in her soul. Her vision blurred as she felt the last of her strength slip away. The lake had claimed its toll. She had saved the children, freed their souls, but in doing so, she had given herself to the lake. It wasn't a death, not yet. But Elena knew her time had come. She had sacrificed herself to break the curse, to stop the voices. And as she collapsed into the water, her body sinking slowly, she could hear the faintest whisper of a song, soft, peaceful this time. The children's song, their final song, and for the first time, it was filled with peace. Chapter 10. The Eternal Silence. The lake had changed. For years it had been a place of darkness, a cursed body of water that had claimed the lives of the curious, the wanderers, the unsuspecting souls drawn to its siren song. But now, as the fog hung low over its still surface, there was nothing. No whispers in the wind, no distant calls beckoning from the depths. Only silence, thick and suffocating, pressing in on the small village that sat quietly on its edge. The townspeople had learned to live with the mystery of the lake for generations. But now, it was as if the very essence of the place had been erased. The pull that had once lured travelers, the eerie hum that had filled the air, had faded into nothingness. The lake had been quiet for years, and with it, the unease that had permeated the village had lifted. It was as though the lake itself had exhaled its final breath, and the shadow that had loomed over the town for decades had vanished. But that didn't mean the past had been forgotten. Elena's name still hung in the air like an unanswered question. Her disappearance had been the last of the tragedies linked to the lake, the final piece of the puzzle that no one could fully solve. After the ritual, after the sacrifice, she had simply vanished. No one had seen her again, and no one knew where she had gone. There were no remains, no body found to offer closure or proof of what had happened. The villagers spoke of her with reverence, remembering her bravery, the woman who had come to uncover the truth and had given everything to stop the curse. Her name was etched in the records of the town's history, but the details of her fate were lost, swallowed by the silence of the lake. Some said Elena had joined the children in the water, her spirit now part of the eternal choir that had once tormented them all. Others believed that she had been claimed by the lake itself, her body lost to its depths. But the truth remained elusive, just like the lake's haunting song that had once lured the living into its watery embrace. And so, life in the village went on, though it would never be the same. The dark tales that had once been whispered in hushed tones around campfires had become nothing more than stories, passed down like folklore. The tourists who ventured to the lake no longer heard the ethereal voices. No longer did they feel the irresistible pull that had once drawn the curious to their doom. Years passed, and the village slowly healed, but the lake's silence, though comforting to some, was unsettling to others. It was as if the very absence of the voices was a reminder of what had been lost. And then, on a warm spring afternoon, a new group of tourists arrived. They were young, eager to experience the same mystery that had brought countless others to the lake before them. A mix of thrill-seekers, adventurers, and curious wanderers. They had heard the stories, of course, the eerie song, the disappearances, but most believed them to be nothing more than exaggerations, the myths of a small town clinging to the remnants of its past. When they arrived at the lake, the air was still, the surface of the water reflecting the pale blue sky above, like a mirror. The fog had long since dissipated, and there was no sign of the ethereal mist that had once cloaked the lake in mystery. The tourists set up camp along the shore, unpacking their cameras, their equipment, ready to capture something unforgettable. But there was nothing to capture. They tried, of course. They took pictures, shot video footage, and even attempted to record the sounds of the lake. hoping to catch a glimpse of something supernatural. But all they heard was the wind rustling through the trees, the occasional splash of water as a fish broke the surface. The silence was absolute. The first night passed uneventfully, and the next day, the group ventured deeper into the forest surrounding the lake. They followed the same trails that others had taken, exploring the old paths, the remnants of the ancient symbols carved into trees that had once guided the lost souls toward the water. But there was no mistaking it now. The forest was quiet too. No whispers in the wind, no unseen presence, just the peaceful quiet of a place that had reclaimed itself. They sat by the shore again that night, the setting sun casting long shadows over the lake, and for the first time, one of the tourists, a young woman named Sarah, remarked on how strange it was that there was no sound, no hint of the song they had all come to hear. They laughed it off, chalking it up to their own expectations. Perhaps it had all been a legend, an old tale designed to scare people away. But as the night wore on, Sarah's unease grew. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing, something important. The pull that had once been so strong, so tangible, was gone. The song was no more. It was as if the very heart of the lake had stopped beating. The group sat by the fire, trying to enjoy the night. But as the hours stretched on, a cold unease settled over them. It was the kind of quiet that made the world feel too still, too empty. There were no sounds of night creatures, no rustling of leaves in the breeze, no distant calls of birds. It was as if the forest itself had become a ghost of what it once was. The group tried to make the best of it, retreating to their tents as the cold seeped in. But Sarah couldn't shake the sense of loss, the quiet sorrow that hung in the air. She couldn't help but think of Elena, the woman who had sacrificed so much to end the lake's curse. Had it really worked? Was the silence a victory? Or was it the quiet of a place that had been left to mourn? Days passed, and the tourists left the lake, their curiosity satisfied by the quiet, but their questions unanswered. They had come in search of a mystery, of the haunting melody that had once called to the world. But they found nothing, just the still, undisturbed surface of the water and the silence that lay heavy on the land. As they packed their things and drove away, Sarah looked back at the lake one last time. The mist had returned, curling at the edges of the water, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw a shape, a figure standing at the water's edge, just out of the corner of her eye. But when she turned fully, there was nothing. Just the lake, quiet, still, and empty. The echoes of the song, of Elena's sacrifice, of the lost children, had faded into memory, just like the voices had. And as the tourists drove away, they left the lake behind, not knowing that the mystery they had sought was no longer one to be uncovered. It had ended. The voices were silent, and the lake was at peace. But the memory of the song, the ghost of it, lingered in the hearts of those who had once listened, in the whispers of the wind, and in the quiet thoughts of those who had dared to seek the truth. The lake would never truly be empty. The echoes would remain, fading slowly, like the final notes of a song that would never be forgotten. Chapter 1. The First Appearance. The quiet suburban street was the epitome of peace. Rows of well-maintained homes, each with manicured lawns and picket fences, lined both sides of the road, where children played in the late afternoon and neighbors exchanged pleasantries over the sound of sprinklers watering the grass. It was a place where nothing strange ever happened, a place where time seemed to pass without interruption. For the family of Julia Evans, it was home. Safe, familiar, and unremarkable. Julia had always loved the old house she lived in, even though it creaked and groaned in the silence of the night. It was a house that had belonged to her family for generations, handed down from one parent to the next, its rooms filled with the echoes of laughter and whispers of past conversations. The wood on the floors had grown worn and the wallpaper faded, but it was still home to Julia, her mother, and her younger brother, Tom. That evening, like any other, Julia was sitting in the small living room, curled up in a corner of the old leather couch, reading a book. Her mother was in the kitchen, preparing dinner, while Tom was upstairs, his voice occasionally breaking through the quiet with his own brand of teenage noise. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the floor, but everything felt normal. The death of Mr. Harris, the elderly neighbor who had lived next door for as long as Julia could remember, had taken the community by surprise. He was a quiet man, someone who mostly kept to himself, but in the weeks leading up to his death, he'd become increasingly reclusive. Julia hadn't thought much of it at the time. People passed away all the time, especially the elderly. What had troubled the neighborhood, however, was the peculiar circumstances surrounding his passing. No one knew the exact cause. The police had made no public statement, and the funeral arrangements were hasty, almost as if Mr. Harris hadn't wanted to leave any traces behind. Julia had heard snippets of gossip while walking to school, whispers of his strange behavior in the final days of his life, but she had paid little attention. It wasn't until that night, after the funeral, that things began to feel wrong. As the evening fell into the quiet stillness of a late autumn night, Julia noticed something unusual while sitting by the living room window. Her attention was drawn to the glass, which, though covered with the usual heavy curtains, didn't seem to reflect the usual serene suburban view. Instead, a shadow, a dark, formless shape, loomed just beyond the glass, as if something, or someone, was standing in the yard. At first, she thought it was just her imagination, a trick of the light perhaps, but then she blinked, her eyes narrowing, and the figure was still there. A tall silhouette, almost humanoid in shape, its edges blurry like a shadow cast in the dimming light. It was hard to make out any clear details, just the overwhelming sense that something or someone was standing at the window, staring in. Her breath caught in her throat. She was certain the curtains had been drawn tight before she sat down, and the window itself had been firmly closed. There was no way that figure could be standing there, not unless it had somehow passed through the glass. "Mom?" Julia called, her voice faltering slightly as she stood up, never taking her eyes off the strange silhouette outside. "Mom, can you come here?" Her mother's footsteps echoed down the hallway, and she appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "What is it, Julia?" Julia pointed to the window, her finger trembling. "Do you see that? Right there, at the window?" Her mother walked over, squinting at the glass. For a long moment, she stared at the empty space outside, and then she sighed, almost as if relieved. "It's just the tree," she said, turning back to Julia with a tight smile. "The way the branches are moving in the wind, it must be casting a shadow." But Julia knew that wasn't it. She could feel it in her bones. Something wasn't right. She could still see the shape lingering, unmoving, and dark. The longer she stared, the more its presence seemed to fill the room, suffocating the air. It was as if the house itself had grown colder, more oppressive. Her mother seemed to sense the sudden tension in the room, but she didn't comment further. She walked away, returning to the kitchen without another word. leaving Julia standing there, heart racing, staring at the window. The shadow remained. Minutes passed, and Julia didn't move. Her gaze was locked on the spot, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, she noticed something else. The figure was closer. In the dim light, its outline was sharper now, more distinct. It was standing just beyond the edge of the window, its tall, angular frame slightly bending, as if peering inward. Her mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Was it a trick of the light? Was there something wrong with the glass? A distortion in the way it reflected the world outside? But no matter how she tried to reason with herself, she knew it was not just a figment of her imagination. Her stomach twisted with unease, and her thoughts turned to Mr. Harris. The neighbor's death had left a shadow over the street, but this was different. This was something more, something deeply unsettling. She had heard the rumors, the hushed whispers about people seeing strange things just before someone died. Figures in windows, shadows in the corners of their vision. It was always said to be a sign, a harbinger of death. But she had never believed in such superstitions. Not until now. The sound of her brother's footsteps on the stairs broke her focus. Julia turned, startled, and the figure in the window seemed to dissipate with the motion, as if it had never been there at all. Her heart pounded in her chest as she walked away from the window, a cold sweat collecting at the back of her neck. "Julia, what's wrong?" Tom's voice was thick with annoyance, typical of his teenage bravado. "Nothing," Julia replied, her voice tight. "Just a weird feeling." Tom rolled his eyes and disappeared into the living room, flicking on the TV as though nothing had happened. But Julia couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The air in the room felt heavier, and as she sat back down on the couch, she could still feel the presence of that shadow, as if it were waiting just beyond the edge of the glass, watching. Later that night, as Julia lay in bed, the images from the window danced in her mind. Was it really just a trick of the light, or was there something else at play here? Her eyes kept darting to the window, half expecting to see the figure standing there again. She tried to dismiss the thought as her eyelids grew heavy, but in the deepest parts of her mind, a question lingered, one she couldn't shake. What if it wasn't just a shadow? As the night pressed on, Julia's unease deepened, and the house seemed to breathe with her. Something was coming, something she couldn't yet understand, but something she couldn't ignore. The figure in the window wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. Chapter 2. The story behind the figure. The days that followed the night Julia saw the figure in the window were filled with unease. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind that rattled the windows, seemed to remind her of that dark shape standing just beyond the glass. Her thoughts were consumed by it. She couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted in the house, that the air itself had grown thick, with a presence that hadn't been there before. Julia tried to tell herself that it was nothing, that she had imagined it, that it was some strange play of light or a trick of the wind. But the nagging sensation that she had seen something real, something other, wouldn't leave her. The shadow had felt too solid, too present. It wasn't just a figment of her imagination, and she knew it. One afternoon, after a restless night, Julia decided she needed answers. She couldn't keep feeling this way, like she was on the edge of something she didn't understand. She had to know what the figure in the window was, and more importantly, what it meant. Her first instinct was to ask her mother, who had always been the one to provide reassurance in times of uncertainty. But when Julia broached the subject, she was met with an unexpected reaction. "Mom," Julia began cautiously as she sat at the kitchen table, her mother preparing dinner as she always did in the late afternoon. "I saw something strange the other night, outside the window." Her mother's hands faltered for a moment, and she quickly set down the knife she had been using to chop vegetables. She didn't turn to face Julia immediately. Instead, she kept her back to her posture stiff and unnervingly still. "What do you mean?" Her mother's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it that made Julia uneasy. "I saw a figure standing outside the window," Julia pressed on, her voice shaking slightly. "It wasn't like anything I've ever seen before. I know it wasn't just the tree or the shadows. There was something there. Something alive." Her mother's hands were trembling as she resumed chopping the vegetables. "Julia," she said, her voice tight, "I don't want you thinking about that. It's nothing." "It's not nothing, Mom," Julia insisted, standing up from the table and walking toward her mother. "It's real. I saw it." For a long moment, there was silence, and Julia's mother slowly turned to face her. Her eyes were wide, filled with a mix of fear and something else, something Julia couldn't quite place. "You need to forget what you saw," her mother said quietly. "It's nothing. Nothing to worry about." Julia stared at her, the unease in her stomach growing. There was something her mother wasn't telling her. But before she could ask more, her mother quickly added, "You're just tired, that's all. Go lie down. I'll finish dinner." Julia wanted to protest, but she could see the look on her mother's face, the way she was holding herself back from saying more. It was clear that her mother was frightened of something she wasn't ready to share. But Julia wasn't about to let it go. If her mother wouldn't talk to her, maybe someone else could. Someone who knew more about the history of their family. That evening, after dinner, Julia decided to visit her grandmother. Her grandmother Alice was old but sharp as ever, with stories and memories that stretched back further than Julia's parents had ever mentioned. It was worth a try. Julia needed answers, and she wasn't going to stop until she got them. Grandma Alice's house was just a short walk down the street, an older, more weathered version of Julia's own home. The front yard was overgrown with ivy, and the paint on the porch had long since peeled away. But inside, it was warm and inviting, the smell of old books and lavender hanging in the air. Alice was sitting in her favorite armchair, reading a worn novel, when Julia entered. "Grandma, I need to talk to you," Julia said, sitting across from her. Alice peered at her over the top of her glasses, raising an eyebrow. "What's bothering you, child?" Julia hesitated. How could she explain what she had seen? How could she describe the feeling that something ancient, something dark, had been watching her? Instead, she chose to focus on the one thing she thought might help her understand. "I saw something strange outside the window. A figure. In the yard. I don't know what it was, but I don't think it was just a shadow." Alice's expression shifted. For a brief moment, her eyes darkened, and her lips pressed into a thin line. "The man in the window," she murmured softly. Julia froze. "What? Who is he?" Her grandmother leaned forward, lowering her voice. "It's a story that's been passed down in our family for generations. There's a legend, one that your great-grandparents used to tell. The man in the window is not a man at all. He's something else entirely. Something ancient." "Wait," Julia interrupted, trying to process her grandmother's words. "What do you mean by not a man?" Alice hesitated, her gaze distant. "The figure you saw is part of something much darker. There's a curse on this street, Julia. a pact that was made long ago by the first settlers who built these houses. A pact? Julia echoed, feeling the hairs on the back of her neck rise. A pact with who? Not with a who, my dear, Alice said softly, but with what? She paused, as if weighing whether she should continue. Then, after a long silence, she spoke again. Long ago, the first families who settled here made a deal with an ancient force, something that promised them prosperity and protection. But in exchange, they had to give something back. A life for a life, every so often. The man in the window is a reminder of that pact. He appears whenever the time is near for one of the families to pay the price. Julia felt her heart skip a beat. A life for a life? Yes. Alice nodded solemnly. Each time someone dies, the man in the window appears, signaling that the debt has come due. And when he appears, it means another soul will be taken. Julia's mind raced. It was starting to make sense, but it also terrified her. The deaths in the neighborhood, the eerie feeling she had experienced, it all connected. And the figure in the window wasn't a random occurrence. It was a warning. But why don't people talk about it? Julia asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother leaned back in her chair. Because no one knows how to break the curse. The pact was made a long time ago, and it binds the families on this street. Some try to ignore it, but the truth is, it's always there, waiting. Julia sat in stunned silence, her thoughts swirling. It all felt too surreal, too impossible to believe. Yet deep down, she knew what her grandmother said was true. The figure in the window wasn't just a figment of her imagination. It was a part of something much darker, something that had been lurking beneath the surface of this neighborhood for generations. And now, it seemed, it was her family's turn to pay the price. Is there any way to stop it? Julia asked quietly. Alice's eyes softened with sadness. I don't know, my dear, but if you truly want to break free from this curse, you must uncover the truth of the pact and be prepared to pay a terrible price. As Julia left her grandmother's house that evening, her mind was heavy with the weight of the revelation. She had learned something terrifying, something that would change everything. The man in the window wasn't just a random figure. It was the symbol of a debt that had to be paid. But what was the cost of breaking that debt? And could she stop it before it was too late? The answers were out there, hidden in the history of the house, the street, and her family. Julia was determined to find them, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was running out of time. Chapter 3. The Death of a Close Friend. The days following her grandmother's revelation felt like a dream, a dark, suffocating fog that clouded Julia's mind. The knowledge of the curse, the ancient pact that bound her family to the sinister presence of the man in the window, sat heavy in her chest. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind that rattled the windows, felt like a warning. She couldn't escape the sense that something was drawing closer, a terrible, inevitable reckoning. Julia tried to focus on normal things, school, her family, her friends, but the shadow of the man in the window loomed over her thoughts like a cloud that wouldn't disperse. And it wasn't just her own house she feared. It seemed like the figure was everywhere now. The last few days had been marked by an unsettling pattern of strange occurrences, as if the curse was beginning to unfold. And then, one morning, the world tilted once again. Tomas, Julia's best friend since childhood, was dead. The news spread quickly through the neighborhood, as it always did in small towns. The first thing Julia heard was the way his mother, Elena, had screamed when she found him. He had been found in his room, a placid expression on his face, as if he had simply fallen asleep. There were no signs of violence, no indication of struggle. It was as if he had just stopped. But there was something chilling about the way his body was discovered. His fingers curled tightly, his eyes wide open, staring into the distance. His mother had found him that morning, pale and lifeless, with no cause that anyone could explain. The rumors started almost immediately. "It's just like what happened to Mr. Harris," people whispered. "Just like the old man down the street." Julia couldn't breathe. She couldn't move. She'd seen it, just like the others had. The man in the window, the night before Tomas was found. She had been walking home from school, and from her own window, she had watched as the dark figure appeared outside Tomas's house, lingering just behind the glass. She had felt the icy grip of fear clutch at her heart, but she had dismissed it. She had to. She thought it was just another trick of her mind. But now